second hand in. Oh, that's MonteXristo. Welcome everybody to Sunday's Mastering Runeterra $200 tournament. I'm MonteXristo and I'm joined by Phansora, the Jubileum Poro.
Hello.
Welcome guys. We're sorry about the scuffed stream there, the delay in getting in. Uh, we're struggling a little bit behind the scenes, and we thank you all very much for staying with us and waiting patiently for us to get this show on the road. We are going to get into this first round game very, very quickly, but before that, I just want to briefly recap the tournament. Today, we have 5 rounds of Swiss into a cut to top 8. We did hit that 25 entrant mark. That 17 entrant mark is the minimum for the 5 rounds of Swiss into top cut of 8, and we did break that. Unfortunately, didn't quite hit enough to break even with the tournament itself. Would love to see more participants come out in the future, but we are 25 players is more than enough for us to have a great show today. Phansora, I'm excited. How are you feeling for today's cast? Is this your first time casting? Are you excited?
Yeah, it's my first time casting. Seems like it's gonna be a pretty good time, minus all technical difficulties. But yeah,
It's just on brand for
goodness.
us at this point. I just want to quickly take a look here at some of these decks for our first round. We're gonna get into FloppyMudkip versus Renrag, and I'm just pulling up the lineups for us very quickly here, so we can take a
Which
peek at them before we jump into the game itself. And first up, we have Renrag's lineup. It starts off with Zoe Aphelios Lux. This is a deck we've seen out of Renrag a couple times in these tournaments already, and this is a deck that's been showing up in these tournaments in general. Lux proving herself to be a very powerful champion in the recent meta, in the current meta. Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share on this deck, Phansora?
I haven't played it, but like, it just seems very good to just outvalue most of these decks out there. It can go toe to toe with the level of value that something like Vandal City decks can bring.
Yeah, it definitely can. It is a super powerful deck. Aphelios, of course, granting you those moon weapons and giving you tons and tons of value. The second deck in Renrag's lineup is that Jace Trundle deck. We talked a little bit about it on Friday, and it's the exact same list we saw then, and it's still
Yeah.
looking pretty good to me. Any thoughts on this one?
I actually talked to him a bit. He was scrimming with Greg the other day.
Mhm.
Uh, it seems pretty good. You lose a little bit out not being able to run Gnar because you have to put Gnar in. He's running Gnar in Gnar Israel, which we'll get to next. But
Yep.
I mean, Jace fills that 4-drop spot pretty well.
Yeah, he does. As a 4 mana challenger, Jace is a pretty solid card, just on his own. And then on your screens, we now see that last deck that we have up in front of us, which is that Ezreal Gnar Shellfolk list. And this is a pretty cool deck. It's got that mini morph that is falling out of meta a little bit, but people are still, of course, still a very powerful card.
There's no glorious evolution, despite being in Piltover's on for this.
Yeah, doesn't like the Glorious Evo. But from the other side, we have FloppyMudkip, and I have Narsedge here up in front of us. This is
Mm-hmm.
a very aggressive version of the list with Ancient Yetis and a Battle Fury as top end, even an Ice
And
Shard to
some
help
Wild
push.
Claws, two Alpha Wild Claws.
Yeah, yeah, very, very wants to be able to kill you just as much with this deck as he wants to be able to board lock. And then we have Draven by Scion with Captain Farron and Lost Soul as top end.
Yeah. What do you think of the one-off Vi?
I really like it. I always felt like Vi was underexplored in these lists, and I think with the nerfs to Scion, it makes a lot more sense to have like an alternate cheesy win condition. Do you feel differently?
I mean, without being able to like overwhelm your Vi, like a one-off might maybe, which could be used. There are some champions or some units here where you might want to have a one-off might just to Vi, Draven, some of your Fallen Riders. So I don't know. We'll wait to see how well that turns out.
Yep, definitely. And then the last deck in FloppyMudkip's
Yumi
lineup is, of
Pantheon.
course, Yuumi Pantheon. This is a very, very standard list. One Cataclysm, one Bastion, two Concerted Strike, two Aegis, and two Goat, one Blinded Mystic.
Yeah,
Not a whole lot to say about this one.
strong deck.
Definitely a strong deck. So with that, the game is actually underway. So we're gonna jump right in here for you guys. And we
All
have
right,
that Trundle Timelines deck. I'm on Renrag's side if you can jump into Floppies.
got
Otherwise
it.
I could flip for you. Sorry, I Scuffed is on brand as I've already said. So We do see Renrag on that Trundle Timelines deck here, and he's up against that Vi Scion Draven deck from FloppyMudkip.
Let's see. Oh, well, we'll have a chance to prove me right or wrong about Vi this game.
Definitely. It is on the board, and it's with if he potentially draws a Scion, it could be very scary in a second here for us.
Looks like Renrag drew into the timelines pretty late, sitting in the hand, but looking at the board, it must have only been this last turn or two. Let's see. We should have FloppyMudkip's hand coming around in a second.
Yeah, it's up now. It was
There we go.
bugged for some reason. I fixed it though. I'm on top of it today.
Yeah, there you go. All right, we finally get timelines out of Renrag. With the Ice Pillar coming down in 2 turns, that's definitely much needed. That's actually in time to contest the Scion coming down.
Yeah, it's gonna be a super good timing lineup here for Renrag. Having that available as an answer could matter in the scope of this game.
And actually, Renrag. Sorry.
I was just gonna say has to decide here whether he wants to take out the fearsome units or just chump block, or take an chump block or take an even trade on the 4/3. And this is a line that I didn't necessarily consider, but it is one that I don't mind.
Being at full health against Raven Sun is pretty good for timelines at the moment. Like, with the amount of burn and, like, overwhelmed damage with Scion, you're 20 health on turn 6. It's a great spot so far for Renrag.
Gets to save the Trundle as well.
Yeah.
Overall, I think you're pretty happy with how this swing turned out for you. Can even look to finish off the Vi with the Thermal Beam if you like. Of course, we do see Floppy has the answer to that.
Survival skills.
Looks like Renrag's going to go for it. We're going to see the punish here.
Yeah. That's a one-off survival skill, I believe. Oh, no, 2. FloppyMudkip's running 2 survival skills, so...
Yeah, is on 2 survival skills, 1 Whirling Death as well in the list, and a couple copies of Rummage. This is a little different than the Draven Scion lists of old. It's the same kind of core, but the ratios have changed to kind of match the current meta, I guess. Floppy played this in Fight Night last week as well. Same lineup.
And 2 Pharons on the top end, which really help you push through all that extra damage against a bunch of, like, control-style decks compared to just running the Scions.
Speaking of Scion, he's now hit the board and he's leveled up. Jace is going to come down from Renrag to potentially contest something.
Yeah. It's good to drop a Scion now, because that way Renrag isn't able to respond with Ice Pillar next turn.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it, if that timing window lines up, if the free 8/8 might just be too much for Scion to deal with in that nerf state of his. An 8/6 isn't as scary as a 10/6 for those 2 points of attack really ended up mattering.
I mean, it's really like 4 points of attack with Reborn Scion coming through.
Yeah, that's true. It ends up being a whole decimate worth of damage over the course of a Scion's life cycle. Potentially more if he doesn't die on his first swing.
Mm-hmm.
Jace is going to trade for Vi.
No survival skills this time to save Vi. But it's got to feel pretty bad trading your Jason to a 9/1 tough, even if it is a nearly leveled Vi.
And I like this full swing coming out.
Yeah.
It feels bad, but it has to be the right play.
Yeah, to get the Scion out of the way, because you definitely don't want Scion trading into your Trundle. Or the Vi, for that matter.
This also keeps the Vi from leveling.
Mm-hmm. So Floppy does have a level Scion, but no good open attack. Block with the Crush Bot is 3 damage pushed, and even though you could kill your own Scion, you don't want to right now. Renrag's too healthy for that.
Yeah, this develop doesn't feel really great either, though, because you're going to get hit with a free 8 drop. And let's see what Renrag decided to pick up there.
I'm guessing the Leviathan?
Yeah.
Yep.
And Renrang can, of course, take quite a bit of damage here because he does have that revitalizing roar, allowing him to heal back up when he gets to, and completely
Uh,
discount a card. Needs a
no, because
unit.
yeah, it's only unit, so it's only 2 health right now.
Always has the option of trading off this Trundle. Or is it?
Also, Trundle's Icequake or Winter's Breath. I guess he's just saving it for Floppy to develop more, but yeah, probably at this point he's going to use something because it's going to deny so much damage here.
Yeah, I think the Winter's Breath looks pretty good here.
Yeah, especially because this looks like a Ravenous Flock setup. And we can see that Floppy does have that, so presumably you want to keep the second Trundle for when this one dies.
You really don't mind your Trundle dying in this deck because another pillar just means another 8 drop.
Yeah, so we see the Winter's Breath coming out, shutting down the attack entirely. I mean, this is just going to be 6 damage over the next 2 turns from this Leviathan. Even though Floppy's supposed to be the aggressor here, like, Renrag's going to be getting him low over the next few turns.
Yeah, and of course has the Buried in Ice in deck and has this Pharaoh's Financier in hand to dig for some. The Pharaoh's Financier can also find cards such as Harsh Winds to stall out further. Might just be looking for the win off of the back of this Leviathan.
Buried in Ice.
Picked it up. And a Bandle Commando. That's a pretty good find, too.
Mm-hmm. Best out of these, anyway. Ooh. Playing out the Lost Soul, that's gotta feel bad.
It definitely does. This is a signal for Renrag to be able to dump the rest of his hand here. Doesn't have to feel bad about it.
Okay. So does Renrag attack here, or just with like the commando?
I think with just the commando, right? Could also just take
Yeah.
the pass and say I'm happy to just use this as a blocker, but if you had a pillar this turn and you could pull the Scion out of the way, it's a free attack, but you don't really want to give off that rally if you can avoid it. And we'll see if Renrag gets an action here to respond with the Buried in Ice. Floppy, very smart player though. Might not give it to him.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't know that Renrag has it. I feel like, I forget if Renrag had an opportunity to cast it the previous Scion attack, but this came off of Financier, so okay, we see the open attack from Floppy.
Yeah, the odds on it off the Financier aren't that bad. So I think the moment the Financier comes down, you kind of have to consider it within range when playing against this style of deck.
Mm-hmm.
Renrag gonna decide what he wants to block with. Maybe wants to let this Leviathan go within, get into Scorch, get affected by Scorch, or just decides instead to say if you have another flock, you have to choose between rallying and using it on my Trundle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if there's a rally, Renrag has the Buried in Ice to completely shut it down. The Scion will pop up next turn, but this would be a hell of an open attack from Renrag, and there's this concede from Floppy.
Yeah. And that's just a good matchup for the Trundle Timelines deck on paper, right? You have the Buried in Ice in time to contest that Scion board. You have early removal spells like the Mystic Shot and whatnot to deal with the 4/2s. It's not that scary of a matchup when you can stay at 20 HP until turn 7, like we saw Renrag do there.
Yeah, and also just like the what's the right word? Like the manifest effects from Timeline just allows you to get good units for blockers. You got the commando to force the removal so your Poros go through. You have the 2/5 crush bot to block the Scion, just completely shutting it down.
Very well played from Renrag. And here we're going to get to see that Shellfolk list, the Nar Ezreal. And this is a pretty defensive opener. It's probably pretty good look for Renrag. Of course, you're going to take 2 damage
Yeah.
here, but you have a Fumes for this 4-2.
Floppy's hand not looking too great with all that burn. Oh, not too much that can be developed here. Just more and more burn.
And this open attack can be completely stopped in its tracks. Renrag
Yeah.
going to do so.
And we just look at Renrag. Multiple developing plays the next few turns. Floppy just has nothing. Maybe you get excited if Renrag drops Gnar, but like that's about all the options.
And that doesn't even feel good.
But
Floppy
yeah,
just has to take a full pass there.
Renrag doesn't have to do anything. Another full pass.
Happy to pick up a Moonglow here. Actually goes for the Scholarly Climber, and I do like this. It's a big unit that he can play next turn without having to care about losing it to get excited. It's like a Gnar. Can save this Gnar for a turn where he knows it's going to be able to level up and get some pressure. Grant vulnerable to a key unit maybe. Floppy decides that he has to make use of this mana and the cards in his hand, just starts going aggro, says I'm going to kill you before you get a chance to go off with Shellfolk.
I mean, Floppy does have almost all the burn he needs between the 2 Mystics get excited, the Farron, but like it's gonna take forever to cast it all. And Renrag can just keep developing.
If you're Floppy, do you ever Mystic Shot the 2-1 here?
Maybe if Renrag had a spell in the stack, but like as low as the curve that Renrag has, like I feel like you can't risk just like, Control just coming out and being a new blocker.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if Renrag ever like, pokeyed in response to something, then I would consider it, I guess. Just to remove that blocker.
So if you're given a free priority in the form of a Pokey Stick or even a Mystic Shot in response from Renrag maybe to take out one of your units, then you would consider it. But until that point, there's no sense in it because there's no guarantee that 3 damage is going to get through, so you just want to guarantee your Mystic Shot and your 2 damage to face happens.
It's just too easy for Renrag to develop a new blocker. Control just loping, and granted, Renrag did draw a really low curve with 2 telescopes, a Conchologist, but there's just too many other units, Autoput, Striga Trade, that could just be redeveloped as a free blocker for the 3/2s.
And the decision by Floppy last turn to fire off the 2 Get Excited lets Gnar come down this turn and level up.
Yeah. Floppy finally has to play with the Vi. Or the Scion, I guess, but like, Scion's not even close to being leveled.
Advise at 2-4, she just got drawn.
Scion's at 21, so Scion's leveling after Farron comes down, which does not feel good.
Well,
We
might just have to try and take out this Gnar with the Vi, but we can see that that's gonna get punished by a wallop if it's ever attempted.
I mean, Floppy's going for it, but it's so hard to do, and it gets shut down by this wallop instantly.
Actually, just gonna pass. Renrag has some options here. Yeah, it just suits to.
I mean, at this point, you just want to go as wide as possible. Floppy has 1 unit. You can just swarm around that and set up for a big open attack next turn. Looks like Floppy's just trying to clear off blockers, or rather attackers, for next turn. We see Floppy has the Whirling Death to set up or to clear off 2 units on the subsequent open attack, but Wallop's going to stump. It's just going to. I don't know what Floppy can do here.
There's not a whole lot.
Because Renrag's probably open attacking. Got 3 burn in hand, plus a Conchologist. So worst case scenario for Floppy, tries to Whirling Death the Gnar after casting Mystic Shot, and then gets walloped out of the way. Because if you Mystic Shot the 4-1, you'll be up to 5. Oh, just goes for that. You see the wallop come down?
Interesting choices here. Quicken can't reset anything at this point, so that's probably not going to be the selection. Prowling
I mean,
Projectile, not a whole lot of value.
you could always Quicken to reroll your Conchologist.
Not the worst choice. Could also reroll the Loping Telescope if you wanted.
Yeah. Ooh. So Renrag's just looking for 3 more damage here. What would you play if you were Floppy? Because playing these, Farron and Scion just feels
Well,
too slow.
looks like he's just going to try and kill. I
You see
like
the
this.
wallop from Renrag.
I mean, this is the line from Floppy, though, right? You don't really have a whole lot of other choices. This is why you're playing Vi in your deck to kind of try and get you out of these pinch situations.
Yeah, and I guess do you drop Farron here to just try to push as much overwhelm damage and set up with the Decimates next turn? But you're probably not having an action to play Decimate is the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really tough. If you had something to flock, you could at least represent a lethal. I mean, you're technically representing a lethal just by playing the Farron, but
Yeah. But unfortunately, we see the wallop in Renrag's hand, so not nearly enough damage going to be coming through. Oh. Well, I guess that's lethal right there.
yep, that is indeed lethal. Just gonna be able to play out this Decimate.
Well, not this turn because of the wallop.
Yeah.
Is that going down to 4? Yeah. Or going down to 8. No, just adding insult to injury with the extra 2 pranks there. Also, with this Decimated Mystic Shot, also with a powerful open attack, should they choose to do it, Renrag's going to take this game 1 or round 1.
Yeah, it looks like Renrag closes out in a very commanding 2-0 against FloppyMudkip in our first game of the day. Or first set of the day, rather.
Yeah.
Sorry, I kind of left you a little bit stranded there at the end. We've
It's
been made
okay.
aware that I'm dealing with some more technical issues, so
Oh,
been
sweet.
trying to correct those. My computer is quite old, so I do apologize to anybody who's experiencing some lag on the stream. Doing my best to get it sorted, reduce it, keep it down as much as we can. But we'll see if there's another game that we can jump into here. Maybe there's still something
Let's
ongoing.
see.
Uh,
I'm seeing Kuraschi, whoever they're playing.
yeah, who are they up against? Luna. I have Lunari if you can grab Kuraschi.
Sure. Mm,
Okay.
uh,
Ah, I apologize. My
more technical difficulties.
more technical difficulties. I don't know why it's not.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, we actually have the stream live. I just was streaming to you the wrong section of my OBS for some reason. We do see Sivir up against this Bandle deck. This is a bit of a favored matchup for Sivir as far as I know. While the Swarm deck can set up a Year Rally turn and kind of go big like that, bigger Demacia tends to do better against small Demacia, and here we see that in effect.
Yeah. Let's see. Lunari. Pretty standard list from the both of them. Nothing stands out. One of Shield Up Durand in Kuraschi's deck, but
Yeah, that Shield of Durand is a pretty cool card sometimes.
I mean, Shield of Durand Broadwing, nothing can kill that for quite a while.
If it, especially if you have a Bright Steel Protector on it, the turn that you cast it, it's getting quite big, quite fast. But here we're going to see a full swing come out, and the Broadwing goes after the Gleaming Lantern. No response available from the side of Lunari except for this Ranger's Resolve. We'll see if they choose to use it.
Kuraschi does have a Absolver to respond to a Ranger's Resolve, but it doesn't feel good to use it now. I'd imagine they're just going to let this go through.
Yeah, we'll see if they put more of a priority on removing this Lantern, or if they just decide that this is okay. They're not going to die yet.
I mean, Lunari does have two pretty big threats with the Papercraft Dragon and the Rainbow Fish, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Kuraschi must have been bitten one too many times by this deck on ladder, because they say Gleaming Lantern, get out of here. Had they not removed it, Lunari would have been able to play the fish into the Fey Dragon this turn and then on the following. And that would have been quite scary. I believe both of these haven't been manifested. 6/6 double attack elusive unit. Not something Kuraschi is currently capable of dealing with.
Mm-hmm. So, burning the Absolver, but Kuraschi has a commanding board presence. And with the Vanguard Sergeant coming with 4 Demacia, looking good for next turn.
Yeah.
Also with the Rally in hand.
Has the rally already, has the 4 Demacia, as you mentioned, as soon as they play the Vanguard Sergeant anyways, and also has this Akshan landmark ticking down.
Yeah. Concerted Strike for any scary Papercraft turns?
Yep. Yeah.
Looking pretty strong.
Definitely looking protected here. That decision was a bit of an interesting one. As Lunari, you have to consider if maybe you want a little bit of HP back in this matchup, and that tasty Feyfolk is worth it. Instead, decides I'm just going to take a faded unit, something that I can actually put these attach units onto and get some value out of. Maybe sneak in an elusive attack, get some card draw. I like this line. I think it's a smart decision with the mana that they have available this turn, trying to get some more resources.
Yeah. Oh, Kuraschi tapping under Concerted Strike, not knowing the attach units Lunari has.
Does have that
Sharp sight.
Sharp sight though, yeah. See if Lunari forces them to have it this turn. Makes them use it. I think that's the line I'd be going for. The alternative's to look to drop that Tristana, but that's kind of scary.
The one thing with the Rainbow Fish is, oh, it is buffed, so that does beat out Sharp Sight. I was thinking unbuffed Rainbow Fish only puts it to 5, which is not a good breakpoint for Sharp Sight, but going to 6 health means you can trade favorably to any of Kuraschi's units, even through the Sharp Sight. Just lets it through.
That's interesting, but I like it. Wants to hold
Yeah, I can
the
see
sharp
that.
side just to push damage potentially.
I mean, this turn, 5 units against 2 with Rally on the side of Kuraschi.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Wanted mana for the rally this turn. That's identifying your win con and playing to it, right? If you go for the sharp sight there, maybe you're not losing quite as hard. Like maybe you're denying some value from your opponent, but you're also not winning the game on this turn like you would be in this situation.
Yeah. So Lunari can Sharp Sight block, but it's still going to be 4 against 1 on the second swing with the rally we see in Kuraschi's hand.
Yes, sir. Very powerful showing from Kuraschi here.
Yeah.
Understands the matchup, knows what they have to do to win. Found the pieces that they needed to win, and was able to put it together. We'll see if this does actually close out the game. I think it will. I think I can
This,
count.
yeah, I mean, even if Lunari kills the Petricite Broadwing, it's still enough other damage. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just no way for Lunari to actually get back into this game.
Yeah. Kurashi's just going to let this through, cast Aegis, and swing in.
And that's it. We'll see if that was... I have to imagine that was game 3 in this set, so we probably saw Kuraschi take it 2-1.
It could have been a late game too. I'm not sure. The timer's close to being either way, I think. Yep, that was last game, whether that was game 2 or 3. So Kurashi takes that set.
Yeah, very well played there from what we saw. We'll see if there is anything else ongoing in this first series here. Or in this first round of our Swiss. Boy, I'm kind of out of it today, and I must apologize, Phansora. I usually do a lot better of a job of making people feel relaxed and comfortable up here with me. But I feel like I'm letting you down a bit there.
That's okay. I'm just gonna have to carry this.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
Just like every league game you've ever played.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. Um, let me just take a peek at the bracket again. Looks like Infinipatrons is still going. I don't have Codemanjack, but we can jump into
Neither.
Infini's side, and that's okay. We'll just deal with one hand for this one.
Just 1 sec. Hold on, I just got up and came back into double Lee Sin. What happened? I'm guessing an Entomb? I mean, that's a Lee Sin's dream to have two overwhelmed Lee Sins on the board at the same time. Unfortunately, there's only one unit to kick, so that's missing a lot of damage. Uh, that's true. We don't know. We do. Yeah. All right. Well, I think this is just to trigger the challenger for Lee Sins. Yeah. 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 Just minimum commitment. Oh. Because the thing with Lee Sin Zoe deck is they don't have any over the top damage. So dropping down to 1, you're perfectly fine. Yeah. Let's see. Needs 5 damage to push through lethal. Yeah. Guiding. Oh. Looks like Codemanjack's having to fish for it, though. All right. There's an extra 4 damage. Huh. Really? The one issue, though, is that with the deep med and not having buff spells, that increases the chance that Codemanjack has a deny. That's I mean, really, it just seems like a soft pass to try to bait Codemanjack into doing anything else, tapping under various breakpoints. Yeah. This is TLC, right? Yeah. I mean, looking at the timers, this game has been going on for a while. Just something you can only expect from TLC versus Lee Sin. I mean, they're both almost out of time, minus 2 minutes almost. I've never seen it happen. Mm-hmm. I mean, that stairs just one spell stops this almost. Oh, it's surprising not to see another spell on the side of Codemanjack just to save Lee Sin. Or rather, no faster burst spells is the surprising part. Yeah. I mean, especially with them not. If they had a spell to cast, they would have cast it to stop the It That Stares rather than to save it for here. That's true. Yeah. Oh, wow. I mean, and actually, if there's even more options. Oh, if Codemanjack can't trigger Lee Sin's Challenger at burst speed, that Blighted Ravine barely heals out of range. Wow. Hmm. Oh yeah, because the double gravitum. Forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, from the Lee Sin side, trying to play your Zenith Blade to proc your Lee Sin Challenger looks scary with Infinite Patrons sitting at 9 mana, but we can see that they just don't have anything. Oh. Oh, wait. The color has vulnerable, so that counts for Lee Sin's Challenger. Huh. Yeah. I think of that as like just a Renekton thing.
All right, guys, we are back, and I did have to cut my camera here to make our feed a little bit better. So, well,
And
maybe
now
that
we
wasn't even good enough according to what thing is telling me right now. But we're doing our best here. We're trying to survive.
looking at the stream, the Lee Sin game looks pretty smooth.
Okay, that's good. I hope that it did improve a little bit. Am I muted? Oh God, I hope I'm not muted through that.
Oh, I don't know about the stream.
I hope I was not muted throughout the entirety of that. That would be bad. That would be so bad. Um,
Wait, you are muted. I'm just talking to myself.
oh no.
Oh, that's amazing.
Oh no. Oh no. So scuffed. I wonder how long I was muted for. Okay, it doesn't even make sense because it looks like my mic is working. I can see it at the audio source on this. What if we try?
Oh, that's so scuffed. That's so funny. I'm just like, I sound insane. I'm just like laughing at no one.
Okay, my mic is in this source, so it should come through when we're in game.
I mean, we're gonna have to wait 5 minutes to find out if you're not muted anymore. Oh, okay. If anyone's unhappy about the current stream, you can blame Jason Florent. All right. Sure. I like the Demacia Poro. That was good. Let me try to remember. There's been so much going on. That was Renrak, right? On Jace Trundle Timelines and Ezreal Nar Shellhook. What do you think of that matchup? Because it was into the Draven Scion time both times, right? Yeah. And the second game, I mean, there's some bad draws. No, that wasn't floppy. Although that one, I'm not sure. That one's probably it's probably a pretty close matchup because the Shuffle deck has mini morphs, has a wall up, bunch of removal for all the 2 health units that Dragonsign puts out.
Mm-hmm. It does. It does. It definitely has all of that stuff. Sorry, I am a little bit distracted trying to fix everything.
So you're no longer muted.
That's good. Am I muted when I'm gonna switch back to the other scene with the desk in a sec, with the in-game in a second. See if I mute halfway through my sentence.
I mean, I won't be able to tell until the stream gets there in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Enough malding about the stream, and let's start entertaining the stream.
All right.
Jeez, today's been a day. I should probably also update that deck list command. Maybe Greg did it for us already, but...
Yeah, scuffed production.
Scuffed production is a signature. It's a signature. Okay. What I was trying to do was take a look at this bracket to see if there is anything ongoing. And if there is, see if we can jump into it. Otherwise, we can always cut to a quick little... Well, I feel bad cutting to a break now, but we can take a look at some deck lists.
I was skimming through deck lists, and there's like a bunch of standard stuff, you know, Tristan rally decks, timelines, Pantheon. I saw Juju's lineup. He's running eggs and what else? He's running eggs, Anivia, and Glorious Evolution.
I'll pull that up on stream and we can take a look at those decks because that sounds really fun. All right.
Oh, Shadox is saying you got muted when it switched to the game screen.
Okay.
But this is from like 5 minutes ago when you did that. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
still the case.
But I don't know why it does that. It's interesting. Because my mic, so the way this is set up, there's a scene which is like an in-game Ninja Source scene, which is how I'm giving you this. I'm giving the second hand here and stuff, right? And my mic
Yeah.
is in that scene, and then that scene is put into another scene where we have the in-game sounds scene, or the in-game sound scene, and it looks like it's working now. It's so weird.
All right, we'll find out in 5 minutes.
We'll figure it out when we get back there, but we do have the second round bracket. We'll give those players a second to get into it, and maybe we'll actually just get just some bad juju up on the screen for us. I have Kuraschi, or I think, and I believe.
I have Juju. I have both of them, I think. Or
Let's
do I
see
have
if I have
Kuraschi?
Kuraschi. I might have.
I have both of them.
Okay, if you have both, I also have both of them. Yeah, so we can jump into that one. We'll highlight these decks real quick while we're waiting for those players to actually get into the game, because these are some pretty cool ones. This is an Enia more special we have up on screen in front of us. It's the Fiznar Shellfolk with Curious Shellfolk, of course. Goal of this deck: play a bunch of elusive units, make them very, very big with Glorious Evolution and your augments, and just pop off. Have an OTK turn. It's a super fun deck. It's a super tricky deck to pilot, and I'm excited to see how Juju does with it.
Yeah. It's kind of scary to play against because like they're just doing nothing for 6 turns and then all of a sudden you're dead.
Yeah, that's something that's happened to me more than once as well.
It's
And then the second deck in Juju's
Yeah.
lineup here is that Anivia list. We have 2 Runations, 2 Harrowings as the top end, 1 copy of that Piercing Darkness card that's been showing up more and more as just a way to get some healing back in that late game. Super important for some of these control decks.
Yeah.
A
I
couple
haven't seen this.
Sorry, I was just going to say a couple copies of
Yeah.
Gluttony as well, and that one on treat that is so signature to these Anivia decks.
I've been seeing this deck like every now and then in tournaments, like almost never on ladder, but I feel like it's found some tournament success.
Yeah, it's basically an alternative to Feel the Rush, right? Not everybody likes to play that Feel the Rush style game, so they switched to this Anivia instead. And then the final deck is Eggs. Now, Phansora, you seem pretty fond of Eggs. Why don't you talk to the viewers a little bit about it?
I've not played. I've played other Akshan combo decks. I've played Akshan Karma, where you get like 2 17-10 spell shield overwhelms, which is always fun. This deck looks interesting, and no one ever plays it except Juju in every single tournament, apparently.
Yeah, I think Juju has brought it 2 or 3 times now. So, for those of you that don't know, the goal of this deck is to just cycle Akshan and his landmark over and over and over again, and then you win in one of a few ways. Now that Ari is in the deck, you can win through Ari. Before, it was win through Zillion. Sometimes you would just cycle infinite time bombs, and the other way of winning is just making a big, big board with the Akshan landmark. All of these are ways of winning the game. Of course, this deck is very, very weak to stuff like aggro, which can just run it over in the first 5 turns of the game, where it's pretty light on units. It's pretty reliant on finding this Eye of the Dragon, and unlike a Targon version, we don't really have gifts from beyond to be able to target draw them. From the other side of this matchup, we have Kuraschi, and their first deck is going to be Sivir Akshan, which we saw a little bit. This got the 1 Shield Durand, which we mentioned before, and of course the 2 Vanguard Sergeants. Only 1 copy of single combat. That's pretty standard nowadays as well, I believe.
Yeah, with the triple concerted strike. 2 Golden Aegis. That's down from 3, I think, is common.
I think so as well. And no Cataclysm, which is sometimes played just as an alternate single combat.
Yeah.
Second deck.
Team with Tristan and Nar.
1 Vanguard Sergeant in this as well.
Arms Rally. Oh.
This is a newer tech that I've been seeing come out a little bit too. I think it's pretty cute.
You,
It's basically a fourth copy of Yordles in Arms. It also gives you a Demacia card to play that, like, if you don't have an opportunity to play one of your combat tricks, you don't often have Demacia for your Yordles in Arms, so you can be sitting there at
mhm.
3 out of 4, and that's a little
Yeah,
bit
I've played this
painful.
deck a few times, and like, there's some times when surprisingly you only ever get 3 regions, and it feels bad.
Hmm.
Uh, let's see if we can go on to the last deck. Yuumi Pantheon for deck 3.
Yeah, Yuumi Pantheon is our final deck here. And this is a very standard list. Whoa, actually, it's not a very standard list. There's 3 Cataclysms in here.
Oh,
3 Cataclysms, 2 Chain Vest, only 2 Brightsteel Protectors, 3 Goats, no Mystics.
hmm. No
Uh,
Bastion. It looks like I think we looked at someone else's Pantheon list, and it seems they just took out a bunch of the one-offs to go triple Cataclysm.
yeah.
Because you have like Bastion, uh, one off of Blighted Mystic.
Hmm.
Uh, hmm.
Yeah, it's the Brightsteel Protector was cut there as well. There's only 2 of those in this list, which is interesting considering that we're on more Cataclysms.
Yeah. 2 Chain Vest too. I feel like it keeps coming in and out of favor. It looks like round 2 has started. Let's see if we can get into this game.
Yeah, I was just taking a peek. These players haven't gotten into it just yet. So we can jump into somebody else if you prefer, or we can just give these players another moment or two.
Uh, yeah. I'd say we just wait a bit, and maybe you can switch to the game screen so we can tell if something's working or not
Yeah, I think that's a
sooner.
good idea. We'll switch here. My mic is showing as an audio source on this screen now.
That's a start.
It is a start, so hopefully this is fixed. I don't know what was wrong with it. I hope it's fixed. We are gonna put...
Looks like they just got a game.
Yes, they did. We'll get this up on screen for you guys in just a second here. Okay.
So what are you banning in these lineups?
That's a good question. I think you might actually ban eggs or Evo. I don't think you care about Anivia at all. I mean, Anivia is supposed to beat Sivir, I guess, so maybe you're a little bit scared there, but I feel like Pantheon, then again, you don't have Bastion, so maybe you do need to just ban the Anivia.
I mean, there's only one entreat, so the amount of freezes that can be put out is a bit more limited than running more entreats.
2 Ruinations,
But
though.
yeah, 3 Flashleys. That looks bad for Pantheon too. Oh, we'll find out.
Yeah,
It wasn't evolution.
yeah, exactly. We don't see the best opening hand from either player here. Of course, Juju has lots of time to recover, doesn't need to do anything until turn 7 when they play that Glorious Evolution.
Uh,
And if Kuraschi doesn't have anything to play, then Juju's happy to just pass it all the way there.
I mean, while that may be true, there's already a Yuumi out, and even though it's on a bad unit, just Yuumi gets big quickly.
Juju does have Gnar and plenty of removal in this deck to be able to try and deal with her. Gonna start by putting the Gnar on the board. Zenith Blade came out, and the attack's still going to come through here. I like this.
Just trying to push as much damage as you can before, Pantheon takes over the game.
Also threatens to kill the 7/7 with the Sum Fumes, forces
Oh,
another response from Kuraschi here. If the Narco is down, you still have Pokestick as well as this Trinket trait to be able to find something else to deal with this unit and reset that Yuumi.
actually, you don't have Pokestick because it's going to grow out of range next turn.
That's true.
But I mean, as the Glorious Evolution deck, as slow as this opening is from Pantheon, you just want to push damage when you can.
And Kuraschi just shoving damage
Yeah.
here.
I mean, I can see why you'd make this play with like Sharp Sight, Peel Cascade, but Juju has so much damage to just kill this on this attack.
Juju can even look to go for the full Sump Fumes Pokestick this turn and just try and remove it before it gets in. Save his entire health bar. Instead, lets it go. And is just going to go for the Pokestick here. Doesn't want to get punished.
I mean, we're probably going to see Pale Cascade into some fumes. Is the Pale? Oh.
Maybe we save the Sump Fumes now. Go for the Mystic Shot instead. And it looks like we do.
And there's Yuumi reset. 11 attack unit off the board. It's going to take some time for Kuraschi to develop again, but Juju doesn't have the Glorious Evolution deck with 2 Poros in hand. That would have been really nice to have soon.
Saga Seeker comes down just to give Kuraschi a unit, but it's not so hot when it doesn't come out on turn 1 and it can't start scaling immediately.
I mean, with the Yuumi in hand, it's still going to be growing big pretty quickly, but certainly not nearly as scary.
Second Gnar presents another threat from the side of Juju here.
Okay. We can hear you, which is good.
That is good. That is excellent. Chat can hear me. That's fantastic. Sump Fumes comes out again. And will Kuraschi lose yet another unit here? He's gonna single combat to trade the Gnar.
That's...
This isn't great.
Yeah.
You know, it's not what you want to be seeing as Kuraschi, but you've dealt with 2 Gnars, and it's turn 7 and they don't have 3 mana banked. So that means you're not staring a Glorious Evolution down.
Pantheon can level this turn.
That's good as well. They also don't have a Shelf Oak. Because if they did, they would have played it. So if you're Kuraschi,
there's the Evo.
Yeah, there's the Evo, and that's got to be the pickup from Juju. You don't think you're in the worst spot here?
No, but like from what we can see from Juju's hand, you can set up for a lethal next turn possibly. You've got Trinket Trade, 2 Poros, a Fizz. Kuraschi has a Cataclysm and a Sharp Sight to stop it, but these Poros get big quick.
They really do. If Fizz comes down on the board right now, I would imagine one of these Poros is going to get played out as well. But that does open it up to removal from this Yuumi spell. It's not often that Yuumi's useful, but in this matchup, the 1 damage ping might actually come in super clutch.
Even with the Glorious Evolution, Kuraschi has a Pantheon, a Cataclysm, Sharp Sight. Might be able to halt this attack next turn. It should Juju go for this big Evo turn.
Yeah, Cataclysm definitely is a great response to an elusive Poro, especially with a leveled Pantheon on the board.
Yeah.
If Scout is the keyword that is hit, Kuraschi might even be able to find a lethal of their own this turn.
Oh yeah, Scout Rally.
Zenith Blade gonna come out here to start the turn.
Still leaves just enough mana for Pantheon and Cataclysm, or Cataclysm Yumi spell Sharp Sight.
And Juju, what Juju wants to do here, for those of you that haven't seen this deck before, is just set up these two Poros, play out this Otterpuss, get a free mana back, cycle this Pokestick, and just generate as much value and as much damage as they can onto these three elusive units.
Kuraschi opts for the Saga Seeker.
Yeah, wants to develop a wider board. That way he can defend twice if need be. It still keeps Cataclysm and that Sharp Sight up. Pokestick comes out from Juju. Another Wallop. Not bad. Can find enough mana to play that and spend your whole hand here.
Probably just an Otterpuss here?
Yeah, just an Otterpuss. It's going to give you more cards, more mana, let you play both of these Wallops and spend the entire hand.
It might come down to what these pranks hit and see if it hits the important cards.
I think Juju always wins here. Because you can double stun, right? And then Pantheon needs to be played. And then you can't, and then you can remove one elusive blocker. And with the Sharp Sight being committed early, that's gonna be game for Juju. What?
Yeah. Same Juju.
Just as surprised as we are, Juju sends out the Poppy emote.
It's the Cataclysm, so like...
Do it again, bro. Send a message.
Yeah. I mean, there's still this Yumi spell, but like...
It doesn't matter.
There's still 2 elusives going through, and also an extra 11 damage from the Otterpusses, so...
I mean, if the Pantheon's played, he could hit some keywords, but I don't think it's going to be enough, no matter what they are.
But like, he needs Spell Shield, Elusive, Lifesteal, or something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, you have to pray to the gods as a Pantheon player, so it could happen.
Isn't Pantheon's whole story that the god that took him over died, and then he was like, no, screw this, I'm the new god?
Yeah, well, it's like, so like the other Ascended, like Zoe and Tarek, usually they like put a piece of themselves, or like they allow their host to use the power.
Mm-hmm.
And so the God of War, who Pantheon is the host for, didn't like Pantheon, and so he just literally took over his body. And then Aatrox killed him inside his body, and through like pure willpower, Pantheon came back to life, and it's just a human wielding a god's power.
Hype.
It's kind of wild. His whole thing is like all the short stories about him. It's like he's close to dying, and then he just wills himself to win the battle.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Riot's short stories, to be honest. I found that they're a little superficial.
There's one guy on YouTube who does like good summaries of them. Necrit.
Yeah. I feel like the plot is fine, but the way the stories is written is just like really subpar. You know?
Yeah, so like good world building, but like the actual dialogue and stuff, not so great.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate criticism. Yeah. At least an accurate representation of my criticism. If whether other people feel differently, that's up to them, and they're perfectly entitled to their opinions, as just as I am to mine. But for me, it feels like those stories are just, they're lacking in some way. They're just a little bit missing. The characters are kind of baseless and bland, and just it's not super interesting.
I think there are like some better stories than others. Like I think the Zed comic that goes into like Jin's story, I think that one's pretty good.
I think the comics are okay. The comics get a pass for me, but like the short stories
Oh
that are on the universe page that I've like tried reading
yeah,
them and I just found they were all bland. And like I used to really like League lore back in the day when I first started playing League of Legends at the ripe age of 16 or whatever. I read all the lore. I was super
yeah,
excited about it every time there was a new champion. I would read the bio, their introduction to the league because that was still a thing back then.
right.
So it was I was definitely very much a lore nerd, and then when they did the lore revamp, they just kind of lost me.
Really, I feel like the old summoners thing is kind of silly and makes it like you can't build the world if they're all like getting tossed into arena. Just
Totally, totally agree
having
with
League be
that.
non-canon makes so much sense.
I totally agree with that, and I think that what they've done with the world is great. Like I think the world of Runeterra is super cool and interesting.
Yeah.
Just the stories have been subpar. Interesting that we
Okay.
see the Zenith Blade come down onto the 3-2. Just wants to keep maintain a board presence.
Yeah, let's get back to the game.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot's gone on. This
Um,
is just standard SI Freljord stuff. We've seen
yeah.
passes into a 2-1 development. And of
I
course,
mean,
from Kuraschi, he's just been doing his thing. Played a
mm,
1-drop, played a Yumi on it, push your
I can
damage.
see the Zenith Blade coming on the right still because like even though you're not pushing as much damage, there's like vengeances in this deck. You want to go like not just tall in one unit, but like yeah, and there's stuff like Icefield Archers. These would all shut down if you put the Zenith Blade, but
I like spreading the Zenith Blade. I think it's a good call for the same reasons you pointed out. It kind of
yeah,
counters some of that. It also keeps this 3-2 around through it and lets it survive an avalanche if that ever comes out.
yeah, there's just so many 2 mana board or 2 damage board wipes.
So if you take this pass, you know you're staring an avalanche in the face. Do you just commit a second Zenith Blade here to start your turn?
I guess. I mean, like the one thing I'm thinking about as Karachi is vengeance, right? There's
Hmm.
not enough mana for ruination yet, and like as we know, there's no vengeance in Juju's hand, but it's still something you have to think about. And like this is a lot of commitment onto one unit because you've got Yumi on it, which you can always replay Yumi, but it like costs 3 mana, passes initiative.
And flash
Ooh,
freeze
flash
off the
freeze.
top.
And Juju's just a good player.
Guess so. True glorious evolution when he needed it. True flash freeze when he needed it. Juju showing up today.
Yeah. Looking just clear off a blocker for later.
Yeah, doing whatever he can to push a little bit of extra damage. Juju now presented with a couple choices, can develop Anivia, can opt to heal their face. Can also just play this Blighted Ravine if they want.
It's looking a little tough from Juju's position. They've got this ruination, but the timing on that is everything.
Yeah, it looks like they want to set it up for the next turn, maybe. Rally!
Oh goodness, that's
If there
that's
was
only
no
8 damage
freeze.
now.
Yeah, if there was no freeze this turn, that would have been the end of the game.
I feel like just with Rally, it makes it so much harder to play Ruination because Pantheon Rally, you probably lose on the spot.
Yeah, of course, Juju doesn't know that the rally is now available, or that it wasn't before, so has to make a very tough
And
call on
this is
whether or
a
not.
one-off rally. There's
Yeah.
only one rally.
Wait, there's only one rally in the list? I thought there was.
Yeah,
What? What? Oh, playing the
that,
three
that's
Cataclysm.
that's why the 3 cataclysms are
Yeah.
there. I mean trade-offs, but like obviously Rally's better in this deck, Cataclysm's better in other Swarmy boards.
Kuraschi is an EU player, if I remember correctly. So I wonder if this is just a case of I didn't have enough rallies.
Hmm.
We'll maybe get to ask them
We
a little bit
see,
later if they end up winning.
yeah. I see Juju tapping under Ruination mana.
Yeah, it just felt that they couldn't afford to continue representing it, needed to get some board presence and heal their Nexus back up.
I mean, like, with that 12-11 on board, you need something. Like, if you just pass, that thing's going to hit you really hard, and you don't have anything to deal with that.
Yeah, not having a vengeance here is really, really awful. And I think this Yumi's actually about to level as well.
Um,
1 out of 3,
one.
which
Okay.
means 2 on the open swing. She does in fact level up. There's no way for Juju to take her out this turn.
I mean, oh, that's
Dedge.
just running out of tapping out completely. Because now that Juju's tapped out, Kuraschi can just slam this Pantheon for, I think, 6 keywords. And what's going to stop it?
Yeah.
Yep, here it
Juju
comes.
appears to be very Dedge. So that is game 2 going to Kuraschi, making this a set. We have a set on our hands. Wow.
All
Scout,
right. Game.
elusive. No elusive. Scout, spell shield, fury, quick
It's
attack.
all the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, going to game 3. It's going to be Anivia versus either Akshan Sivir or Yours and Arms.
I think we saw Akshan Sivir that game 1.
Yes, we did.
So, this is actually not the best matchup for Kuraschi. Anivia kind of
Although,
appeared in the previous meta as a bit of a soft counter to Sivir. Having
with,
her attacking ability means that she can pop spell shields very, very easily. And on
with
treat,
that said, Broadwing cannot be frozen.
true. That is the one advantage to these. One of the advantages to these formidable units. They strike with their health, not their attacks. So freeze is not very effective against them at all.
We're seeing a pretty good hand from Kuraschi. Juju's hand isn't bad either, but that's a very strong opening for Kuraschi. You got the Sergeant, you got the Vagabond, second Akshan, Bright Steel.
Yeah, Akshan on 2 alone is considered a good opening, but having all of these pieces means that Kuraschi is looking to set himself up to be in a very good position. Juju, not a whole lot of options this turn. Can heal face, but that doesn't do a ton. Might still just be the choice to be mana efficient.
I mean, if anything, you're representing you have an Avalanche. And if you heal face, they can just say, oh, you don't have an Avalanche? I'm going to develop, Yeah, I mean, it at least worked as a bluff. Kuraschi felt like they couldn't develop anything.
Here's the Vanguard Sergeant.
Just pinging it for a blocker. Also sets up for later Ravine turns.
Yep, and this still kind of represents that Avalanche. Sending Kuraschi a message saying, I have it, I have it.
I mean, we do see Ravine.
I don't know if you want to necessarily play it this turn, though.
No, you usually wait for Ravine for your turn. That way they can't develop into their next attack.
Juju decides that he does just want to take the board out.
No.
And maybe a little bit punished because the Avalanche was picked up off the top there.
Kuraschi has a few options here. Yeah, I forget what that unit's called, but
Vicar and Bruiser.
Karn Bruiser. Kuraschi had an option to go Akshan into Vagabond and level Akshan, but there's just too many board wipes. You're dead to like the box 2 damage board wipe plus Withering Wail, or it's like one big unit, it could get Vengeance, but it's at least soaking it up for other units you can play. And you're technically ahead on mana there, 5 mana versus 6.
Yeah, I like playing the bruiser there. It also helps you level up your Akshan landmark, and this lets you play a leveled Akshan, guaranteeing that second landmark.
Yeah.
Vengeance still being represented from the side of Juju here.
It's probably going to use, yep. Let's see what the options are. Broadwing, Merciless Hunter, and Shield of Durand.
All pretty interesting choices here. I think it's probably going to be a Shield of Durand or a skip. Most likely a skip, though. Really wants to be fighting a rally with that, I think.
Chooses to go for Shield Durand. That makes the most sense. Just like there's too much AoE wipes that like Merciless Hunter's going to die to anything. Broadwing won't die, but it will be a 1/1 essentially.
And with the Bruiser also giving us these lucky finds every turn, building up one big unit might be a key to victory. Can find Spell Shield here.
Yeah.
There's the Shield of Durand.
Akshan goes to 1, but oftentimes, like when you already have the leveled Akshan landmark, this the current Bruiser is much more important just as a consistent value generator.
Being able to get those lucky finds turn after turn, attack after attack, means that this landmark counts down so quickly. Yeah, Akshan does the same thing by attacking, but you can't really block with Akshan, and this Ruination is just gonna put a wrench
Kuraschi?
in Kuraschi's gears.
Yeah, Kuraschi doesn't have a really good develop. Ideally here you'd want like a Sivir, so you can go like Vagabond into Sivir or Sergeant into Sivir.
Yeah, we have 3 Brightsteel Protectors and a Merciless Hunter now. This is an interesting hand to be sure, but not necessarily a good one.
Yeah, I mean, Juju is representing a second Ruination. There's only one left in the deck, so Kurashi's probably not planning to play around it.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to respect it in this position.
I mean, with these 4 Demasias, there's a... yeah, especially with that, Juju basically taps out of any removal.
Yeah, there's nothing Juju can do here except put another Anivia on the field.
Yeah. There is this Gluttony, which, especially if Kuraschi just casts 4 Demacia, that will essentially make 3 blockers. Because the idea with Gluttony is you can pull a Rekindler to revive your Anivia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said put another Anivia on the field. Gonna go ahead and probably gonna go ahead and use this Gluttony, pull out the Rekindler, and then we'll see what happens there. But Kuraschi decides that they're gonna pop the landmark and create another Bruiser. They really want this game to end here.
This is looking like a pretty powerful attack here.
For Demacia gonna get cast. Gluttony gonna get cast first, though.
I'm not sure about casting it now. I think I would wait for Demacia to be on the stack, because Kuraschi is running a one-off single combat.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit preemptive. There's just no need to rush there.
And like, you know, Kurashi's most likely going to cast this for Demacia.
Mm-hmm. So everything does need to block here.
And this is setting up for a pretty good harrowing, though. Let's see, how many Anivias do you get?
You
I think
get,
it's only going to be 2 Anivias, because one of them's going to be an egg, and it's not quite turn 10.
I think you get 3 because you get the Rekindler back. So you get 1 egg.
Oh, right, the first one you glad need. Yeah.
You get 1 egg, you get 1 Anivia.
No, 2
2
Anivias,
Anivias,
because
yeah. 1 egg, 2 Anivias, a Rekindler, and a
for the
third
third.
Anivia, I think is what should come out of this. We'll
Oh
find out in
no.
just a second, though, because
Yeah,
I can't imagine anything else is going to get cast.
there we go. Although this Vicar Bruiser is getting tough.
Yeah, that's funny.
Unfortunately, there's no rally on the side of Kuraschi, so all these Anivias are going to revive with no way to realistically get rid of them. Juju might have stabilized this game.
It looks like it. Juju is in a very good spot from here. Is able to fill their board with Anivias, basically. And they're all going to come back next turn. Kuraschi just feels that they have to defensively for Demacia here. He's reconsidering it, though, says maybe I need that to win.
Juju also has that third Anivia in hand, or with the I forget the spell called, but freezing 2 enemies. That's got to be able to shut down almost any next turn attack and just set up for Juju to win on the following turn.
Harsh Wind's definitely a powerful card in any Demacia matchup. Anivia having access to it so readily is part of the reason why she is so good into this Sivir.
Yeah, Juju just takes the pass. No need to open attack when all your Anivias are going to revive, and you're going to have a very strong board here.
I think that might have been a mistake. Because attacking there clears most of Kuraschi's board, and then you're not threatened by this Fort Demacia at all, and all your units are reviving.
I think it might be a play around Aegis.
Okay. That is convincing. That is a good argument.
Because if you attack there, you have a bunch of eggs, and then you're going to have to block with your eggs against a potential rally.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the thought process.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. That's a good reason not to go for it. We'll see if the Fort Demacia comes down this turn, or if we're just looking to rally. I almost wonder if playing this Sivir was a mistake. Maybe we needed to Fort Demacia plus rally this turn to be able to actually close out this game.
Yeah, because at the very least, well, I mean, seeing the second Harrowing in Juju's hand means it probably wouldn't close it out, but certainly forcing all the eggs to trade off is a good position to be in.
If nothing else, you've reduced the amount of Anivias on the board, and you've allowed yourself another turn to live.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Kurashi's in a point where, like, if they for Demacia, then they can't rally. So Juju's perfectly happy to trade off all these Anivias, knowing they're going to revive and swing in for 8 AoE damage next turn.
Tough spot to be in. Barrier gonna come out, protect everything.
It's looking like a rally in this case. Oh?
Just wants to dig through their deck.
Top landmark. What are you looking for, though?
Absolver?
Let's see. They did get it.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't look like there's enough.
No, I don't think it's ever enough. It might be enough.
I think it's 6 damage. Yeah, I think you put the first one on the 3-2. Or I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're barely off. Kuraschi does have this rally, but there's going to be 4 Anivias attacking next turn, so unlikely Kurashi's going to be able to even use it with any semblance of a board.
Yeah, it looks like Juju's going to be able to close this one out. a little bit of a back and forth in that mid game there. Weren't quite sure who was going to take it, but at the end of the day, Anivia was able to set up the board. We talked about it at the start of this game. This Anivia deck has historically been favored into Sivir because it's so easy to pop the spell shields, because it's so easy to just set up these harrowing boards and say, I don't really care.
Although with Juju at 2, you wouldn't have been able to tell that just by this game.
Yeah,
Actually making it a very close game.
Kuraschi certainly did everything in their power to try and win this one. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, Sivir going down. Kuraschi doesn't have enough to rebuild a board and swing back.
It's not quite game over yet, but for all intents and purposes, this one's done.
I'm not sure how Kuraschi would be able to come back. I think they would need like Auction Landmark into Sivir into another Absolver.
I think it was not playing Sivir that turn. I think Sivir was bait. I think if we go for the Fort Demacia rally with the same dig for Absolver line,
Yeah,
I think
and
we're okay.
Yeah, you just force these Anivias to trade off. Juju going for some healing just in case.
Yeah, Juju says, yeah, I don't know what you got, but this Anivia is
Whatever
free.
it is,
She come
it's
back.
not enough.
No, Juju has not won this with
Yep.
8. That should say 2. I don't know what's happening. Production is losing their mind. It's okay. And yeah, Kuraschi just accepts defeat there. Says, GG. Let's go
Some
next.
close games.
Yeah, some really close games. Some really exciting games to watch. I thoroughly enjoyed that set. I thought Kuraschi had a good showing. Unfortunate that they got stuck in a bad matchup. The ban that came out was actually...
It was eggs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And yours and arms rally.
Maybe eggs should have been left up. That can be a bit of a liability.
Man, I was looking forward to seeing that deck because like, I'm just interested in seeing how it would play out. It looks bad, honestly, but I mean, Juju keeps bringing it, so it's got to be pretty good.
Yeah, it's not...
It just looks like it doesn't have enough to push through damage.
Yeah, it kind of struggles in that aspect for sure. I'm just trying to take a look here and see if there's anybody else still ongoing. Looks like most of the games have wrapped up. Infinipatrons, who's he up against here? Is he playing today? Digester. I don't have Digester, but we can jump into the end of Infini's game here for you guys.
Neither do I.
And it looks like we have Akshan Nar versus Viego Kindred. It's actually Viego Kindred. Wallop gonna come out here, protect the Nexus from the side of Infinipatrons.
Do we know if Infinipatrons has leveled anything?
We can check, but I can't guarantee that it'll work.
Nope, probably not.
Yeah, I think these usually update.
Yeah, they show the new portrait.
Yeah. Sometimes spectators bug, but not always.
Yeah, like the 0 countdown bomb.
Yeah, that'll update on the turn. Rollover, it usually does anyways. This is not looking good for Infini.
Yeah, I mean they've got the double attack Merciless Hunter, but without Overwhelm, it's just gonna get jump blocked.
Yes, it will. It has the right of negations to be able to deal with. Oh wow, that's huge.
Ooh.
That's
Syncopation is so much fun in this deck.
it is. That's a lot of damage coming up from the side of Digester.
Let me see if I can get their deck lists so we can see if they have any fun choices.
This Viego slowly growing, slowly working towards that level 2. Currently at 6 out of 20. Gonna go to 10 at the end of this turn at the very least. That puts him halfway there. Shapestone, not the draw you want to see from the side of Infinipatrons.
And
Yeah.
just Viego deck doesn't care. Just let the things grow.
More than happy to just pass back there. And Infini says, shoot, you got me.
Unfortunately, no Overwhelm.
Just couldn't find the answers that he needed there. The cards that he needed.
Even still, it looked like pretty good for the side of Viego
It did.
to Jester. Just like there's, concussive palms, Spirit's Refuge, a lot of stuff to stop that attack. Even still,
I've heard whispers that this Viego deck might be pretty good right now. Might be all right. Might do some things that you want it to do.
yeah, it's a good time. Syncopation, good card.
I personally have not played too much Viego in recent times, but that is the end of our round here. So I'm just gonna cut us back to the desk, and here we are. Welcome back, everybody. You can't see my lovely face because I had to cut it to ensure stream quality, but that's okay because we have a nice image, so you can't see my lovely face anyways. Once again, I'm MonteXristo. I'm joined by Phansora. Phansora, it's been an absolute pleasure casting this tournament with you so far. How are you
You
holding up?
too. Pretty good. I mean, I feel like this is gonna. I might have a different thing to say in a few hours, but it's a good time casting, honestly.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun for sure, and you've been a pleasure to cast alongside. You've definitely been doing a fantastic job.
Well, thanks.
Usually, we take a break every 2 rounds. If you like, we can take a step away right now and come back in a bit when Greg's got that round up for us, or we can just take a peek at some deck lists if you're good to keep going.
I'll take a quick break if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I could also use a brief step away. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are if Monty could learn to speak once again. Thank you all so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after a quick little break here. Um, yeah, I think hopefully,
Yeah.
yeah. Thanks, guys. Bear with us. Welcome back, everybody, to your Sunday Mastering Runeterra tournament. I'm your host, MonteXristo, and I'm joined by my co-caster, Phansora. And we got a super exciting one for you guys coming up. We're jumping into round three, which is not quite the final round of our tournament. We do have 5 rounds today before our cut to a top 8. But for this round, we're gonna get Patpat versus Lunari up on your screens for you guys. And we wanted to highlight this match, one, because Patpat's a friend of mine and I show nepotism to the max, and two, because Patpat has some very interesting decks for us to take a look at. Phansora, do you want to start us off with this Mina deck? It's a Field of Mina deck, and it's a little different than normal with Gnar and Trundle in it.
Yeah, it's I saw some people talking about this with the Gnar addition to Field of Mina. I'm not sure if Field of Mina is necessarily the right call for the current meta, but we'll find out.
Patpat definitely choosing to have a little bit of fun with these lists. His second list here is this JSlux list, and I know that he's been working with Eniamore to tech this to try and be able to beat Pantheon. So I think that's kind of the goal with this lineup. And then the final list is Zoe Karma, which is like Zoe Lee, but even
but
slower.
Without the Lee. Yeah. How do you win with this deck? Star shaping?
Star shaping. And Karma shenanigans and Zoe stuff. And actually, the players have gotten into game, so we'll go ahead and get that up on screen for you guys here. I should probably go ahead and also update the scoreboard for everybody.
We should get Lunari's hand in just a second.
Perfect. And we do see, of course, that JSlux versus that Pantheon list. And as I said, Patpat was looking to make this list as good in this matchup as it possibly could be.
As for Lunari's deck list, we have Yuumi Pantheon, Team Witcher's not a Gnar, pretty standard stuff, and then Ziggs Talia, which I haven't seen too much of lately.
I'm not a believer.
No? Are you a believer of any of the landmark decks?
Yeah, I believe in Talia Malphite, and I think that...
Talia Malphite, oh god, you've been spending too much time with Roji.
Maybe. I've been a Talia Malphite believer since day one. But I thought Zillion Zerath had a place last meta. I don't know about it currently, but I think Ziggs Talia just is a little bit sketchy.
Just like too high rolly, like you get the naturalist combo or you don't, and you're kind of just sitting there.
Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't feel reliable to me. And even when, like, I played a lot of Talia decks and I played like a lot of stuff, janky stuff like that, and it just did not feel good to me, no matter what I did. So, coming back to the game that we have at hand, though, Patpat's been able to develop this landmark, does have a Lux in hand, and I should probably get that second hand
yeah. Can you get
for
Luna's?
us. There it is.
All right. Only the Yuumi coming down, maybe.
Looks like it. I like this. Get started towards that Yuumi level up. Yuumi is basically an infinite resource. No reason to use the Zenith Blade, which is limited before the Yuumi.
Yeah.
She's also going to start growing every turn, so get the value out of it while you can.
Pat's not going to have an easy time removing this dragon.
No,
only
he's
one
not.
Thermo in deck. Concerted Strike, nothing's big enough to kill that you can really develop easily.
Looks like he's just gonna. Sorry, looks like Patpat is just gonna look to set up a wide board before going into this Fort Demacia maybe on the following turn. Should still have the mana for Concerted Strike after that because of this Forge of Tomorrow. Zenith Blade comes out now.
Yeah, but like this dragon has the potential to just run away with the game.
It just might.
Let's see. Luna's running 1 Cataclysm, 2 Aegis.
So plenty of ways to get a rally or a free attack in and send this dragon to face and secure that Nexus damage that Luna needs to win the game. Go develop just as a blocker. Now Patpat probably looking to put Lux down this turn.
Mhm. Let's see. With Lux this turn, you still have mana for 4 Demacia and Concerted Strike with the Forge of Tomorrow pop.
You do indeed. Lux this turn also could allow you to single combat something if you wanted. Although that's a bit aggressive and not usually what you want to be doing in Legends of Runeterra. Reactivity is typically best in this game.
It also somewhat deters a rally.
Yes, that's another advantage to playing her out. Your other option is Jace, which is a little bit worse on the mana curve. And it is just going to
I
be
also
Lux.
think that like leveled Lux, first of all, you can't really level Jace unless you're double 4 Demacia, which that's probably not it. Leveled Lux is going to be much more impactful at the moment just because you got to kill this dragon somehow.
Yeah, and I imagine we'll see that Jace come down here. Is just going to go for the Fort Demacia
Yeah.
first.
7 mana left. That's enough for Concerted plus a single combat.
Yeah.
Because we do see this Bastion on the side of Lunari.
Yeah, it's a good thing Patpat kept the mana up.
Yeah. It's potential for 2 lasers here, plus the Concerted. So we'll see what they try to go against.
Nari does have all the tricks in the world, though, and can start this turn with a barrier.
That's true.
Now, if this is the way this turn starts as for Patpat, do you ever just go for the Concerted Strike right away?
Chooses not to. You also have this 7/6 Challenger to put even more damage by pulling away the dragon, forcing it to block. Although it does force to block with the current board state.
Okay.
Oh.
Sharp Sight Pale Cascade Sharp Sight comes out.
It's a lot of protection to just save the goat.
Save some Nexus damage too. Oh no.
Oh.
This might spell disaster.
Is there enough? There's Sharp Sight plus Yumi spell.
Yumi spell does not grant HP.
I'm saying to kill the Lux.
Oh, to kill the Lux. Yeah, that would do it. But then you're tapped out of the Bastion, and Patpat can answer with the Concerted Strike. This is a weird spot to be in for both players.
Yeah, that single combat just feels too risky.
Yeah, it doesn't do a whole lot.
Like, it might be fine just because you have Concerted Strike to deal with anything that Luna could respond with, but...
And Luna lets it go.
Just opposite keep up enough resources.
And here's the barrier.
There's the barrier. That dragon is not dying this turn.
No, it is not. And if it's not dying this turn, I'm not sure when it's ever dying.
It's got 16 attack. How are you dealing with that? I feel like there were too many resources spent on the goat.
Should have been happy to see the Sharp Sight Pale Cascade come out on it.
Yeah. And Patpat's still looking for the Concerted Strike, but now you don't have mana to deal with the barrier or the
Spell Shield.
Shield.
Yeah, the Bastion gonna prove to be devastating for Patpat here. The one saving grace is that this spell will still cast, and because of that, you're gonna get your laser off of Lux.
Yeah, but you're not dealing 14 damage anymore.
You're not dealing any damage anymore.
Nope. I'm not sure if Patpat can deal with this dragon on the next attack.
I think Patpat's just dead.
Yeah. It's
Or is Lunari just dead? Lunari is just dead.
Oh,
Patpat's actually won this
never
game.
mind. Hold up.
Omega
Man, we're
Law
bad casters.
casters. Patpat,
All
with the
right.
generation of the Lux spell, is able to pull the single unit out of the way. No
Yeah.
blockers, pushes enough face damage, wins the game.
I guess I was just
Jace steals
thinking,
it.
way too safe, and just why worry about the dragon when you're killing them this turn?
I guess so. Patpat, as I said, has been building this deck and teching it to win this matchup, so I'd imagine he's practical. And we're off to the races.
Game 2, let's see which fun deck. It's the Zoe Karma versus Yumi Pantheon again.
Yeah, and this once again should be a pretty good matchup for Patpat. Zoe Karma has access to things like Homecoming, Sunburst, and Hush. Of course, Concussive Palm as well, also being a great resource, and Blinded Mystic, super efficient way to deal with those Zenith Blades.
Yeah.
Even has gifts from beyond to generate Gravitums if need be.
Yeah. This feels like a better matchup for Patpat. There's better ways to deal with all the big stuff that Yumi Pantheon can dish out.
I don't know how Yumi Pantheon gets through this deck.
To be fair, that's a very wide hand that Lunari has.
It is. It's exactly the kind of hand you're looking for if you Lunari. I think the key to success for Lunari here is finding an opportunity to level up your Yumi. Being able to get a Yumi with permanent spell shield is just going to be so critical.
Although we do see this Homecoming in hand on the side of Patpat.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough for Luna. Goat comes out, gets a free attack, gets the gem. Pantheon's on his way. One drop found, that's another good pickup, but we'll probably just see the Yumi come down to continue working towards that Pantheon level up. And Patpat chooses to create an Eye of the Dragon here. Oh, Luna says, I'm actually going to go ahead and play my Saga Seeker and my Broadwing. Go wider.
This does allow Luna to deal with the Eye of the Dragon. Yeah, especially with like how much their hand currently wants to try to swarm the board. Removing Eye of the Dragon might be the best choice here.
Not a bad option. We'll see if Patpat decides to expend any resources to save it. Can, of course, use the Palm if he wants.
Let's it go. They do have another Gifts from Beyond in hand, so if need be, pull it out of there.
I think the bigger decision was just wanting to open the turn with this Solari Priestess. Finding and invoke a Celestial card to be able to get some value.
Yeah. Meteor Shower, not exactly what they probably wanted. Something like a Falling Comet would have been a much better way, because it also deals with the Yumi.
Obliterate is, of course, the only way to deal with a Yumi. There's that Comet.
There is the Comet. Yeah. Gotta watch out for the one of Bastion, though, so probably going to wait until there's enough mana to cast Palm.
Might not be able to afford to wait.
Luna doesn't have too much pressure now, except with the Zenith Blade pickup. Yeah, that might warrant the Comet soon.
It's just a matter of threatening the Yumi level up as fast as possible. Luna considering what to do with their turn. decides on the Brightsteel Protector.
Hmm.
This keeps the option of Rally open.
I mean, with the homecomings and the palms, you can't really rally if Patpat still has 4 mana up.
Maybe hoping Patpat dips below it. Luna once again has the action. Deciding if they want to commit to playing this White Flame. Goes for the rally.
Goes for it, wow. As we see, Patpat has like 5 different ways to make this not worth it.
Patpat lets it through, says, I don't need to spend a deny here. This is bad for you anyways.
Looking to homecoming, maybe? Gets the Solari Priestess back in hand? Yep, there it is.
I like this from Patpat.
Yeah.
One benefit to Lunari is that they did gain a gem here. And they pushed a little bit of damage and opened themselves up for a nice open, set themselves up for a nice open attack. But Patpat, of course, does still have 2 concussive palms in hand that he can choose to make use of. And this open attack, while nice, might not be quite enough.
Let's see if Patpat just lets it through or thinks it's important enough to palm a goat.
7 damage is quite a bit here. It's more than half your remaining health. Of course, we are running quite a bit of healing, and we do have gifts in hand to access an Eye of the Dragon.
Maybe just looking to play Solari again? Nope. Opts for the palm.
Yeah, wants the palm here, and I think this is good. Can't afford to take all that damage. Denying a gem, also a good thing. This point, you gotta hope their hand is kind of running out of steam.
Yeah. Unfortunate thing is, can no longer play the Eye this turn.
Yeah, did tap you out of that. And now it might just be 1 turn cycle too late. The Eye coming out on this, on your attack token, means that, yeah, it might deny an attack from your opponent, but you're also not guaranteed any healing off of it.
Second Comet.
Zenith Blade, not quite a threat yet. Of course, has a second palm, has second palm and second homecoming for that.
Yeah. Goes for the Eye. Seems good, because like you just need enough blockers. Because each of these units are hitting for like 3 or 4 damage at least. You need something to stop that. Unfortunately, there is the single Comet in Lunari's hand.
Yeah, and we don't have deny for it or any protection for this Eye of the Dragon.
Oh no, you do because of the attune.
Oh, we do, yes. But Blinded Mystic also going to be a great way of dealing with Eye. Now you can reset this Eye on the attack with your homecoming. Picking up a Blinded Mystic of your own is a good card to see in this matchup.
Tough spot for Patpat. All these fairly expensive spells. Can't, like, very close to not being able to keep up. I think you have to take this as Lunari. There's too many things that Patpat can do to stop.
Lunari wants to greed out an extra gem.
I'm not sure about this one. Because the dragon's killing the eye anyway.
I'm not really a fan of this either. Doesn't
I don't think...
serve a lot of purpose and just gives Patpat an opportunity to respond with their ample mana.
Like, it doesn't change how much damage you're pushing through. You don't care about the gems that badly.
Patpat just gonna go ahead and trim this board down.
Yeah.
Things are looking a little bit grim for him, though. Only 4 HP left and still staring down a board of 3 units. We can see Lunari does have more refill available to themselves as well.
Yeah.
It's not so great.
Just like Pat's hand is a little clunky. There's like all these, 4 to 6 mana removal while Lunari's redeveloping with 3 costs, 2 costs.
But that's a good card to find. Last Eye of the Dragon
That's true.
means Patpat can get some HP back, and Yuumi developed just on her own.
And with the single combat used earlier, no longer can deal with this Eye of the Dragon.
Another Solari Priestess. Dragonling's just gonna get eaten up by the White Flame. Wounded once again, but bigger than ever.
Patpat doesn't have the simplest way to cast 2 spells either. There's the Guiding Touch, but what are you going to do for your second spell that doesn't just, like, waste something? You could deny this. It might be your best bet.
Could also just
Comet.
Comet. Using one Comet might incentivize them to play another. Okay, silence.
All right. I think you really want a Dragonling, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe with the Homecoming and the Palm, you're still fine.
I think you still want a Dragonling.
But, yeah.
I think
Nar's
you might
board
just
keeps getting wider.
Comet the Yuumi here. You have to heal your face. Start with that.
Yeah.
See what you draw. Sunburst.
Sunburst's not bad. The third Comet.
Yeah. 6 damage, going to be able to deal with most things. We can see that it will be able to deal with, if sent to a 3 HP unit that's not faded, it will be able to deal with it.
I mean, the worry right now is, what if Lunari has a single combat?
Then
or
you're
a rally?
sad. Then you're really sad, but I think you have to commit something here. Patpat just going to go ahead and take the 3/5 off the board.
I think I like the denying the Zenith Blade, because there's just so many more Zenith Blades Lunari's going to draw off that.
That's the last one now, right?
This
yeah, we saw the first one played on the White Flame. Then we saw the second one played just now, and this is the third one. If it was the first Zenith Blade, I agree with you. I think it takes a lot more priority.
I think maybe even as the second one. Because it's also, it draws a new one, the Overwhelm. You can... no, it's close.
Bastion.
Ooh.
This might change the game.
Lunari looking for the draw, maybe?
See if Patpat gets blown out by Bastion here. Probably doesn't expect to have to play around it, considering that it wasn't in the hand last turn. I like this minimal response, minimal reaction.
Yeah.
Says you talk first.
Just Patpat's just been consistently staying alive at like 3-4 health. But like this deck doesn't have over the top. There's no need to push further damage.
Now has to decide if he wants to save the eye.
Patpat does have a concussive palm if the Bastion does come down.
It does, and this recall will still go off as well.
For the Eye of the Dragon, but you might want to also recall the dragon.
Yeah, you might want to palm it and recall it. I agree.
I think so, because it has the Overwhelm.
You can say there's only one Bastion, right? So now you know there's no spell shield,
Yeah.
and you can just save the palm for next time.
Well, also it's on the stack, so like. Hmm. I feel like recalling it there is better though, because you're essentially silencing it rather than just stunning it.
Yeah. And Concerted Strike, maybe going to be a big pickup here from Lunari. Patpat has the deny, of course.
Do have the sharp side coming down possibly.
Think it has to. Sharp
Yeah,
side on the goat,
just
get a gem for free. Heal the
she's
Yuumi. How far is Yuumi from flipping? Let's take a look here. She's at 1 out of 3.
one. Well, she's only attacked on her own. The one time.
I sometimes lose track of things when
Yeah.
when I'm producing as well as casting.
Lunari might just be on a Pantheon draw to win,
Yeah, that's often the case with this deck.
but just anything else is, yeah, Sharpsight's kind of dead. As it is now, Patpat can answer everything Luna has.
Concerted Strike answered. Sharp Sight answered.
Yeah. Ooh.
Now there are no more 2-drops left for Patpat.
I would have swapped those because you get the lifesteal first.
I think he wants to guarantee kill the Yuumi, or at least try to.
I don't think you care about the Yuumi too much. I don't know, you might be right.
What benefit does the
I know.
lifesteal
Sorry.
first?
Oh, it's. I was thinking of the scenario. Sorry, I have my own scenario where you don't block with the Eye of the Dragon, and so you do. You palm the Yuumi preemptively, and you block the goat with the 4/2, and then when that way you can handle the sharp sight.
Okay.
But yeah, different scenario.
Yeah, ran a different line. Decided to full block instead. Said, oh, maybe
Yeah,
miscounted.
no,
There's no eyes left.
Oh god, I'm having flash. I accidentally ran one eye in a lead list, and I did this exact thing. It's painful.
Slight miscalculation from Patpat might end up costing him the game here. No karma, no Zoe, no value. Meteor Shower, not a bad pickup, but still
Luna's,
not exactly what you're looking for.
I mean, Luna's still kind of drawing air, but it's only a matter of time until there's a Pantheon.
And then it just comes down to whether or not Pantheon rolls that spell shield keyword.
Also, that Pantheon's got to have like 10 or something keywords by now.
It stops counting, so I've lost track, but yeah. Concussive Palm, that means Spell Shield's no longer a threat from Pantheon. Patpat gotta be feeling good now. Can't deny this, though.
No. No, it's not worth it. You don't really care about it.
Yeah. Both players blank drawing.
Jeez. Well, I mean, let's cycle. Saga Seeker.
It's something.
He'll save the day.
We have no Zenith left from the side of Luna. Luna doesn't even opt to play it. Wants to
Oh
save
my
it in case they
God.
draw a Pale Cascade. Patpat still has drawn nothing. Just
They
a
keep
matter of
drawing
time.
air.
Star
There's a
shaping
star
is not
shaping.
air.
That's big.
And Patpat just
Yeah.
takes the token.
I
Smart.
think you just wait for it to be your turn.
Zoe pick up another good one. Do you ever just ship these Pale Cascades for draw? I guess not. Your Patpat's been playing so reserved this whole game. Now you probably send the Pale Cascades.
Sure, yeah. I would have thought you start shaping first, and you can get some big guy to go on the attack with you.
I think he's greeting it to go alongside this karma that he
Oh
just found.
God!
And that's
Wait, hold up.
this is exactly where you
I
want to
just
be if you're
realized
Patpat.
they're on 12 and 14 cards, and all 3 Pantheons and all 3 Karmas in the bottom cards of the
Yeah,
deck.
this has been a game.
My God.
Hey, Targon mirrors. This is something we've not
You know
seen
what?
in a
That's a
while.
good point. To be honest, though, I don't. Pantheon feels like Demacia, not Targon.
He kind of feels like neither, because like he's a little bit like a Demacia deck, but also you're playing for like this big value in the end game, which is not like a real Demacia thing.
Like, yeah, Pantheon specifically, but like the rest of how it plays out feels much more like Demacia type. With like, bright steels, just big beefy units.
And I think if you're Luna at this point, you
I
might be
mean,
looking towards that FF button.
yeah, I mean, like double comment on your Pantheon.
Spell Shield's
Spell,
no longer an issue.
Spell Shield just doesn't exist anymore.
Pat says okay. What else you got?
Jeez, this is game 1. It's gone 20 minutes so far.
This is game 2.
Or game... Has it?
Yes, we saw
I don't know,
Pat take
it's...
down game
okay.
1.
It's been so long, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It has
it's
been
okay.
a 20-minute game, though.
We decided to get into a Targon mirror without thinking. And there's
Oh,
a
there he
Pantheon
is.
he's finally found. Luna has the attack token. Could this mean victory?
It's only like 10 turns too late.
Unfortunately, it's not going to mean anything because we know Pat has the final concussive palm. Is just going to be able to drop that.
Oh. So
that is a lot of keywords.
Jeez. If you click on him, it's not big enough to show all the keywords.
Yeah, he has 12 keywords. It's regen, challenger, spell shield, elusive, fearsome, impact, quick attack, tough, augment,
Fury,
barrier, scout.
yeah. See, it's broken.
I think
it's hiding behind mine.
I think there's only 14 keywords. He has fury and fearsome as well.
He hasn't started getting double impact yet.
Pat, what are you doing?
Don't you know? This Pantheon has everything.
Pat, what are you doing?
Wait. I don't think Patpat just doesn't have enough value yet. The game can't end yet.
Pat having a little bit of fun here.
Is he just gonna level Zoe?
I think so.
Does he have enough to do that?
He might. Concerted strike, hush.
Oh my god. What is it?
So we have 5, going to 6.
Karma, everybody.
This is something that you newer players might not be familiar with. Karma is not a card we see every day, but in the end game, Karma does Karma things. There's a single combat.
Oh no, Karma's dead. If only Patpat didn't have his entire hand.
Pat do a little bit of trolling sometimes.
He's got a Great Beyond. Just slam it, man.
No.
No, he's got a little Zoe.
Why didn't we just comment the Pantheon?
Yeah. Oh,
he's
man.
actually trying to level Zoe.
He's just gonna level. Oh, he's gonna level Zoe before his Great Beyond.
Yeah. And we're laughing, but this is kind of the correct play here.
No, the correct play was commenting the Pantheon.
Yeah, it was. Okay, but now that we're at this spot, we gotta go with it. You gotta make your Zoe level up happen.
Yeah, of course.
8 out of 10.
Oh, I mean, just touch into Great Beyond.
Yeah, easy one time. Patpat,
what are you doing?
Patpat!
Oh my god. You have a Great Beyond. What are you doing?
Bro!
Luna's gonna surrender before you play your Great Beyond. What then? Oh my god. What? Get the keywords. Aww.
Pat doing some trolling.
Just... The funny thing is, because of that Grapeon, I think there's a way that Pantheon could win. Sorry, never mind. I forgot to look at Patpat's hand. Ignore me.
Yeah, I think Patpat's okay here.
I mean, so
Grapeon.
he's like, he's trolling by not having the Grapeon come down after Zoe level.
He's actually trolling.
Give everything Spell Shield. Oh,
He just wants to kill Pantheons.
I want to see the second Pantheon. Here it comes. He's gonna...
So many
Oh my
keywords.
god. This second Pantheon's gonna come down.
It's funny,
What's
because if
that?
not for this stun...
Oh, there we go. Triple impact.
Wow. This is Pantheon with almost every keyword, in I think every keyword in the game.
Well, yeah, there's triple impact, so...
Yeah.
I mean, there's a few you don't get, like double attack, but
Yep.
of the pool, it's... He's got 2 extra.
Mm-hmm. That's why they call me the Arsenal. And of course, we see double hush here, some stuns.
I want Luna to close this out with Dragon Kick.
Cataclysm comes out. Deny is of course in hand.
You could
Patpat
deny, you could
misplayed by
ground
not using the
slam.
generated one. Chat, remember, when you're in this position, especially if you're already be doing the trolling, you gotta be using the generated one.
Oh, Yumi. Yumi into the comment.
So here we see the
Okay.
Pantheon attack.
So Patpat's gonna troll some more and let this go through, right?
I hope not.
Oh, he's got Challenger.
We will most likely see the stun come out. I hope.
It really doesn't matter. Yep.
There it is. I'm just talking for our sanity here, Phansora. This game
Yeah,
has
we're
gone
just
on a
like-
couple turns more than it should have.
Let's see how much there. Lunari's -9 on the clock.
Patpat playing for the time win
Jeez.
condition with 11 minutes left and only 5 Nexus HP on the opponent.
Yo, it's the double comment.
He's actually just playing for the most vicious end to the
He's
game possible.
Actually, just trolling.
Just wanted to
My
comment both a
God.
Pantheon and a Yumi at the same
That's just-
time. And that's going to do it. Patpat
Okay,
takes the set
he's-
2-0.
Finally ended.
I gotta have
Oh.
words with that boy.
Jesus.
That was not
Man.
okay. Don't play with your food, kids.
At least he wasn't emoting.
True. That's how you lose games,
Alright.
though.
So that was a 2-game match, and everyone else is done, right?
I think so. I haven't gotten a chance to check yet. I should have, maybe.
No, I don't see anyone.
Okay. Well, we are just waiting
Unless-
for round 4 then, correct?
Actually, Chiron the Mage is in game.
Okay, who's he up against? We can get into that one.
Metal, but I don't know. I don't have their.
I may
Then-
have metal. If I don't, I do have Chiron. Don't have metal. It's okay. I can get us into Chiron's perspective.
What a ridiculous game.
What a ridiculous game indeed. That was something to see. And it looks like we have darkness into maybe a timelines deck.
Yeah.
And
Um.
metal's on our timelines.
Wait, this isn't Darkness.
No, it's not.
This is Atrocity.
Yep, this is fatality, as we have coined it.
Ah.
This looks like my list with the zigs in it. Feels good, man, when you see people net decking you. Also, maybe just taking credit for something Chiron totally could have come up with on his own. Not that hard to
Yeah,
say,
uh-huh.
I need
like,
Gnar in another
what
deck.
if?
Let's play Ziggs. He deals 1 damage.
Yeah.
But this is looking kind of good for metal, actually. I was going to say Chiron can end this, but there's a very solid chance metal just has the win on this swing.
If he has a bit of burn in hand, yeah. Because this is like, what, 12-ish overwhelm damage, probably?
I actually think you're supposed to. No, it doesn't make a difference if you pull that 2/2, right?
Um,
If you.
I'd say it depends how much burn or, like,
Oh no, it
buffs
does
you
make a
have in hand.
difference.
I
Because
see you
if
pull the 3/1,
yeah, if you pull the 2/2 to one of the non-overwhelm units,
the 1/3,
there's only 4 HP blocking maximum, right?
5.
Whereas if you pull the
Or
2
yeah.
2 to an overwhelm unit, they're blocking 5 maximum. But I like this a lot more. This is going to clear out the board completely, threaten to push a crap ton more damage. Only give 1 unit in response.
Um, let's see. That Trundle's going to 7 at least.
Yeah, so this is.
So, I mean, you blocked the
Oh,
one off.
yeah.
Hope
This
you have a
is
Mystic Shot.
Mystic Shot, maybe a Pokey Stick generated from the Gnar that we haven't seen from earlier in this game. Could be a Get Excited in the list. I haven't actually taken an opportunity to take a peek at Metal's deck list
Oh,
just yet, but lots of things that could happen for him in this turn, and of course, not exactly dying either.
it's got 2 Mystic, 1 Get Excited, and 1 Aftershock.
So lots of things that could be in the hand.
That looks like a Thermo.
I wouldn't hate a Thermo here.
Yeah.
I like that decision from Metal. Of course, we don't know what else is in their hand. Clearly not a Mystic Shot, because that would have been sent face immediately. But this keeps the board at the same width as your own, and it takes off a very pesky backline unit. Now we'll see if Metal.
I think you go for Impact there.
I think so too. I think
You're
people take
definitely
Barrier too
dying.
often.
I mean, you're just straight up. You can't block their next attack, so you need to kill them this turn. So you go Impact, you high roll off the Conchologist, and you figure it out from there.
Have to agree with you, Phansora.
Wallop's not bad.
Wallop is not bad indeed. That might let you survive. Probably not, but it may let you survive my next attack. The Prowling Projectile
actually,
also lets you push 1 damage sometimes, so.
There is this Rainbow Fish. That's a lot of elusive damage. 5? 6?
7. Impact
Wait.
might have been the mistake
no!
that cost this game.
Oh no!
Chiron counting it out,
Yeah.
realizing that maybe he made a mistake here. And now, Phansora, you always want to put this on one of the Owl Cats, right?
Yeah. You force them to have like double freeze or freeze into owl or a troll chant, which is hard to have. Now, the one thing with the impact is if Metal does have a freeze, they could freeze the impact.
True.
And you'd be one off with the other play, like with the Prime Projectile plus impact.
Oh, and there's
Ooh.
an Ice Veil Archer coming out from Metal to hard punish this line. Wasn't even remotely at risk of dying, had no fear in that situation.
I've been seeing those come out more and more, especially in these tournament lineups, taking in Ice Veil Archers.
Yeah, they've been in the list. I actually cut them from my own list, and I've kind of been a warrior for cutting them, because in the early days of the patch, they were very not good, because there was a lot of Galio Demacia running around, and turns out you can't Frostbite a formidable unit.
Yeah, but like, I mean, all these Pantheons now, perfect. Goes through Pantheon Spell Shield.
Yeah, it's definitely a consideration to bring back. I've just never felt that I've had an issue in that matchup with even with like only having one Ice Veil Archer in my list, but definitely something I might look to add back if I'm planning on playing Gnar lines in a tournament lineup right now.
Yeah.
Atro.
Oh.
If Metal didn't top deck burn, that's it. And that's the power of this fatality deck. Sometimes Atro just wins you games that nothing else can.
How many Atros are usually run? 2? Yeah, running 2.
Yeah.
I
So,
mean, you gotta go
Metalhead's
for it. Yep.
several outs here. Can have found Burn of his own. Can have Troll Chant into a freeze. Can have double Troll Chant.
Oh, it doesn't have it. Wow.
Nothing.
And
No response. Wow,
Chiron takes
Chiron
it.
takes it. That was a nail-biting finish, Phansora.
Wow.
I'm happy to see that fatality list coming out, though. I think it's a good one. I think it does a pretty good job of winning the mirror game, and I think it does all right into Pantheon as well. So glad to see more players experimenting and bringing some different lists out here. The metagame is maybe not as narrow as we feel it is. I know Yordles and
I
Arms
don't
is
know.
everywhere, but
I could say good riddance to every Yorlon's Arms deck.
yeah, I think you and a lot of other people. I was casting Fight Night EU with Impetuous Panda the other day, and he is very sick of Yordles and Arms. But that wraps up our round 3. That is our third
Yeah.
round of 5. Greg will
Ooh.
get round 4 up for us just as soon as these match reports come in and everything is settled on the website side. To round out our current top 8 as according to the standings, notwithstanding that last game, we have Squallywag in first place as 3-0. Codemanjack also 3-0. GMO, a friend of mine and a supporter of my stream since the beginning, 3-0 as well. To Jester, 3-0. We saw them on stream a little bit earlier. JustSomeBadJuju down to 2-1. Renreg also 2-1. The Prince of Targon, mastering Runeterra's very own WhatAmI, is at 2-1. Rebellion also 2-1. Kuraschi, who we've featured on the broadcast, 2-1. Malphite's biggest fan, GrandpaRoji, 2-1 as well. Glitchpoke, also 2-1. Chiron, 1-1, but we did just see him take that set against Metals, so he'll move up to 2-1. And then Bambooper is at 1-2. Dave Bow 1-2. Sunlighter 1-2. FloppyMudkip 1-2. Patpat 1-2. Sir Termund 1-2. Azuresparrow 1-2. Luna 1-2. Infinipatrons 0-2. Harley UK 0-3. Hiko 0-2, and Bolo the King 0-2. Obviously, this bracket is not fully updated as a result of that last round, but as soon as it is, we'll get into round 4. Phansora, do you have any thoughts to share about the game so far?
I mean, let's see. Who did we watch the first one of?
Patpat. We saw Patpat take it down
Right.
against.
Oh, that's where as long as the second game finished out, I like the deck list. I like what he's going for.
I'm a little bit sad that we didn't get to see the Field of Mina. I was kind of hoping for that one.
Yeah, I mean, like that's been a tournament pick in and out for quite a while. So it'd be interesting to see if like that's good enough to come back into the spotlight.
With Gnar, it just might be. Gnar gives a lot of power to these decks that kind of felt a little bit underwhelming just because of the fact that he gives card draw, which solves a lot of issues with a lot of decks. And even outside of the card draw, he lets you take out problematic units. There's another bonus. And then on top of that as well, he is an overwhelm unit of himself, so he can sometimes just win games.
Overwhelm.
It's a lot of overwhelm damage too. Why is he a 6-5?
He should just not have quick attack. I know a lot of people have made this comment, but like it makes sense flavor wise. Like thinking about like his league counterpart, it would make sense if his level up form just didn't have overwhelm. Or
yeah, I agree.
Didn't have quick attack.
Yeah, so you're kind of in that camp of.
This is just I think flavor wise. I think it makes sense for him to not have quick attack.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's weird that he does have quick attack.
That makes sense too.
Do you like the idea of letting him retain his HP?
As soon as their balance pat's supposed to happen, it's 10 days, right? It's the 30th.
The Okay, looks like we do have the bracket up. And
let's see.
Why don't we jump into... Do you have Squallywag or Codemanjack?
Let me check.
They are 1 and 2 right now.
I don't have them.
Okay. Do you
1 and 2? I thought they were... 3-0?
Yeah. I mean, they're 1 and 2 in the standings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Um, do you have Jester?
Uh,
You did, right? You grabbed him for the last set we jumped into?
did I? I don't think I did.
Oh, maybe. I thought we.
I'll add one of them.
Okay. See,
Uh,
I want to grab some of the XOs if we can.
yeah, I'll
Um,
grab.
Cast stream. Thank you for bearing with us during this scuff production stream. We are doing our best. It's a bit tricky to be doing it all at the same time, but I'm doing what I can. I appreciate that so many of you are here watching us kind of fumble our way through this, and I hope you guys are enjoying the show and that it's adding character rather than taking away from experience. Should probably
Okay. I have Codemanjack and maybe Squallywag in a few seconds.
okay. I will. I thought I had Codemanjack, but it looks like I don't, so I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to add one of them.
Okay, I have both of them.
Okay. Whoever accepts my friend request first is who I will jump into. Codemanjack. So let's get their decks up on the screen for our lovely viewers as well, and we can just take a walk through those. We'll start with Codemanjack since he's going to be on the viewer's perspective here. His first deck is, of course, this Fizzlulu Yordas and Arms list. This is a pretty standard list.
No, well, not for the 2 treasure trash.
That's kind of floated in and out of the list, but yeah,
I've usually seen one.
it is definitely been out for a little bit now. And yeah, usually it is just the one copy. Only 2 Yordle Captain. A little bit interesting here. Game is already getting underway, so we'll just take a peek at the second deck while it loads up and they're doing the bans, and then maybe we'll jump right there.
Driven Rumble.
Why don't you just talk the viewers through the deck a little bit, tell them what the idea behind it is and what it wants to do.
I mean, Draven Rumble is basically like a combo deck rather than an aggro deck. You get a massive Rumble and you win the game with some like 7 attack overwhelm that's striking twice.
Yeah.
It's fallen out of favor, I think, but it's a fun deck to play, honestly. Like setting up your Rumble turns with your Might or your Whirling Death, Rumble levels really quick.
Yeah, I've heard some whispers that a lot of people think it's in a pretty good place this week. I myself tried it a bit on ladder and felt a bit underwhelmed with it, but it is one of those decks that can be hit or miss. So
yeah, it was a bit better into like the Ari Kennen meta, I think.
yeah, I felt like people thought the Ari Kennen matchup was good, but if you ever had to play it against like a really good Ari Kennen player,
Okay,
it was
that's true.
quite tough.
I have played that into a lot of Arcans who would simply like tap under various mana points and like, oh, I can just play my Rumble and you can't do anything about it.
Okay, and unfortunately, we don't get a chance to take a peek
Oh,
at that third deck because they are getting into game, and it looks like we're gonna get to see that Draven Rumble list, or maybe not. That's the side of Squallywag. That's something else. It is Draven Rumble. Oh, was I looking at the wrong lists? Maybe. I don't know.
No, Squallywag just also has Draven Rumble.
Okay, so we just have 2 players on Draven Rumble. So clearly, people do think it's a good bring for this tournament today. Looking to target that Pantheon a little bit, I have to imagine.
Squallywag is on Lee Sin, Draven Rumble, and Yuumi Pantheon Taric.
Yeah, that Tarek is starting to come back a little bit with players kind of deciding that Yuumi doesn't do enough sometimes. Other players saying no, Yuumi does a lot. But either way, Tarek, of course, has been a staple of Pantheon decks in the past and provides such a powerful effect with that double rally. Squallywag off to a good start, getting that Zonite Urchin into Boom Baboon. It's exactly what you want to be seeing.
Mm-hmm. Codemanjack does have the Eye of the Dragon. I would say this is probably generally favored for the side of Lee Sin.
Really? I think that Draven Rumble has a really good chance in this matchup. It has to start with early fearsome units though, and Squallywag is definitely suffering by not having any of those Risen Riders. They can be super, super tough for Lee Sin to deal with, as they don't have any very good fearsome blockers.
It does have the Twin Blade Revenant, but that's about it.
And that comes down a little bit too late. You really want to be getting that early damage in from turns
Yeah.
1 to 3 if you can.
We might see this matchup again because both of them have Draven Rumble and both of them have Lee Sin. So we might see this matchup the other way.
Oh, wow. That could be funny. That could be really funny. I don't know if I've ever cast a reverse like that. One matchup from one side, one game, and then from the other. But we see a massive swing coming out from the side of Squallywag here, threatening to push 10 whole damage. Has to use a bomb, just can't afford to take all that. And if you're Squallywag, you gotta be feeling good about this. Lee Sin at 8 HP. Yeah, they still have an Eye of the Dragon, but they haven't been able to proc it just yet.
Codemanjack could proc it if they really want to and cycle the Pale Cascade, but that doesn't feel too great right now.
I think you have to, though.
I mean, it's usually better on their attack turns, though.
Yeah, but you want some HP back guaranteed, do you not?
Maybe? It is more burn being added to Squallywag's hand.
Yeah, these top decks are good. Having a bot is good. Having a fearsome unit is good. You do
Like-
still have that Chompers to pull the fearsome blocker out of the way.
This turn, Codeman can double proc his two, or like proc both eyes if they really want to.
Yeah, it looks pretty good too.
Squallywag could remove one with 2 Mystic Shots, but you're happy about that, with 2 Mystic Shots going to an Eye of Dragon instead of face.
We can see that there's no Hush though, so Squally could also just win this through Draven and might.
This dragon's getting pretty big, though.
Can pull it out of the way with the Flame Chomper.
Hmm.
Deny in the hand is a little bit of a reassurance from the side of Codemanjack, but it's not perfect.
Hmm.
Second Draven.
Lee Sin. Codemanjack doesn't have any stuns or anything. This might be it.
Yeah, this...
Squallywag's got 5 damage of burn.
5 points of burn, 2 elusive Poros, a Might, a Draven that can attack in as well. And a fearsome unit. Did we see Squallywag overwrite the Challenger?
Oh.
I suppose the fearsome unit doesn't matter when there's 2 fearsome blockers, so maybe it makes some sense.
I agreed with your line, though. You attack with the Draven, pulling the dragon. Because with the 2 Poros, you just need the Poros to hit. And so you're forcing your opponent to waste resources blocking the Overwhelmed Draven when the Poros are all you need.
Yeah, now if he blocks with the dragon, the Might doesn't even get through.
I mean, granted, it's enough, because Codemanjack doesn't have a way to stop the Poros either, but forcing your opponent to have something for the Draven is pretty good.
Can always Might through the Poro, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever attack with the bot? Squally thinking about it, thinking, what if this goes wrong? Does also have Draven's Whirling Death, so can use that. Besides, yeah, just gonna Might through the Poro and pray that they don't have any answer to that.
And as we can see, they don't. Mike comes down, and that's not gonna quite be game because of the deny in Codemanjack's hand, but very soon anyway.
Yeah, Codemanjack needs to find a second deny or some healing to be able to answer this second Mystic shot. Zoe is not it. Now, if you're Squallywag, you're just gonna send off this ignition, I guess, to pass it back and see what happens. And you have your 2 Mystic shots, and they're gonna be enough to close out the game for you here.
Yeah, Squallywag just slow playing it so that way, even if Codemanjack had a surprise guiding touch or something, he wouldn't generate the Dragon Links last turn. So no healing possible.
There's the Mystic shot. There's the GG. Codemanjack knows. Game 1 goes to Squally. Oh, that's the wrong
That was
one.
like 10 times shorter than the last game.
That was. Not a Targon mirror. Now we'll see what decks these players elected to leave up here in game 2. And it is the Lee Sin run back up against Pantheon Yuumi.
What do you think of the one-off Tarek of in Pantheon Yuumi decks?
I quite like it, actually. I think that I don't know that it's necessary, but I think that double drawing Yuumi usually feels really bad. And that while you want to have a Yuumi every single game, having a Pantheon in some games can really be a massive deal. So
see, I used to think that, but I've seen enough games where having the Yuumi spell is actually pretty useful because the deck doesn't have an easy way to ping stuff. So there have been times when Yuumi spell has been like the make or break point. So I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Like you said, the deck lacking pings is a huge thing, and Targon having access to a ping is huge, right? It's just so out of pocket for them. It's not something that they normally get.
Yeah.
It's a Bandle spell normally, right? But Yuumi just breaks the rule because she's a Bandle card.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it definitely has its spots, and it's definitely a lot more versatile of a champion spell than something like Poppy's, which really only has one spot ever. Especially since we're in a bit of a swarmy meta where X1 units are bound to be a lot more common. So I definitely see the argument that you're making for it there. I just don't know that I care enough about it, you know?
Yeah. Like, I don't particularly know if that's the right way. It's just like, it feels a lot closer between like whether it's good to have 3 Yumis or 1 Tarek.
Yeah, I think you're good to go. It
feels like there's a lot of matchups where it flip back and forth.
I think you're good to go either way, and it depends on what you're trying to play into and what you prefer. Honestly, I think people underestimate how much preference matters. I think playing lists that you're comfortable with, even if it's not like if you know how to work your 40 card list in a specific matchup, that matters more than playing the optimal 40 card list in a specific matchup.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Well, it's just like you're comfortable. You'll make the right plays because you're in the mindset of that deck versus that deck, but slightly different.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I don't know if you played much back when Sivir Ionia was super meta, but I played a lot of Reputation that season, and people were like, "Why are you playing Reputation?" Well, I like it more. It makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
I play it better. And also, I thought it was a mirror counter because I was incredibly positive in the mirror. But then I had to play Loser Beam like 5 times, and I was like, "Oh, maybe it's not." And here we see Codemanjack doing a pretty good job of setting up his Lee Sin win conditioning, slowly advancing it. But Squally does have the answer to that Eye of the Dragon.
I mean, the Zoe's slowly going to be leveling. Codemanjack has the Equinox. Not looking too bad.
Not looking bad at all. Zoe spell going to be used here. Meaning that Yuumi won't get to attack.
Yeah, see, like stuff like this is why Yumi feels like a maybe 3 of. Obviously, it doesn't work here, but like being able to threaten that is something that like you get so much more reach.
Yeah, getting the resource out of the side of Codemanjack is super valuable in that spot for sure. Doesn't have the Pale Cascade to buff this dragon now. Forces it to trade.
Yeah, because for the Pale Cascade, killed off the dragon.
Yeah, and I think you could have afforded to take this 4 damage, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Um, like even though your Eye of the Dragon's not up, you're not losing this matchup because of like a bunch of chip damage, like 3s and 4s. You're losing this matchup because some Pantheon hits you for 10 damage twice.
Mm-hmm.
So like being at 17 versus 20 or 17 versus like 13, not super big of a deal. You have ways to heal back up the little bits of damage.
But having that white flame on the board means that you can open Zenith Blade this turn and present a threat of your own.
And you're just a consistent jump blocker. Like as far as Squallywag goes, they have one big unit and one thing that can be blocked by White Flame. And most of their units are going to be the blocked by White Flame before they become the big units. So losing that just doesn't feel great.
Codemanjack presented with an option here. What does he want to do? Not a
This
whole lot of
Pantheon,
choices.
this Pantheon is going to come down next turn, so I think they're trying to think about how to deal with that. There's a
Zoe at
concussive palm, but
Zoe at 6 out of 10. Now it's 7. Can't go to 9 this turn and flip on the open. Guiding Touch, another spell that I don't think Zoe's seen just yet.
I think you have to stun here preemptively. You don't want Pantheon to level and risk getting Spell Shield.
Of course, we see that there is an answer to that in the Sharp Sight. Could get the Spell Shield on the stun, on the stack. But I agree. I think the stun has to be the play here. You don't want the Pantheon to risk getting in. If it's going to get the Spell Shield, you want to see the keywords before the attack.
Zoe's about to level here, but Squallywag does have the Hush if they really want to shut Zoe down.
This puts Zoe at 8.
I'm not sure how necessary it is to Zenith Blade there. I think you just need to dig for more answers for Pantheon with like Guiding Touch.
Completely agree. We'll see what keywords this Pantheon gets. And it is a Spell Shield. Nope, that's not a Spell Shield. It's just the Sharp Sight effect.
That's like Sharp Sight plus, it's not elusive.
We have Quick Attack, Challenger, Fury, Tough, Regen. Sharp Sight plus Barrier just looks like Spell Shield sometimes.
Yeah. Not bad, but no Spell Shield means that, Guiding Touch. You don't even need to Guiding Touch. You don't need to level Zoe right now.
No, you don't. You can wait and do it on the following turn if you want. After Lee Sin's been played to give him Fated and Fury if you want. About to have a very powerful board here.
Although we do see this Concerted Strike, so Codemanjack knows that they have to keep up Deny to properly protect this Lee Sin.
We'll see if Codemanjack can navigate this safely. Lee Sin comes down, Zoe levels up. And this looks good for now.
What's Lee Sin's at 7, so you just kick the Do you kick the Brightsteel back?
I think so. What else can you do? You have to keep deny up, right? Unless they dip below concerted mana.
Yeah.
And the moment they dip below concerted mana, you're free to go in for a kill, but there's that concerted.
Well, that makes things easier.
It does it. It might make things harder. It could bait you into going for a barrier instead of this deny, and then you lose to Hush.
Hmm.
Codemanjack navigates it correctly though. Fires off the deny immediately. Actually just wants to kill the blinded Mystic, but I think you really want to be resetting that Yuumi.
Yumi's only on 1 right now, but I think I can kind of see like being able to put the Yuumi on the Pantheon might be scary, and having a Brightsteel back in hand also doesn't seem great, but it's a 10-5 with tough. If it ever gets overwhelmed, it's another thing you have to deal with.
Well, we did get an invoke card here off of the back of Zoe, so we'll see if we can find something to deal with these big boys. That Squallywag was presenting.
Sharpsight 1 turn too late to stop the invoke card.
And here, you gotta be a little bit scared if you're Codemanjack.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that Squallywag doesn't have any way to actually like push more damage. There's no rally or anything, but Codemanjack doesn't know that. Rallies, cataclysms, these are all like things you have to be playing around.
And of course, the Hush is here to take out the Lee Sin. But the Immortal Fire might prove to be a strong enough win condition for Codemanjack.
Yeah.
I think that was the second sharp sight we just saw used, so giving the whole board elusive might be pretty big here.
Yeah, and with the Hush here, that means they won't have the Hush for the Immortal Fire.
Sees the line, picks it up.
You have the Guiding Touch here to try for the barrier.
Yeah.
And you can draw into a bunch of other stuff too.
You could also use your gifts to pick a moon weapon.
I think it's better for this because you have the potential to draw into other answers in case they have, like, you know, a Hush or a single combat, other ways to potentially deal with this.
Very sound logic, and Codemanjack agrees, goes for the draw. Unfortunately, just finds another deny, and that's not going to be able to save the Lee from the Hush here.
I mean, but like, you're sad the Lee's dying, but 2 denies means that like you don't ever have to deal about concerted strikes, cataclysms, rallies, because you're gonna have as many ways to stop it, like faster than they can draw new ways to threaten you.
Yeah, you got to be feeling pretty good about this position. The Immortal Fire, as we said, is threatening quite a bit of damage itself.
I don't know if they can play it. They have to leave up mana for denying a rally, though.
Yeah, can't play it this turn, but that's okay. You don't want to yet. It's only a 7-5 right now. So you need to set up a bit of a bigger board first. And you just got to take this end round. You have to respect the potential for them to rally. Don't need to end the game on this turn.
I mean, with the Immortal Fire, you're almost pushing lethal.
You are with the faded units.
Yeah. Especially with the Pale Cascade.
Only problem is it causes you to tap below rally or below deny, so it exposes you to a rally and a sharp sight. If those are the last 2 cards, things could go wrong.
I think unfortunately you just have to. Oh,
Codemanjack agrees. He's going for it. Well, and it's so unfortunate to see that twin now. You would really wish you had it for your Lee, but still, winning the game feels good. We have a set on our hands. Codemanjack ties it up 1-1 going into game 3 here. They're wasting no time, jumping right into it. We're gonna see
So Yumi Pantheon versus, I believe this is the
Draven Rumble.
Codemanjack's Draven Scion. Or Draven Rumble.
And this is not the best opening hand. The Draven is fine. Actually kick the Draven back. I don't know if you ever kick Draven.
Not a bad hand from either of them. Both have pretty good openings.
Finding the Risen Rider is fantastic from the side of Codemanjack. And Squallywag punished by not developing the 1-drop on turn 1.
Squallywag would like to play the Dragon into the Zenith Blade, but with 6 damage coming through, they probably have to play Brightsteel maybe, just to stop the Fearsome unit from attacking.
I think you do.
Yeah.
6 is just a little bit too much to be taking on turn 2 when you can stop it just by developing a unit.
So stops the 4 damage from the Fearsome, but can start developing some pretty big units from here on.
As Codemanjack, you got to be a little bit sad about that, but you can take solace in the fact that you've slowed down Squally's Pantheon level up a good bit at this point. Draven comes down here, giving us an axe.
I'm not sure what Squallywag was thinking there, but kind of Codemanjack. He's got a lot of ways to just protect his Draven, push damage, could ultimately develop Lost Soul, but with the survival skills, you can probably beat out any combat trick Squallywag has.
I like the open attack here. As you said, the survival skills plus the might means that almost any combat trick is getting beaten here.
Just thinking about the open attack, trying to figure out how to go around this dragon, because this White Flame with the faded keyword, just so many things push it out of range of, Codemanjack's combat tricks.
I almost would have liked to have seen the ambush committed there. If you start the turn by axing Draven and committing ambush, you get this sharp sight out in response.
Probably going to try to might this to push through the dragon, but Squallywag can always return with a single Nope, just decides to let it go through.
Yeah, I think you really want to be saving the might in this spot. And this means we're going to lose Draven. Or not. Not quite yet, anyways.
We might be having technical difficulties.
Oh boy. I think stream can hear me because it looks like...
All right, we see Squallywag setting up on this White Flame. It's going to become a pretty big threat pretty quickly. Codemanjack does have ways to block with, might, but it's still going to be pushing a lot of damage.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Now I can.
That's strange. Yeah. This is looking pretty good for... Actually, I don't know who this is looking good for. I think it's looking better for Squallywag than for Codemanjack, but that Rumble Chop deck changes things.
Yeah. Let's say, with that pass right there, that looked a lot better for Squallywag. Rumble top deck, but there's, Bastion, single combat, Cataclysm. It might be enough to just stop anything Codemanjack has.
I think you just discard one of these mites, play the Rumble, and ship it.
Just go Might, Axe, Ambush? I think you still want a burst speed way to trigger survival skills.
I think you're just burning it on the Rumble here. I actually think what you do is you Poro Cannon Yeah. And then you do, yeah. This is the exact line I was
Hmm.
seeing. Oh no, you need to develop the rumble.
Well, I got halfway to the line you're seeing.
You need to develop the rumble, bro. It's your power turn. It has spell shield.
You've got might
No.
and single on the Draven.
This is tragic.
Um,
Yeah, I was thinking we just start the turn by discarding the axe, probably. Well, maybe not the axe. I had to discard something. I hadn't decided what I wanted to discard yet, and if I wanted to put the survival skills on Rumble or on this 4-3.
I, I don't know if you want the survival skills on the Lost Soul.
Yeah, I don't know either. You kind
I
of want
for
it back
Twin
in
Blade Revenant.
hand.
I think I could be convinced for doing with the Rumble, and then I think it goes on the Rumble, and I think you're fine with that.
That way, even if there is two spells, it's always dealt with. At least this way you are keeping a board, though. This is not the end of the world for
No.
Codemanjack. It just feels so tragic to have missed such a power turn. We'll see if he can maintain the momentum and continue to push damage, but
I mean, this next turn with the Ballistic Bot, there's a much better discard target.
there is indeed.
Because now you can go Axe Poro, the Ballistic Bot, Ignition.
But I think we want to put the Rumble down this turn.
Just go Axe Poro.
Yeah. And then just save the Ignition for damage. That would be... Okay. I don't mind this either.
Okay, they've got to do the Rumble next turn, though.
We have to. I might have even blocked with the 4-1 there. Just to give us another discard target to be able to save one of these axes, maybe. Or a Poro or something.
Oh?
It also disincentivizes stuff like this.
Yeah, because there would be enough to kill it with might.
Or even with
Although,
these axes.
oh yeah. Ooh.
Second Poro Cannon is actually going to result in a bit of damage here. But it's not exactly what we want to see.
Can you even play Poro Cannon?
You can play one Poro. Right? You discard an
Yes,
axe.
yeah. Or
then
you can just
disc-
play your Poro out and then discard the other three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we will almost certainly see the Rumble come down this turn. Unfortunately, it is just a little bit too late. If it had come down the turn earlier, we may have seen a Rumble level up, and then Rumble could have been generating us some value on this attack. What?
Wait a minute.
I cannot condone this.
That's I didn't consider that.
It was not an option in my mind.
I don't think that's more damage.
I'm almost certain it's not.
I mean, we see the single combat, so you know, Might's going to be met with the single combat.
I don't even think that's the right might target.
What do you might to kill the White Flame?
I think so.
I mean, I think that once you've gone down this path of trying to push damage with Poros, I think that is what you want to do, and just hope to top deck with Burn.
Yeah, I guess so. We didn't even use the axis here.
So, like, since we are in this position, then I think that was correct. But I think I disagree with earlier decisions.
Could have put opponent to 7. We used an axe to play a 4-3. Huh.
Hmm.
A lot of interesting choices in the later stages of this game, and wow, that's a blinded Mystic. We're gonna be punished here. Actually, Silence is the elusive unit, and I think this is smart from Squallywag. It's one of your
I
lose
think that's
conditions.
correct. I don't think you care so much about the Twin Blade Revenant keep coming back. You have enough to block that for quite some time.
Yeah, I have to agree. And Squally looks like he's gonna be going in for the kill. No Draven here means that no axe can come down to punish any potential healing. If you're Squally, do you ever bat? Yep, you do. No hesitation, already had it planned out. Goes right ahead, uses the Bastion, protects the goat, generates another gem, is going to be able to heal that back up and use it to push more damage on their next swing. Codemanjack, on the other hand, just plays out the Lost Soul, and that's not something you really ever want to be doing. We'll be able to set up a big swing, a big board this turn, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough to get him there. Maybe some different decisions in earlier stages of this game could have resulted in a W for the Codeman, but definitely struggling a little bit to find the W now. Squally considering something.
I mean, Scholar doesn't have the greatest hand, but it seems like it's just going to be enough. Codemanjack can't push through quite enough.
Yeah, there's just no way for Codemanjack to get there now. I think with the decisions we took of giving away the Rumble to go for Poro Lethal, I don't know, that was just so strange. We had a unit with Spell Shield that's going to be able to create additional value, and we decided that we were just going to... I like the gumption behind it. I like the idea of I'm going to switch...
discarding your Rumble?
Well, I like the idea of I'm going in for the kill now. I'm going to draw the burn. Like, I can't win through Rumble. I like the thought process behind it. You know, it shows that there's intent and that the player is thinking and doing their best. But on the flip side, it also shows that maybe there's a level of comfort with this deck that needs to be there that just isn't there when you're bringing a deck like this to a tournament.
Yeah, like the Poros weren't enough. And like, Squall did have a single combat and a sharp sight. But when you're playing against this deck, you have to know that they have those sort of counterplay.
Mm-hmm. And Spell Shield does far better into those than...
I mean, maybe Codemanjack had a read based off of Squallywag's play. Because I think Squallywag... Or maybe I'm missing something. Yeah, maybe Codemanjack had a read about what Squallywag's hand was. And happened to miss on that.
And here, gonna push 3 damage.
Did Squallywag gem the dragon?
I think so.
I think if they gemmed the Saga Seeker, you could switch the dragon and Saga Seeker blocks.
Maybe. I think they just want to be sure that this damage gets through, though.
Yeah,
No
I
funny
mean,
business here.
yeah,
Codemanjack sends out the GG. Squallywag going to
that's
go for the
game.
open attack. And that is game. 2-1 set for Squally. Very, very close.
Close games.
Very, very close. That was a very exciting start to our fourth round, right?
Yeah, that was a good set.
Let's see if there's anything else still going on that we can jump into here. Looks like quite a few games have yet to be reported. Is there anything you'd like to see?
Is there anyone who has unique decks that we haven't looked at yet?
I have been a little bit too busy with production to peek through all the deck lists,
Got it.
so
No worries.
um, we haven't had a chance to look at GrandpaRoji yet. He is done though.
True. Oh, okay, we'll do that next round. Oh, there it is. He's bringing Tilia Malphite.
Yep, I would love to get Talia Malphite on stream. I love that deck. Looks like Bambooper versus Davebo is ongoing. Davebo's a swell guy. He's a friend of the stream at this point. We've featured him pretty heavily, and maybe it's not still going because I don't see them in
Davebo
game.
looks away. Yeah. Azuresparrow, FloppyMudkip, Kuraschi, Renrag.
Let me see. I have Azuresparrow and Floppy.
Who are they playing?
Floppy's on his. We saw Floppy once today already. Azuresparrow, I'm willing to bet, is on a comfort lineup, which is the same as they were playing when they won on Friday.
So, they're playing against Patpat.
Yeah, and it is that Jace SI list that they took down Friday's tournament with. Patpat going ahead and recalling this fearsome. Doesn't have another way to deal with it. Needs to save some HP and wants to get some more card draw. Shock Blast pickup from Azuresparrow though. This might be big. Threatening to push a lot of damage. Oh, but that's a leveled Zoe from the side of Patpat.
This has been a long game.
Yeah, I mean, SI. This is not necessarily a Targon mirror, but SI control into Ionia control can be just as frustrating as Targon mirrors. Burgeoning Sentinel comes back down. No way to proc it this time. And of course, this full elusive board means that Patpat threatening quite a big swing. Azuresparrow going to respond with that vengeance.
What is this Albus Ferris on? How much damage is that dealing?
Let me see if it'll show through the silence.
Or there's a second one.
15! Oh my goodness!
Wait a minute. Wait, how did that happen?
What?
Wait. We missed a great game.
What?
How do you cast 15 6+? Like, some of them are because Jace doubled it.
Yeah,
but, like, that's still so much.
This is incredible. This belongs in tournament announcements. I wish I had permissions to send chat. This is...
Oh, look at this.
This is wild.
We're missing the deny for the Ferris skill.
Sorry, I was...
No, of course.
There it is, chat. I was in awe.
There's a deny.
There's a deny for the Pharaoh skill, which is the only reason Patpat is not dead here.
Now, what Patpat does have is a 23-8 Great Beyond.
Oh, okay. I will get second hand back up.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that's
Man,
that's death for Azuresparrow.
Imagine 15 damage from Azuresparrow not being enough.
Bet we wish we had that vengeance right now. Unfortunate that we used it to kill 4-3, but can't really expect that. That game is at its conclusion.
Or Patpat also had a deny for the vengeance.
Okay, so nothing was going wrong in there.
Yep.
Nothing was going wrong in there. Is there anything else left in this round?
Oh
Kuraschi
my
is
god.
still going. Kuraschi versus Renreg. Let's see if we can jump into the end of that one. Do you
All
have
right.
either
I have
side?
both, I think. Yeah, I have
Okay.
both.
Oh wait, they're different people. Renreg's against WhatAmI. Do you have
Oh, I
Renreg?
have
Oh, I can get into
I have both of
WhatAmI.
them. Yeah.
Okay. I'll jump to
Okay.
WhatAmi's side. Well,
All right. What is What Am I running? I don't think we've seen What Am I yet.
no, we haven't, which is also rare because
I mean,
WhatAmI
we'll see
is.
him. We'll see him in Top Cut. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, exactly.
What Am I's on Zoe Lee, Thresh Asol, and Feel the Rush, Trundle Trinimir.
Exactly what I expected him
That
to be
sounds
on.
pretty standard.
Yeah, his plan is ban Pantheon, beat the rest. And here we see an Asol level up. This kind of wins in Targon mirrors. And this is in fact a Targon mirror. We have Aphelios on the other side of the board.
That is a great Beyond, though. But this is also a leveled Asol, so never mind, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, leveled Asol. Doesn't care. And that's the GG coming out from Renrag.
There's nothing you could do.
FF knows that it's over. The moment the Great Beyond went down, couldn't contest anything.
We've seen a lot of wild Targon games today.
We definitely have. There's been quite a few of them. Targon making its way back into the meta. And these slower decks showing up more and more, which is definitely interesting to me because I don't think they actually beat Pantheon at all. So maybe people just deciding Pantheon has to be banned.
Well, I'm surprised they're also strong enough to beat Yaya decks. Like that doesn't feel fun either.
Those decks have been kind of gone for a little bit too, though. So we're
Yeah.
actually gonna get into the very last game of this round for you guys, and it's Kuraschi up against Glitchpoke. If you don't have the second hand, don't worry about it.
I don't.
That's okay.
Oh.
I will drop it so that way we don't have to. We can actually see Glitchpoke's hand, which is quite full. Kuraschi, on the other hand, has not that large of a hand, but does have some pretty powerful cards in this Pantheon. No clue what it's at yet. 3 out of 5. There we go. Shows on the screen there. And this Yuumi, 1 out of 3. And we're going to see this Zenith Blade come down onto the Mountain Goat.
I've got Glitchpoke's hand now. Let's see.
Balbeast comes out.
Pantheon at 3, so next attack turn.
So Kuraschi actually decided to hold the Zenith Blade there. And I would imagine it's just going to set up the Yuumi again. Playing this very slow and measured, wants to force Glitchpoke to expend each card in their hand, deal with only 1 card from their own.
I mean, Yumi's basically free faded procs. Just always comes back to your hand. You always have it.
Yeah, and this is a spot where you're pretty happy to use the Zenith Blade. I would imagine this is an open attack, which can be answered with a vengeance, but you're pretty happy with that exchange as Kuraschi. This is your 1-drop.
Yeah. You get your Yumi back, and you have 2 Pantheons in hand.
Glitchpoke also isn't left with enough mana to do anything really meaningful on this turn. And now you probably just set up a goat or Pantheon if you're feeling it.
I mean, as big as these things that Yumi's been on have been getting, I mean, you don't need to play your Pantheon yet. I feel like you wait next turn, they tap under Ruination, then you play your Pantheon.
Yeah.
Or actually, with a double Pantheon, you could maybe try to bait out the Ruination.
I don't know if you have to, though. You can just continue playing this slow. Play the goat, play the Yuumi.
I mean, the
Threaten
one
another
problem
unit.
is, though, is Glitchpoke also wants to play it slow. Yeah. Glitchpoke's under 6 mana, so can't Vengeance. It's got the Ruination, but if they play it, Kuraschi has a free develop.
And this time, we did
Spell
get
Shield.
Spell Shield. Spell Shield, Augment, Fearsome,
Yeah.
Challenger, Tough, Regen. Spell Shield gone.
Just put Yuumi and everything. It's free.
Yeah, Yumi's super free. We talked a little bit about it earlier, but she's an infinite resource. She keeps coming back unless she's been obliterated, and that's not something that's super common these days.
Yeah.
It's potentially why we've started to see some Targon coming back into the meta.
Yeah, for the Comet, you also have like a lot of failure decks are making sure they run 3 Sisters for the Entomb.
Pantheon, still a threat.
Yeah.
Glitchpoke deciding how they want to deal with it.
Probably just trying to wait out, see whether it's worth it to try to develop and tell Kuraschi, hey, I'm under Ruination mana.
So,
It's a tough spot to be in.
you could, really funny, develop Kindred and then Thermo Beam your own spider to kill Pantheon. That's awful, but it is a really funny line that you could take. And the Ruination's just
there
going
it
to come
is.
out here.
And the problem here is you're going to have the Kuraschi can develop everything.
Yes, he can. And yeah, I like this too. Just gives your Pantheon, your second Pantheon, one more keyword.
One more chance to get Spell Shield.
Not that it's going to matter because we do see that the Thermo Beam's there, but no follow-up to kill it.
Yeah, no Vengeance.
So, do you lead with Pantheon? You do. You go straight into Pantheon, then Yuumi, then probably drop your goat.
Oh, there's your Spell Shield.
Yep.
And
back.
let's see.
Challenger, Regen, Tough, Augment,
So
Fury.
it does have Elusive.
Ooh.
You play Goat here, right? No?
I thought so. I would have played Goat.
I think you just make a big as board as possible.
Yeah. Right? And then open swing and...
Yeah.
Maybe
like,
even
3 damage isn't much, but like... It's the easiest time you're going to be able to develop a Goat.
Get a free gem. I don't know. Seems good
Yeah.
to me. I think you're pretty happy to just take that as Kuraschi. You got your attack in. You did everything you wanted with this turn.
Oh. Rally could be big.
Rally could be really big. Rally could be the end of the game.
I mean, like...
If Glitchpoke does anything other than Thermo this turn...
Is Thermo in... Let's see.
Thermo is exactly enough. Now if you're Kuraschi, you rally. And...
Yeah. And that's an 11 damage Pantheon.
Yeah. Who is not
dying.
Last
turn, they, like, hinted that they didn't have any way to hard remove Pantheon, so...
As Vi can do her best, but she's not going to succeed. We do see that can pull out a miracle.
Withering Well? It's not even close to enough, though. Yeah.
You would have to whale, use Vi spell, and then you have enough to kill Vi on paper, but it never goes off, or to kill Pantheon on paper.
And there's just, like, half the cards do it.
Yeah.
If he really wants to BM, you just play Chain Vest.
True.
Yeah.
No, Chain Vest actually doesn't do it because Faded was procced already.
Oh, okay.
So that would be actually griefing because you'd give up your Pantheon. But
Wait, no, it's fine.
why didn't we
It just procs.
develop goats and end the game?
Yeah. Why didn't you wait? Why didn't you sharp sight in the game? Hold up.
Hold up.
That was actually griefing.
Wanted to see the Yumi level up.
All right,
That's
of
why.
course. That's oh no, that still seems very sus.
Yeah. Was definitely a little bit sus.
Oh.
But didn't matter.
Yeah.
Kuraschi is able to take that and close out the set for our final game in round 4 of Sunday's Mastering Runeterra $200 tournament.
Yeah. Looking at the scoreboard right now, we have Squallywag and Jester both at 4-0. So they are guaranteed to move on to top cut, I believe.
I do think that is correct. We do only have one more round, so these players are going to be matched up in the final round of Swiss, and one of them is going to finish 5-0, the other is going to finish 4-1, and either way they're going to get through because they'll have the best tiebreakers given that they're already at the top of the standings. But yeah, that's going to be it from us for just a little bit. We're going to take a quick break before that 5th round. Once that's started, we'll be back to bring you all the action. So thank you very much for sticking with us, and we will be right back. Welcome back to your Sunday Mastering Runeterra $200 tournament. I'm MonteXristo, and I'm joined by Phansora, and we're here to bring you guys all the coverage, all the action through the Swiss, through the top cut. This is our fifth and final round of Swiss. We're just gonna get started on it. For this round, we've chosen a very special match, and Phansora, do you want to tell the viewers what that match is?
Yeah, we're gonna watch GrandpaRoji versus GMO. They're currently sixth and eighth place right now. Uh, Especially for a few reasons. One of which is because GrandpaRoji's running Tilly Malphite. Uh, but also this is potentially a tiebreaker to get into the top eight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and GMO also happens to be a friend of mine, has been supporting my own personal stream since the beginning, since I started all the way a year ago. So happy to be able to show off two friends on stream. Roji, of course, another content creator, a collaborator, somebody I've worked with in the past, somebody I've spoken to frequently, and a friend for sure. So happy to get them on stream. But on your screens right now are the deck lists. This is GMO's lineup to start us off. We have Tristan and Nar. This is very standard. Fae deck, 1 Rangers Resolve, 3 Sharp Sights, Yordles and Arms, Bandle Commandos
You
in.
might need to update the screen.
Did it not switch? Oh, it didn't switch yet. There we go. I forgot to switch. Thank you. Uh, Very standard deck. Then we have Timo Elise Burn. This is a pet deck of his.
A little less standard.
Yeah, very less standard. This is a very much a pet deck of his. Not something you'll see every day, but something that can definitely steal out some wins. Echo
Yeah.
Zillion, another favorite of his, and a favorite of my own as well. Great deck to bring in a tournament lineup, especially when you want to slant it very aggressively like this. You do have kind of a double rally plus a burn strat going on, and I like that a lot. And then from the other side, we have Pantheon Taric. No, no Yumi for Roji. Doesn't like cats apparently. Timo Tristan and Nar, again, very standard list. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Does have that Petrosite Broadwing that more and more people have been teching in. And then his specialty, Tillia Malphite. But the game is on the way, so I'm going to jump us right into that as well. Boom! And we see that the Elise Burn deck is up against the Fae deck in the first game. And GMO just taking 4 damage off the bat there so he can develop the Elise.
It's just kind of like those fun little things. It's like the Elise into the Petrosite Broadwing. Just one way, if the Petrosite Broadwing takes out Elise, the other way, it just can't do anything.
Yep. And Petrosite Broadwing being damaged can now no longer take out that Elise without a buff.
Although this does put a Buster Shot to 2 mana to kill off the Elise with the
Yes, it
Grandfather
does.
Fae. Man, imagine that. If GrandpaRoji didn't play the Owlcat, he could have played Yours and Arms already.
Yeah. It's a good thing he doesn't have it in hand just yet. But sometimes
Man, good.
Yordles and Arms is active really, really early. Other times it takes a while. In this case, GrandpaRoji has it online, just not available. Nar level up gonna come through here as well.
Yeah, not looking super great for GMO. It does have to get excited for Gnar.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
not
Discarding
the
the
best
Unto
spot.
Dusk. Unfortunately, no cards to Unto Dusk onto. What are they running in terms of that? Is it just it's Stygian Onlooker and Doombeast?
Yeah. Shock Blast picked up, maybe a little bit punished by using that Get Excited, although Nar would have transformed at the end of turn, so can't afford to let it flip over. Speaking of Stygians, 2 in the hand now, but at least gonna go down.
Yeah, that's gotta be flipped pretty bad. But like, you didn't have enough of an attack as GMO because the Yellow Cat's just blocking Elise if Elise attacks, and the 1/2's definitely dying. That being said, GrandpaRoji is out of units.
That is true. He is completely out of units, but he can also just afford to take this if he wants.
Yeah.
Actually gonna block instead. Now, if you're GMO, you can consider using the Mystic Shot there.
Ooh, Tristana is leveled, right? Yeah.
So, here you're faced with the decision once again.
Yeah, has to kill Tristana. Just 6 damage. It's so much with the challenger.
Rally, of
Actually,
course.
I think GrandpaRoji is thinking about preemptively Ranger Resolve. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just sees the shock boss come down. They've got to have something else to kill the Tristana. And now Gmo can't kill Tristana.
Yeah, caught between a rock and a hard place. GMO looks like he might just go down here. Not dying on this action, and very wisely just hits okay.
Leveled Teemo just because.
Level Teemo just because. That happens sometimes in this deck. Just cuz. Teemo felt like leveling up. At least not the draw you wanted to see.
I mean, you don't have anything else. Roji's just going to rally here, and that's going to be game 1.
Yeah, it is. No other options here for GMO. Quite unfortunate, but that's what you can expect by leaving the fatality that not the fatality deck, the Fey deck up. It is so explosive, so powerful. Just steal games. And as game 2 is getting underway, I'm gonna remember that we have a scoreboard for you guys, and that I should probably turn it on. So it's on. My bad.
Oh, we're going to see the Malphite Talia deck.
Hell yeah. GMO doing the stream a favor.
Let's go.
Says, Monty, I got you. I'm gonna leave the deck up. Won't ban it. Now this should be a pretty good deck for the pretty good matchup for the burn deck, I think. Not a ton of healing in the Malphite Talia deck currently. No healing in the Malphite Talia deck currently,
Okay.
actually.
Yeah, but GrandpaRoji does have a really good anti-aggro hand with the double chip there.
Man, this is why Roji is so good at this deck and I'm not. Every time I watch this man play this deck into aggro, he's got double chip. And every time I play it, I have nothing until turn 4.
Yeah,
It's
just
like,
ancient
oh,
prep on 1 into double chip into double rock hopper. Just be better at the game.
just be better. I wish I could, Phansora. Roji with
Yeah.
the signature cat beam. He does that every time the double
Roji
chip
knows
comes
it.
out. There's the rock hopper, and this swing is huge.
Slow down, it's turn 3.
Now, these stinky wumps are going to help expedite this Teemo level up.
That's true.
Boom Kuraschi, pretty good pickup. Got to start with the ephemeral one here.
Yeah, to soak up the landmark. Wait, or not. Maybe just one of the unit. Nope. Just forgot.
It's okay. It didn't matter.
It happens.
It happens. Either way, both units were gonna die this turn, so I don't think it matters too much. But
yeah,
a good bit of damage being threatened here for sure.
this level's Teemo 2, right?
No, he's one off.
No, 1 off. Oh.
But that's a stinky one, most likely. There it is.
Yep, there it is.
GMO's deck doing its job of being a nuisance and breaking up draws from Roji.
It's got a lot of burn, too. Like, this team has been putting the work, honestly. It's attacked 2 times. Going to be a third. It's just consistent nuisance to GrandpaRoji.
Oh, and that's a level Teemo now.
Roji does have the ground slam, but
You force it this turn. You have nothing
Yeah.
else to do with this mana.
I mean, you're probably just like Teemo spell, Stag Shot.
Yeah.
Or we can start there. Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
This Glimpse
Well,
Beyond
at least
actually
he's, yeah.
showing up at a pretty opportune time.
The one problem is Roji is representing lethal, so you have to waste like 2 Mystic Shots. Like, especially with the Rock Hopper coming up next turn.
Yeah, you do. And that's definitely a bit scary here. Okay, you can develop
Well,
the
there you go.
Stygian.
You can't exactly play used cast Salesman because it's going to kill you.
Yeah, you can use the Mystic Shot to save the HP, only to play Cast Salesman, and
Well, you need to Mystic Shot twice, and then you're down to 2.
yeah. Hunt to Dusk, not it. Talia, not it. Okay. This is death, right?
Yeah. Talia level, 5 units.
Talia represents 10 damage on her own. If she's not blocked, if she's blocked, she represents at least 4 damage.
I mean, GMO does have lethal if they had, was it 3 more mana? Because they do have enough burn in hand.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
There's just no way to actually survive here. Oh, can go to 1.
I mean, jeez.
1 is not dead.
That's true. There's a good exciting hand, so just needs a like Doombeast stop deck and you're fine.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, if GMO can pull it back from here, that'd be very impressive. Oh, not quite it.
Okay.
You can still draw.
Is that enough?
That's enough.
That's enough.
Oh my god.
That's enough.
Wow.
Roji does have 2 denies in this list.
I mean, GMO knows their deck. They know what to play to outs for. And as long as Roji doesn't top deck a right, we're going to game 3.
We're going to game 3. It's exciting. That is not a right.
Wow. There it is.
Talia, and GMO finds his way in the 3rd game, trying to make the tiebreakers, trying to find his way to the top cut.
I mean, wow. Just playing to their outs, surviving at 1.
The emotes come out at the end. The players know.
Yeah, that was a good game.
It was. These off-meta decks are always so fun to watch because they're different, right? Like they're not something you see every day, so you kind of have no idea what to expect, and some of the lines that the players take with them are so interesting to see.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, fading members onto a boom crit to get the double 2 damage.
Not something you've seen in a very long time.
No.
And now Echo Zillion up against Talia Malphite. Off-meta Shurima, this is where it's at.
I feel like Echo Zillion's a fine deck, but whenever I play it, I always do badly.
It's a pretty tough deck to play, and I feel like it's actually... Like, it's not that it's a bad deck, it's just... 1, it's really tough to play, and 2...
Yeah.
It either goes all right or all wrong.
Yeah.
It either it feels like it's a high roll deck. It's not, because you're predicting so consistently that you're not really high rolling. You get so many looks. Your odds are pretty good at finding the ones you want.
I mean, that's part of the thing with the Golden Ambassador, the Allegiance draw champion, give it +2/+2. You're like setting that up with all your predicts, but it's so expensive that like you can't just slam it on 4 after predicting with like Feral Presence necessarily. You have to like plan for when you're playing all these cards.
Yeah, you usually want to have Echo leveled and on the field by 4, at least in the past. Now it's slowed down a little bit. You kind of want to play a little bit more control-y, but it's weird. The deck's in a strange place right now, but not a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
Chip just gonna trade the Clockling here. Oh, instead, Baby just gonna fire off the X1. Says it's gonna die to a time bomb. I'll give it value.
Yep. We do potentially have a leveled Echo, but we also see the Ground Slam in Roji's hand.
Yeah, GMO got to decide if he's okay giving up this Echo just to put the Chrono Breaks in his deck, or if he wants to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Roji with the there's Ground Slam and there's also Rite of the Arcane, so I think this is the better play. Just making sure you have backup to predict for the Echo spell before slamming him.
I would agree, or some protection in the form of this Rite of Negation.
Yeah. Although it's only going to do so much when Roji has 4 ways to remove Echo and his own Ray of Negation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to do that much for you, unfortunately. Now, if you're Roji here, you can draw a lot with this Dalia, or you can set up your Soul Spire. I like this line from GMO. Doesn't need to expose the Echo yet. Can bait out some removal.
Time Trick. There you go. I think you selected Time Trick, so that way you can Echo, and then when Echo dies, you can Time Trick into Echo spells.
Yeah, not a bad choice. Time Trick is much better in these later stages of the game, when you're running out of steam and need to find specific cards.
Yeah. And also with Roji at 6 mana this turn, it's unlikely that there's like double right, which is the only way to kill Echo twice.
Might also just get priced into the deny this turn, though. We'll see how this turn shakes out. Lots of ways it could go. Roji thinking, deciding if he wants to use the Ground Slam, the Rite of the Arcane, just develop an Endless Devout. Maybe just looking to hush here. This could provide an opportunity for GMO to get back in this game and take a commanding lead. As far as the next few turns look, though, Roji's looking to duplicate this Salt Spire with his Talia. That's going to result in some massive units for his board. GMO's going to have a really tough time getting through those, so he's got to be able to find something here and close out quickly. This ain't it. This is not what you want. Does let you protect your Echo, though.
Salt Spire is flipping this turn, so you can't delete it.
You're right. He's going to be looking to set up another one that I'm guessing.
You gotta take Chrono Break there, I think. I think he was thinking between Chrono Break and Time Bomb.
Should probably take the Chrono Break. Chrono Break on this turn would be really good. You have Deny backup.
Yeah, and Roji's at 6 mana, which is not enough.
Roji actually just going to go ahead and duplicate the Sarcophagus. Says a 5/3 Fearsome, good enough for me. Take my free unit.
I mean,
you got to do it with the Talia now.
Roji's probably just doing the old NA way. If they have it, they have it. Because with the Chrono Break, potentially Well, not double Chrono Break, but with the Chrono Break, like GMO just has a very strong attack.
Oh, you don't want to do that, my friend.
Wait a minute. Oh,
I don't like this. I don't like this. We have double Chrono Break next turn. Let's just pass.
I think you just take this.
Yeah.
No, just
take 10. It's okay.
also wait. In that case, why are you blocking with? I think you blocked the 1/3 as opposed to the Zillion. Same damage, but you have a Zillion.
Yeah. Trading off the first Zillion is not necessarily a bad thing, but
No, but if you have the 1/3, like
yeah, it's the same.
Yeah.
So here we're gonna see Ground Slam come out. This leaves enough mana for Rally from the side of Roji, or for Deny, but
yeah.
GMO has one of his own.
And so, yeah. Here comes the Deny, but GMO has the counter. And enough mana to rally once again.
Yeah, might not actually want to do it, but most likely going to go ahead and hit the button.
I mean, right now, this Echo can't be blocked by anything that Roji is happy about.
6 damage going to be pushed here. Roji changing his mind, decides maybe he's pretty happy to give up a unit.
Also, this can this Chrono Break res Echo again?
Yep.
Even if it doesn't die?
Yep. We will have 2 Echoes on the field here.
Is it random from like the current turn's graveyard, or
no, it is in order of most. First to die is first to summon, I think.
Well, there we go. 2 Echoes.
And we'll see the second rally come out here.
I believe this forces the blocks on the 2 Echoes, which means you clear off Talia and the 7/2.
Yep, there is in fact 2 Echoes on the board. And now, with all this card draw, you're pretty okay to even give up one of these Echoes next turn just to block.
Yeah.
Or heck, just even take the damage. It's not that threatening to you.
GMO does have 2 Mystic Shots for burn.
Oh.
There's the 3rd Chrono Break.
Roji does have one more rally.
Nope.
Not in hand, but in the deck. Has been on 2 as far as I know.
Wait, did you mean one more Deny?
Yeah.
Okay, you said one more rally.
Man, I
mean, technically, actually, no, they don't have rallies. They just have
stuns.
Stuns, the board-wide stun.
Yeah.
It feels like a rally.
Sometimes. So
I mean,
GMO pretty happy to just pass here.
Yeah, Roji doesn't know.
You can just take it.
I mean, I don't think Roji's deck can do anything at 2 mana, right? So.
Yeah, that's true. You are just ending the game.
So use like. I mean, block in case of Absolver shenanigans, even though this. Yeah, I mean, this should be game right here.
Yep, surrender comes out from GrandpaRoji. And that's it. 2-1 for GMO. Off the back of the Echo Zillion in game 3.
So that puts GMO into top cut. We'll have to wait to see on tiebreakers to see if GrandpaRoji stays in. I believe so. It's going to be close.
It's
going to be pretty close.
These brackets always fall a little bit weirdly because some couple people end up dropping and then we get some buys. So
yeah.
As far as this last round goes, looks like there's still lots of games going on. Let's see if we can get another one up on stream for you guys.
Who haven't we watched in a while?
We haven't gotten a chance to see. We did get the chance to see WhatAmI, but I have Squallywag. They are currently our first seed, so I gotta jump into their perspective if you want to grab Jester.
I don't know if that. All of them.
Okay. And we do see the Draven Rumble list coming back yet again up against the FTR from the side of Jester. And Atro threatening to end the game right here.
Am I missing fun plays while I'm trying to add someone?
Yes, a little bit. The game is over.
Oh.
We saw the end of that game. I don't know if that was 28 minutes left on the clock. Could be either or.
Riveting match between Squallywag and Jester.
It was pretty interesting though. Draven Rumble getting TLC down to 10 with a Tryndamere 2 on the board.
That's pretty impressive.
Strange spot to tune into. But it looks like that was actually the end of that set there. So we'll see if there is any other games going. Debo, JustSomeBadJuju. Okay, looks like there's lots of games still ongoing. I will get WhatAmI up on stream if you want to grab Codemanjack's perspective. This should have a bit of time left in it, maybe.
All right.
And it looks like maybe not. Codemanjack figured out that the key to Rumble's success is getting Rumble on the field. And we see that he managed to do it this time. 2 Mystic Shots going to go face. Jordan can survive this with the Guiding Touch.
Golden Sisters, but we do see the Whirling Death and Codemanjack.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight finish here.
I don't think WhatAmI can kill Rumble at speed, which means Rumble's going to get in for a...
He has the Hush. So he can hush off the spell shield and then Vengeance, right?
Oh, right, yes. I was doing mini morph logic.
Yeah.
For ordering.
Yeah, it's 1 mana, 1 mana. He has the mana, yeah.
Well, there's 2 Poros, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Codemanjack takes it.
This might have been game 2?
It could have been. Is there ever a way to survive? There's no Pokesticks. If you had a Vile Feast, you could potentially survive. Well, you could survive by Vile Feasting the Poro, I guess.
But you're still dying to Rumble Impact.
Yes. So then actually what you would have to do, you'd have to Vile Feast your 2/1 while it's under the Rumble.
Yeah.
And Vengeance the 1/1.
Technically, you wouldn't need to Vengeance the 1/1 because you'd be at 2 health.
I guess so.
You'd need to Vengeance after the ambush came down.
Yeah.
Yep.
WhatAmI is just going to go ahead and take out that Rumble, but it doesn't matter because board is wide enough. And of course, we did just jump in right at the end there, so we're not sure if that's game 2 or game 3, or if it was game 2. Codemanjack won game 1. So we'll give it a second here to figure it out, and then we'll take another look at the bracket and see if there's more people playing that we can bring up on screen for you lovely people.
That looks the set's done.
Yeah, it does appear to be done. Okay.
I see Davebo, Glitchpoke, Juju, Linari, Patpat, Renrag.
Who's playing who is the question.
Renrag, Patpat, Davebo, Juju, Luna, Glitchpoke.
I'll jump into Patpat's side. Let's see if we can get that Field Amina deck up on screen for you guys. I was really hoping to get a look at that. And it's not, it's just the Zoe Karma again. And we are up against that Lux deck from Renrag.
I mean, Karma versus Invoke decks should be fun.
Yet another exciting matchup. Phansora, I feel kind of bad for you, not gonna lie. This is the first day, this is the first tournament we've had with a lot of Targon. Every other tournament has been like really quick matches for the most part. We've been fired, we fire, and we're done in like this time.
It's
Today,
like,
we've been going for like almost about 4.5 hours now. We've been going, and we're not even in Top Cut yet. So you're doing a wonderful job. You're toughing it out. I get that it's pretty tired. I'm pretty tired myself, but I want you to know you're doing a fantastic job, and I'm thankful that you're here with me.
Oh, thank you. You've been dealing with all the issues, technical issues.
The issues are my fault. It's okay. I made my bed. I gotta sleep in it.
Well, we do see a comment for Karma, which currently is unanswered.
Can be homecoming to protect Karma.
Oh, that's true. I was looking at the moon glow.
Zoe gonna go down here. Actually, Patpat opting to save her.
Well, what's Zoe at? Zoe's at 2, so maybe just looking for general start chart value with Zoe, because there's really no other units to play on the side of Patpat.
Yeah, and maybe some healing off of this eye.
Oh.
And this is one of the problems with these Karma Zoe decks. They can just draw all spells.
I mean, granted, Patpat does have like stall for days.
Yeah, but he's at 8 HP already. There's a gifts though.
Yeah.
It's a good start.
It looks like we're gonna get to the Karma turn.
Just might. But Renrag might just close out the game on his next swing.
I don't know. Not with 3 palms and a homecoming. See what's.
I don't think there's any rallies in this Lux deck. Oh, Patpat actually going to remove the Aphelios here. Zoe going to 9 out of 10.
Yeah, no rallies.
For Demacia comes out here. Renrag looking to shove their advantage.
I mean, this is Zoe level, after which you can just kind of sack her. She's good to get value, but at this point, it's not necessary.
I think you kind of need the invokes, maybe. I don't know what else you're doing. You don't have any draw, so protecting her for one more attack might be worth your time.
But like, well, I think first of all, you can't afford to do that with the current board state. I think you have to like full block and like let Zoe die. Just because you're at 8.
You can homecoming Zoe, right?
So like homecoming Hush. Just to actually homecoming Zoe seems pretty good. Because you can like go Golden Sister. Um hmm.
Hmm.
Maybe you want that because you have your karma coming up. Is there anything else that you'd want to homecoming though from Renrag's hand?
I'm
Star
not
Shaping
sure.
Invokes?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Just chooses to let Zoe die.
That's why. Just knew he
Oh,
was going to draw another one, I guess.
there you go. I think Patpat's going for the Golden Sisters rather than, yeah. Not great karma spells right now, plus you're at 5 health.
I like this line a lot more. Protects you.
Renrag can do something about this. Sunburst and Falling Comet, but might want to fire off something to kill the Zoe.
Yeah, getting invokes can be pretty powerful for Patpat here. Renrag may not want to let him find any way to potentially get back into this game.
Like, Patpat has a wide enough board that, like, a Great Beyond is gonna get close to closing it out. Chooses not to. I guess this means that they can go for a 6 cost into shooting Zoe with laser. But it does mean that Zoe already gets the invoke right now.
Yeah, that invoke is so big. Patpat can of course respond to any spell with a Hush here to deny Lux the laser. Actually just gonna
Oh,
homecoming. I like this a lot more.
so that means the Sunburst should have been pointing at the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Because that makes homecoming much worse. Well, Pat's nicely at 18. A second Golden Sister is going to once again give the whole board elusive, so probably just waiting on this karma. Can invoke, double invoke if they want to.
Yeah, Patpat has so much time now. Has been granted it by the graces of Zoe level up and all the lifesteal that he was able to find.
Pat leveled Zoe quickly. We came into this game, Zoe was at like 2.
Yeah.
Next turn, she was level.
Yeah, he really did. That's kind of what happens in these decks, right? You have all these low cost spells that cycle themselves, so you're able to just fire them off one after the other in these later turns of the game, and flip Zoe in 1.5 turns, 2 turns.
Falling common, unfortunately, but Pat's sure going to get as much value as possible.
Double invoke here. Another Golden Sister
More
if he wants
sisters.
it. Travelers for more invokes if he wants it. Both options very good. And yet
Written in
another
stars.
sister. Surely this has to be written in the stars, though. No, actually, dropped it for the Destroyer.
I think Pat's just trying to think about, how to win next turn.
Yeah.
So, Destroyer, Overwhelm, Spell Shield.
Seems good. Seems strong. Seems powerful.
Yeah. How big is this Destroyer anyways?
It's big, I'm sure. I'll find out in just a second here. It's only plus... This has to be bugged. There's no way it's only +3. No shot.
Well, It doesn't matter because unless Renrat can fish or something, it's about to be game. Playing around Pale Cascade.
Not enough, though.
Yeah. Well, Star Shaping does barely do it. Yeah.
Not quite.
Double Star
Second one.
Shaping, though.
And now, if you're Patpat, you've
Just
seen both star shapings from your opponent.
double Living
Wow.
Legends.
You have to be feeling okay, but Renrag's picked up Living Legends not once, but twice.
I don't think you're super scared, though. You have a full board of Lifesteal Luces that never stop coming.
True.
You can just heal to full every turn and then dictate the trades on Renrag's attack. Honestly, like, Living Legends isn't what Renrag wants. It's just the other options must have been worse.
Yeah, Renrag really wants something like a Supernova here, I think. But Living Legends, of course, can be anything. We'll see what he finds off of it if he decides to play it.
I'm not sure what Renrag could have gotten, but playing Lux just feels like you're accepting your loss because there's nothing you can get off of Living Legends that's burst speed. There's like
Yeah.
Moon Silver, and outside of that, slow spells and units.
Definitely a bit of a strange line.
And that just takes this, right?
Yeah, I don't think you have to. I like the Pale Cascade, save
Yeah,
your unit,
sure.
and who cares about the rest? Oh, sure, if you drew a Zoe, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Could even Hush here.
Yeah. I mean, Renrag is 1 mana off from a laser. Zoe comes down, giving everything super elusive. And a deny for good measure.
Yeah, I think this one is
Yep.
just about closed up for Patpat.
Man. That's a rough slow death from Renrag.
Yeah, not a position you gotta be happy about.
Which was the game was like closing out after the Zoe level and the sisters came down, but like there's not much you can do about it with a full board of lifesteal elusives.
I'm glad that we tuned into this game when we did, because it felt like we got to see a full game happen. The first 5 turns didn't matter.
I mean, it's a Targon mirror. The first 5 turns didn't matter at all. Who can invoke better?
Patpat can invoke
Yep,
better
there
this time.
you go.
So that is the end of that one. Do we have more in this round? Let's find out.
I see Lunari, but I thought they were playing Glitchpoke. Wait.
They might just be sitting on the end game screen.
Yeah, because they say they're in game and Glitchpoke is out.
Yeah, they're just sitting on the end game screen. Okay, so that is in fact the end of our round 5. Welcome back to our desk. Once again, I'm MonteXristo and I'm joined by my friend Phansora. We're so happy to be here today with you guys. We're so happy to see so many of you coming out to support the stream and watch the show. We hope you're having a good time. It's been a great day of Legends of Runeterra so far. That rounded out our 5 rounds of Swiss. We are going to go into a top cut of 8 pretty soon. That means plenty more Legends of Runeterra action for you guys to follow along with. Phansora, how are you feeling, my friend?
I'm holding together. Yeah, it's been some pretty good games so far. Mostly the same few decks, but yeah, I got a few special ones in there.
Yeah, a little bit of spice, a little bit of different stuff there. We saw that Teemo Elise deck coming out from GMO. It's Leah Malphite from Roji himself. So we got some different stuff.
We're waiting on the results for one game, and then we should have our top cut.
Great. I would love to announce it to all the lovely people. and then we can go through some decks and into the first game, or we can take a quick break if you need one. No shame there. I
I'm good either way.
might get up and walk around for a little bit here while we wait for this to round out. And I think I actually will, because I am pretty tired, and moving the body is good for waking up. So, thank you all for staying with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. I'm MonteXristo, and this is your Sunday Mastering Runeterra tournament. I'm joined by Phansora, and we're super excited to bring you guys the top cut of games. I'm gonna just jump right into it here and go ahead and show off our bracket as soon as I reload this page, because production has to be scuffed. If it's not, it's not a Monty
Oh,
screen.
of course.
But
No,
we
it,
do
it
have our
gets better
top
and
cut
better.
here. Sorry, Phansora, I cut you off a little bit there, my
No, that's
friend.
fine. No, I was just talking about how scuffed it is. Go ahead.
Yeah. We have our top cut. Jester is our number one seed, having gone undefeated through the Swiss. Congratulations to them. Squallywag coming in at number two at 4-1. Chiron also 4-1. Codemanjack and GMO rounding out our 4-1 seeds. Then our final three top cut are Patpat at 3-2, WhatAmI at 3-2, and GrandpaRoji also at 3-2. Shoutouts to everybody else that came out to play today, and our runners-up Kuraschi, Dave Bow, FloppyMudkip, and Luna, who also had 3-2 seedings but did not get the tiebreakers to make the top cut. Thank you all for coming out to play. We hope to see you in a future tournament, and we hope that you gained something valuable from this experience and enjoyed the show, even if you didn't manage to quite make the top cut this time. Love to see you come back and do it next time. Phansora,
Yeah.
we've kind of
Going to
talked a little bit before the stream, before we jump back into stream here, and we decided that we're going to get into GrandpaRoji versus Patpat, or sorry,
or
not
to
Patpat,
Jester.
to Jester, our very first seeds here.
Yeah,
Just
I
gonna,
was looking into Jester's lineup. Oh, you're on Roji's. Okay,
I
well,
was no, I was gonna pull to Jester's up. Is actually
yeah.
what I was gonna do.
Zoe Lee, Feel the Rush, Trundle Trinivere, and Kindred Viego. So pretty solid, like control style lineup. 5-0. So it showed up.
People have been whispering about Kindred Viego in my ear, and I don't want to hear it. I'm not a fan of this deck, but it
It's a
is here.
fun
It's
deck.
shown up. We've seen it on stream. It's performed.
What do you
It's been doing
mean?
well for Jester today. Trundle
You get
Tryndamere,
to
of course, has been a staple as well, and Zoe Lee Sin can't go wrong with a classic.
I will not have you blaspheme Kindred Viego. It's a fun deck.
It's it's a
You
deck.
get to grow your mists to like 7/7. So what's not fun about that? Big units.
It's a deck. I'll give it that much.
And
But
then
on the other
we
side, we have GrandpaRoji's lineup. And
we
to
have
start it off, we have his
Talia
classic,
Malphite.
Talia Malphite. This
The Roji
is
Classic.
the Roji special. Then we have Timo Tristana Nar, very classic as well, and Tarek Pantheon, another Roji classic. Doesn't want Yumi, just wants to get in there and attack as many times as he can.
I think Roji's the only person to completely break away from Yumi to go with Tarek. We had one person who went 2 Yumi, 1 Tarek, but no one else going 3 Tarek.
And this is a bit of a comfort deck for Roji as well. It's something he played very, very much throughout the last season, so not surprised to see him sticking to the Tarek. I've heard a lot of players say that they feel Yumi just doesn't do enough. I've heard others say the opposite and say that Yumi does a lot for the deck, but Roji obviously deciding to stick to his guns, stick to what he knows, doesn't want the Yumi in here, is just going to go with that Tarek. And while we wait for these players,
I was personally on the Shyvana Pantheon train, but that fell off.
me too, actually. I preferred Shyvana.
I just think dragons are more fun. Fury is a fun keyword.
I agree. Dragons are fun, Fury's fun, and like I just feel like Shyvana provides a bit more mid-range presence that the deck kind of needed, especially against the aggro that was really prevalent in the previous meta.
It
Although,
does, but your Pantheon falls off really hard.
yeah,
It takes like another 2 turns to level him.
yeah, which is kind of sad. And sometimes you just need that lifesteal against the aggro matchups.
Yeah.
We are just waiting for the players to get into game and start up. It's been a long day for them as well, so giving them a little bit of a break before that top cut starts to be expected. But as far as bans go, how do you expect these bans to shake out, Phansora?
Hmm. I would guess that who's the Jester is probably banning out Yours and Arms. That deck's kind of rough for like Zoe Lee Sin as well as Kindred Viego.
Mm-hmm.
I'd imagine. Trundle Trinmere can probably wipe them enough times to survive, but it's definitely not a guaranteed win for them either, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I would expect either that or Talia Malphite to be the ban. Talia Malphite, of course, does very well into these slower control decks, and is a specialty of Roji's. Respect can be a big factor sometimes. And from the other side, Roji, I would expect to ban out. Oh, it's a tough decision, actually. Maybe the Kindred Viego just has Deny. It's annoying to deal with. Spirit's Refuge, Atro. Maybe it's just Lee Sin.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, Lee Sin is like another deck that like a lot of people who like Lee Sin put a lot of time to Lee Sin, so that's also a comfort pick there on the side of Jester.
For sure. For sure would be a good ban. And we'll find out in just a second. Hopefully these players will be getting their games underway.
Which side are you gonna do?
I
I don't have to Jester.
I don't have Jester either, so I will jump into Roji. We'll see if Jester would be kind enough to add you so we can have two hands.
Uh,
And while that's happening, I'm gonna go ahead and fix our scoreboard. Because I'm gonna be a good streamer and remember to do that. Good producer for once.
yeah, let's go.
Okay. Roji, hurry up, bro.
Who do you think is favored lineup wise?
I think it's gotta go to Roji, actually.
Same.
I think the Liam Malphite changes the skew of this.
The Leo Malphite's probably really rough for Feel the Rush.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very
And
rough for Feel the Rush.
I don't know if it's necessarily losing for Lee Sin, but it's at least annoying.
It can be very, very tough for like that matchup goes one of two ways. Either the Lee Sin player finds all their combo pieces and just kills you, or you just kill them.
And then, of course, Yours on Arms is painful for all these slower decks that aren't filled to the brim with board wipes. And so Lee Sin, Kindred Viego, you just go wider than them, and then Yours on Arms means you go taller than them.
Yep. Deny helps in those matchups a little bit, but even if you're trading even in mana for denies and rallies, you're not super happy with that most of the time.
Yeah, they'll just flood the board again. They don't need Yours on Arms when they have units.
Yep. Absolutely. As far as tech choices, these decks are all pretty standard. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Roji did add that Ancient Hourglass to his list, I believe, which wasn't there previously. That's a pretty new tech for him.
Lee Sin, there's Eye of the Dragon is actually being cut in Lee Sin against like when you're banning out anything that will like just like you don't need 3 Eye of the Dragons because you have Gifts from Beyond. So a lot of lists are going down to 2 Eye of the Dragon, so effectively you have 5 with the 3 Gifts from Beyond, and Solari Priestess gives you a lot of value over these slower matchups.
Yes, she does. She could definitely be definitely a tech that I've seen coming back in a little bit more because of that.
Yeah. And I know Majin's on the 5/6, but I'm not sure about that
5/6. The pod?
Yeah, pod, scatter pod.
Oh, really? He's still on
Yeah.
pod? I thought that was
Well,
like a beat aloof tech way back.
He brought it back.
Oh, okay. I mean, if Majin is playing it, it can't be bad, but
Yeah.
I imagine there's better things, and that's just a bit of a pet card for him at this point.
I think the big thing is having Priestess, which originally fell out of favor because of White Flame, but you can kind of run both of them.
I think you should be running both of them. They give you a bit of a fallback plan and some alternative outs, as well as a way to find your champions a little bit more consistently.
Yeah, Priestess also wins mirrors. Are we still waiting on Roji's Jester?
It looks that way. Maybe just gonna jump into a different game here.
All right.
Who's WhatAmI against?
Now Squallywag.
I have. I'll jump into WhatAmI side. If you can
All right.
grab Squallywag, we'll get that up.
Speaking of Lee Sin,
Speaking of Lee Sin,
we have WhatAmI on Lee Sin versus Squallywag on Pantheon Yumi Tarek. Hmm. This Lee Sin has come down very early.
yeah, not sure. Only at 3 out of 8.
Yeah. Squallywag does have the Cataclysm, but WhatAmI does have 2 ways to proc it with the gifts in hand. Let's see. Pantheon's
WhatAmI
3 out of 5.
being the excellent player that he is, of course, won't play Lee Sin without some form of protection.
Mm-hmm. And Squallywag making the correct read on that. It's not worth it to go for Lee Sin. There's probably a way to get 2 spell hits.
With the Hush, though, might have been able to try and force it.
Hmm.
Now WhatAmI gets to set up Zenith Blade, advancing Zoe to 6 out of 10.
Yeah. WhatAmI does have the Hush and Response in their hand.
WhatAmI's only goal from here is to get that Lee Sin leveled up so that way he can win the game through the level 2 effect of Dragon's Rage combined with the overwhelm that he's just applied through the Zenith Blade.
We do see a concerted threat in the hand of Squallywag, but which is usually the bane of the Lee Sin player's existence, but it's not enough right now, and WhatAmI with the 2 Hushes can probably stop it even next turn.
Well, only one Hush
Okay.
now, Phansora. Might have to
Let's
play a little bit more scared, but definitely can. With only one unit on the board, the concerted strike loses a lot of value.
Mm-hmm.
Do you Hush again? Nope.
I don't think so. It's you're like running out of stuff, and it's too easy for Squallywag to have another pump spell.
Mhm.
Granted, they don't, but it's often they do.
Yes, I agree. I think it's a wise decision to just wait, be happy that you got that pump spell out there, and just be able to go in here on the open attack. You can flip both
And
your
yeah,
champions, I believe.
oh, this is where you want to be as Lee Sin player. Flipping both champions, turn 7. Jesus.
Yep, gotta be happy with that.
And then even with the Hush, you're not really going for lethal at the moment. Oh, yeah. You're mostly just trying to play to like be a nuisance because now Squallywag has to defend both of his units.
Hush comes out.
That's the first one.
Now you can't actually
Is this
defend
enough?
this.
You can dig for 1 card. I think you start by digging with Guiding Touch.
What can you find though?
Twin. Oh, we know you're 1 mana off from Twin
Mhm.
plus Hush.
I don't think there's any way to protect the Lee here.
Does WhatAmI run recalls?
Maybe. Probably something we should have looked at as casters.
Let's find their lists.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Just lets it through. Wow.
So must not be on recalls then.
Deny though. That's a card.
Yep, deny is a card.
Or at the very least, you hush the Pantheon so that way your Dragon Link kills it.
Yeah, I think so. That is always a decent play.
Regardless, WhatAmI's got a level Zoe, which you can go toe for toe with keywords against the Pantheon.
Also has this Gravitum to be able to stun out the White Flame for the next turn.
This Pantheon does have Scout though.
And Spell Shield. There's the twin.
And another Pantheon.
Blinded Mystic means the eye's no longer going to produce Dragon Links.
You don't particularly need it because you have Golden Sisters in hand.
Blockers are never a bad thing though.
That's true.
And not having the option to develop one might be critical.
This Pantheon isn't elusive, so I feel like that's the win con right now. Try to build a big elusive board. Swinging. Interesting. Just trying to be a better blocker and thin the deck, I guess. Yeah.
White Flame comes down, granting Zoe Faded and Fury.
I think it's being played more so you get another unit for the Golden Sisters.
Yeah. I know, but we got to talk about things to fill time.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to talk about it.
Yeah, so this is gonna make it so that way the next swing is definitely a lot better as Phansora. Having one more unit on the board with the Golden Sisters just means one more attacker.
That's a lot of damage.
We have Hush. Do we need it? We don't need it. Can just replay Zoe, right?
Yeah. Here. I mean, we do see the rally in the hand of Squallywag, so that's going to be possibly game.
Yeah. I think that'll do it. He found it just in time. WhatAmI opted to develop the White Flame instead of the Golden Sisters. And I think he's going to get punished for it here.
Yeah, just top deck. That's not enough.
Defensive Twin takes us to 7.
Yeah.
That's still pushing 2 plus the impact damage.
Doesn't heal because of the barrier.
Squallywag takes game 1.
Let's see if Roji has started his game yet. We'll continue with this though.
We see the Zoe Lee Sin queued up once again by WhatAmI into the Draven Rumble this time. And this is a matchup I played a bit as well. It is winnable from the Draven Rumble side, but it's not a good one. If this Zoe levels up, the game is kind of over, but you also don't really want to be expending resources to kill her.
I mean, we do see a Rumble on the side of Squallywag, which is not easy to deal with if it's coming down on 4. WhatAmI can deal with it with the Hush into the Palm, but that doesn't feel great.
It also requires the entirety of their turn 4,
Yeah.
plus mana banked from a previous one.
Mm-hmm. Well, looking at Squallywag's hand, they don't have a great Rumble turn. They can drop it and it can start being a threat, but there's no Whirling Death, there's no Might. So it's just going to be a Rumble, which is much more manageable just by being able to jump block it turn after turn.
Still, Rumble being able to provide you Mecha Yordles if he ever gets to level up is something that might end up being quite valuable in this matchup. Infinite value is something that's hard to deal with as a Lee Sin player. Yeah, you kind of have your own, but if they can match it, suddenly your game plan isn't so straightforward.
We do see the Whirling Death pick up for Squallywag, which is important in a lot of situations for them.
Yeah, can help you deal with Lee Sin, can help you deal with Zoe, can
Help you
protect
push
your
damage.
Yeah, and it can also protect your Rumble as well as level him up.
Triple Ballistic Bot.
This is a good hand into Lee Sin.
Jeez. Yeah.
Bots being able to provide consistent damage kind of help you manage those Dragonlings that are going to be healing every turn. Also provides you with a lot of discard fodder for this Rumble.
We are seeing something similar on the side of WhatAmI, though, with the double Eye of the Dragon.
Definitely. Rumble comes down now. We're going to go ahead and see WhatAmI actually just remove it this turn. Or threaten to.
This basically says, Rumble, you can't attack. Still does?
I don't know about this. I think you just pass there. It's only one spell committed. If they don't create Dragonlings on the next turn, you're kind of happy.
Are you killing Draven or Rumble here?
Rumble, right?
I think it's Rumble.
Maybe you're happy that Rumble doesn't have Spell Shield and you don't want him to play another one.
Ah.
That's what's going on there.
Yeah,
Draven is always a more manageable unit, whereas Rumble...
I mean, we see the second Rumble in hand, so immediate payoff on that play.
Yeah.
You can hush the Rumble, you can stun it.
WhatAmi's a gamer, bro. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows what's got to be done. And the Zoe level up coming out. Again,
second
turn
Zoe
6.
level in 2 games.
Crazy.
And we see a second Zoe in hand, so should the Zoe die, everything gets elusive.
You almost want Zoe to die at this point.
Yeah, on top of already everything has faded Fury.
As if those weren't enough.
Yeah.
Not to mention the lifesteal we're going to get next turn.
Yeah. WhatAmI playing around Whirling Death?
Wisely. He's trying to identify what his lose conditions are, and one of them is losing this Zoe.
Yeah. WhatAmi's at 18, don't need to heal.
Correct. I said it at the start, Phansora. A leveled Zoe can be very, very hard for this Draven Rumble deck to deal with. There's almost no way for you to get through this board of infinite lifesteal.
Yeah, there's 3 Get Excited, 3 Mystic Shot on the side of Squallywag, but didn't... Well, there it is. Turn too late. I imagine here we're probably just going to see Drumble get either hushed or stunned. Oh, not even. No need to yet.
Doesn't want to let the Rumble
there we
level
go.
up.
Yeah. Just keeping the Rumble alive. If it dies, a new one's going to come down with Spell Shield.
But also preventing it from leveling up because those Mech Yordles may be problematic. Very smart, methodical play from WhatAmI here, trying to close out the game. Great Beyond pickup might be a great option.
Might go Immortal Fire to close it out this next turn.
And does look for it.
I think if there was one more mana, easy Great Beyond. But just to close it out a turn sooner. Squallywag has been pretty clear in saying they don't have any ways to deal with these units. Might as well just try to close it out as soon as possible.
I have to agree with you. No point in giving the burn deck any more time to find its answers.
Mm-hmm. And even if this doesn't work, WhatAmI is just going to be back to 20 health.
Yeah, none of these ignitions are sticking, and that is so important. If any of this damage had been able to add up over the course of the game, WhatAmI would be feeling very pressured here. Instead, he can kick back, relax, drop this Immortal Fire, and just say, okay, GG.
Squallywag has a burn in hand, but nothing to do with it. Yep. There's game 2 to WhatAmI. Let's see.
A very well played Lee Sin game by him. Was able to find the W against Draven Rumble. Didn't let any of that burn get to him. Found the turn 6 Zoe level up 2 games in a row, which was astounding.
Don't even need Lee Sin.
And now we're going to see Thresh Asol up against Draven Rumble. And for those of you who don't know, this Thresh Asol deck is a specialty of WhatAmI's. He has been bringing it for this season and previous seasons, but this season in particular, it's been kind of his staple deck. And boy, is it a tough one to deal with. I've had the misfortune of playing against it myself more than once, and it kind of just goes, okay, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, whatever. Turn 5, Thresh comes down, and then suddenly there's a Asol on your board and you're getting Atroed in the face. And you're dead. It's not a great experience.
WhatAmI showing how good of a player he is by getting silence off of the Looping Telescope.
Yeah, didn't even have to go for the Sketcher there. And here has Hush for Draven, but doesn't even care. Is just going to go for the Solari Priestess instead.
My first impression is that this would be slightly favored for the Draven Rumble, but so far this opening seems to be in favor of WhatAmI.
Yeah, I kind of thought the same way. Turns out this deck has a lot of healing.
Yeah.
35 points, actually. I counted it last time we played. The exact same as FTR. Unintentional. I asked. But clearly a sweet spot. So maybe something to consider when building your decks. This attack going to go through. Squallywag uses the axe to trade off the unit and give himself a Risen Rider.
No Rumble yet on the side of Squallywag. Just looking to try to go wide with Ballistic Bots and Fearsome units. Try to push as much damage, because WhatAmI's deck isn't going to really have Fearsome blockers.
Ballistic Bot, of course, a very classically a very good card against these SI control piles. Being able to spit out those ignitions turn after turn means a lot of damage adds up.
Squallywag drawing a Poro Cannon off of Archivist. No Withering Whale on the side of WhatAmI. It's looking like a pretty big attack here. Let's see. Decides not to go for the Crescent Strike, expecting an open attack. Not great blocks here. Probably like 7 damage coming through.
Yeah, the
Does have a
blocks
star
are
shaping.
a bit unfortunate for sure. As far as the Crescent Strike goes, I think wisely decided to pick up the Serpent instead, identifying, as you said, that the open attack was coming, and this would be more efficient at removing damage in the long run.
It looks like WhatAmI is setting up for a Withering Wheel, or at least bluffing that he is. All these units going down to 1 health.
This also sets him up nicely to ping anything off with the Meteor Shower. Just going to go ahead and discard the Ignition to start working towards that. Oh, we're actually going to level up the Draven here.
I think it's also to keep the Ballistic Bot healthy.
Yeah. Important in this matchup, as we identified. That 1 damage ping over and over and over again does add up.
WhatAmI managed to limit the damage to only 5, but the difference in the board right now is much in favor of Squallywag.
This begins to turn it back around, though. The Comet coming out here means Draven and the bot are going to go down.
WhatAmI does have a way to remove the Serpent as well.
Squallywag debating on the Decimate.
I think not yet.
Instead, just going to fire off the Get Excited. Give himself
try
a
to set up
4-3.
some more fearsome blockers. Or attackers. Probably waiting to see WhatAmI go after the 3-1 before playing the 4-0.
Would have to imagine.
Oh.
I like this from WhatAmI. He's going to remove the fearsome unit instead. And this Mystic Shot is super heads up
like
from
that too.
Squally.
Just sees that WhatAmI has consistently been setting everything to 1 health. Something's up.
Considering saving it.
Looks like they're holding out for the Withering Well draw.
Withering Whale, second Vile Feast, both will save more mana, or more HP.
That's getting close to closing it out with the double Decimate. WhatAmI does have the star shaping, but that's almost it.
Yeah, it's getting very close. Also, maybe considering if he just wants to save this Vile Feast for a potential Rumble. This is...
You're saving 3 damage here.
It's a lot of damage.
At this point, yeah.
WhatAmI agrees. Locks it in. Destroyer picked up. Gonna give him away. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think it's just like a unit to play next turn. There was the Cosmic, but you have, what, 2 units in hand right now?
Yeah, you have to find a way to start shoving some damage back, and this is a good way to do it. It's also something that can trade twice and block fearsomes.
Unfortunately, just WhatAmI can't go wide enough to keep up, and is running out of removal.
Destroyer comes down. 11-7. This could maybe end the game all on its own.
That's true with the Atrocity.
Squallywag may choose not to block here. Doesn't want to die to Atro. He's too smart of a player to do that.
1 point off. Also sets up nicely for the Urchin. There we go, setting up for a big open swing. Let's see if WhatAmI can draw out of the situation.
That's not it.
Not with that. We see another unit coming down outside of Squallywag at burst speed.
Full swing. WhatAmI doesn't have a good response to this.
He's got the Attra, but one off is going to make all the difference.
Has to fire off the Vengeance.
But that's going to be game with the Decimate.
Yes, it will. No healing found. Wasn't enough. Squallywag is going to take this set and be the first player of our knowledge, to our knowledge anyways, to advance in our top cut.
Just after a few more seconds of thinking.
Unfortunate that he was just one damage short there.
Yeah. It's just the way things shaked out. Only played so many Celestial cards. Draven Rumble putting on the pressure.
Telling me I might be a little bit foolish in believing it's not the best deck. Maybe I should be a believer. So, an update on the other side of our bracket. GrandpaRoji 2-0 to Jester. Codemanjack 2-0 GMO. I'm assuming that was a DQ.
He's GrandpaRoji started the game late and then finished before we were done spectating the ones we were spectating.
It might have been a DQ. He might have just no-showed.
Really?
I don't know. That, I mean, it could be. Patpat versus Chiron the Mage appears to be done, though I do not have an update on that just yet. And of course, we did just see Squallywag take down WhatAmI in a 2-1 game there.
Okay.
Bring our bracket back up for all of our lovely viewers here. Look at Streamception, guys. Here's our bracket, as you guys can see. Lots of action happening. We are just waiting for the last lower half to update. We'll see if we can just jump into this GrandpaRoji game. It looks like they are firing. If you have Codemanjack, we can just get straight into the next game here. Transition. Boom, boom, boom. 0. And we have Fizz, Lulu, Yordos and Arms versus Demacia, Yordos and Arms.
And good game.
Yep. GG. We jumped in a little bit towards the end there for you.
Just Yordos and Arms diff.
Mm-hmm.
What?
I don't know if that was a bug or if the set ended or what.
Yeah, the same thing happened to me. They're still playing. Just like go back in.
Yeah, just weird spectator thing. So we did see the end there, and we caught Codemanjack win game 1. And now we're going to see that Draven Rumble list up against...
Versus Yordos and Arms.
Yeah. Roji on the Petrosite Broadwing. Might be pretty important in this matchup to help remove some of these fearsome units.
Codemanjack mulligan to Rumble, which I'm surprised about.
I was...
decided it was going to be too slow.
I have been under the impression that you never kick Rumble in this deck.
Same. It's just too strong on turn 4.
It is, yeah. I mean, the games when you see Rumble compared to the games when you don't, they're just so different.
Yeah. That feels bad. That feels really bad. Yep.
I think you just do have to play the rider there, though. Playing
Yeah.
Draven here with survival skills is
Ooh.
okay. You did just see the Pokesick come out, so there's a higher odds of this surviving, and it deals with the Broadwing, but you are expending your survival skills, and you don't really have it as an option in the future now.
Yeah. How many is he on?
I would imagine 2, but I have to take a peek at the list to confirm.
Just one. And so that's it.
Yeah, if that's it, I might look to be a little bit more conservative.
Mm-hmm. Although, I mean, at that point, if you're that desperate for plays, it might just be good to do that to like stay on the board.
I don't think it's the worst thing you could do. I don't think it was a bad play by any means. I just don't know if I would have taken the same line. We do see the face sprout come out here, and GrandpaRoji's faced with a decision. Does he want a librarian that he can try and sneak through, or a grandfather Fae? Mushroom Ring, not a bad choice either, though there's not many other Faes left on the board here.
I'm not sure how realistically you can sneak through a librarian, but it does allow you to trade with the 4/2 without having to pump it.
You top deck another face sprout, and you manifest an elusive fish.
You know what? I did not think about that play.
That's the line.
I should have seen it. Hmm.
And actually going to be able to buff the assistant librarian out of range here with the sharp sight.
Yeah, but we're gonna see a mite for sure.
Still, gotta feel pretty okay with that exchange.
Yeah, one mite out definitely helps in this matchup. Oh, Draven level up.
Teemo is going to level this turn as well. Maybe. We did see a Whirling Death picked up.
Let's see.
We're
Buried
gonna
in
see
ice is funny.
we're about to see a Whirling Death blowout, I think.
Yeah. And Codemanjack just passes here. You save Whirling Death, and if only Teemo attacks, then you can think about developing.
Oh, okay.
Or not.
Just wants to
I mean,
get on the board.
only Teemo attacks, so it's the same outcome. But I feel like you wait until after the swing and then consider it.
Yeah, I would rather remove the Teemo, not let him level up, not have to worry about it.
This is looking pretty. Oh my goodness. Double Might and Whirling Death. And, like, the thing is, this Yours and Arms Demacia deck doesn't have interaction.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't have a way to remove your units when you're miting over top of them. So Codemanjack can feel really safe about any spells he commits.
And there's the might. This does represent 10 damage.
Second Might.
Second might.
That's exact.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a Ranger's Resolve, which will heal back 2 effectively.
But we're still looking pretty dead from the side of Roji here. Kind of has to hope for a couple lucky Teemo. Might have to rally and look for a Teemo shuffle into some lucky shrooms.
Well, Roji has to kill this Ballistic Bot.
True. I forgot he could do that.
Yeah. This is a lot of damage with a second rally.
Oh boy. That's going to be a ton of shrooms in the
Oh,
deck.
goodness.
Roji might actually
Nope.
win this.
No, here's the Whirling Death Blow you were talking about. Or not.
Doesn't go for it. That is...
I think you do that on the initial one, because the only thing you're losing to is Rally. The only thing you're losing to is Rally and Yours and Arms. So...
Teemo shrooms are now a very real win condition, and Roji can choose to play around everything. Has the
30,
second rally. This is so many shrooms. There's not a lot of HP
shrooms,
left. We're going to go to 120.
120 shrooms?
Slight misplay from Codemanjack means that Roji's stolen this game back, and we have a set on our hands here.
You have to Whirling. Go down to 5.
You really have to save every point of HP here.
You're on... Codemanjack is on average 4 shrooms on the draw.
Wow.
So, Codemanjack's on a coin flip to win the game. Don't you think you preemptively changed the scoreboard?
Maybe, but...
We gotta see. We're gonna play it out.
I mean, it's a Teemo.
Let's find out.
Boom, boom, boom.
2, see?
But a rally.
You're developing. Alright, okay.
This is actually game for Codemanjack still.
There you go.
Roji tried his best. Needed 1 more shroom. Actually, 3 more shrooms. But we like some copium here. Codemanjack does take it, securing a 2-0 victory over GrandpaRoji. In what looked to be a very tight game. That was some quick back and forth there. Oh, man, Roji wins. Oh, no, he doesn't.
Codemanjack didn't need to Whirling the Teemo. Codemanjack had the heart of the cards on his side.
True. Took a lot of unnecessary damage at the end there.
Well, just a little bit. I don't know, maybe Codemanjack was just playing around other stuff, and then after the first rally came down, realized that there was another problem.
It's plausible.
I'm wondering what they were playing around in Roji's deck. Because if there was a... Yeah, there's no wall up, so... Alright, no one's playing right now.
Okay. Patpat is actually about to start his top 4 set. I have messaged him to see what happened with his set. He won. Chiron didn't report. Shame, Chiron. Shame, shame, shame. Yeah, normally it's winner reports, but with this website, you guys didn't hear anything, but this website was a burp. Both players have to report. That's how it is. Shame, 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 shame. So we are gonna get to see Patpat versus Squallywag in just a second here.
Alright.
We'll have to wait to see the winner of this for our grand final anyways, but this is your semifinals top cut. I am once again MonteXristo. I'm joined by Phansora. We've been at this for quite a while now. This is like longer than the average for a first casting experience. How are you feeling now that we're about 5.5 hours through Phansora? We've been at this whole thing 6 hours now, but the stream has been a lot.
Just fine. Talking for 5.5 hours straight. No biggie. Perfectly fine.
Your vocal cords starting to wear down on you at all yet?
Maybe. I'll find out like the moment I get off, and then I can't talk.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
It has definitely been a bit of a long day, though. I am very grateful to have you alongside me. Just as I'm very grateful to everybody who is here from chat, in our chat, watching, hanging out. It's been a great time putting these on for you, and I'm so glad to see so many of you are enjoying them. Love to see the turnout every time. Friday's stream was a great success. Today's stream was an even bigger success. I hope you guys can appreciate some of the upgrades. If you do, go give Sparkling Iced Tea over on Twitter a huge shout out. That man supplied us with all of this. And yeah, made it so that way we could have fancy stuff like our countdown timer and scene cuts, so that way I can actually cut scene without muting everything. Because normally it's super scuffed. Now it's just moderately scuffed. But yeah, that's it. Phansora has instructed me that they did just need to step away for a moment, and while they've stepped away, the game has gone underway and bans are currently ongoing. So we're just gonna cut to the spectator view, and while that's happening, I'm gonna go ahead and fix our scoreboard. Fix the scoreboard! Nobody's won anything yet. The game hasn't started. These players aren't the ones on the screen. We're gonna get... Who is our top player? It's Squallywag.
Alright, I'll get him up.
Thank you very much, Phansora, and welcome back.
Uh-huh.
Patpat. And Patpat is on that Feel the Mina deck that I really want to see. I haven't seen the Gnar deck show up yet. I'm very curious to see how it does. And these players, as you can see, are probably still banning, taking their time, thinking it out. And there we go into the game.
Is that it? That's it. It's Feel the Mina.
Amazing. We get to see it. Been asking for it all day, Phansora, and now it's here.
Oh.
The Gnar Trundle. Gnar, both champions in the opening hand. I would imagine this is what you want to see as Patpat. You have Ramp, you have Gnar, you have Trundle, you have Scattered Pod to target draw your win condition.
We do see Squallywag keeping a deny for that Feel the Rush or for the Mina. So many big things to deny.
Feel the Rush picked up means that we can drop Gnar on turn 3. This is not something you see every day.
Alternatively, we have the classic Faces into Catalyst opening.
Yeah, not a bad option either. Patpat decides he just wants a Poke Stick. That's enough. He's good to take his 4 damage, get the Poke Stick, level up this Gnar. Doesn't need anything more. Can represent deny. Maybe dissuade Squallywag from firing something off.
Will comes down, but Patpat has options. Just replay Gnar, Ramp, Trundle. All these are looking good.
I like putting the Trundle down. Getting an Ice Pillar is good. If more recalls type stuff comes out, more pillars are more good. You don't feel bad about that because they're just gonna be. It just means that your Trundle is gonna get bigger and bigger on the swing. Now Squallywag faced with a decision. What does he do? Really only has the one play of Zoe available. Lee's there, and you have the mana for him, but
you're not playing Lee. Lee's at like 2 spells.
Yeah. That Lee dying if he gets played.
Yeah.
You don't need him on the board.
And like you're not killing anything. You're killing the Faces of the Old One, which is like you don't care that much. At this point, it's been ramping so much, it doesn't matter killing it now.
They already got their power spikes with the ramp, having been able to play both Gnar and Trundle a turn early. The Faces doesn't matter, as you said. Cycling Pale Cascades, working towards that lead level up condition.
We do see Patpat able to cast Ice Pillar now, possibly into a Feel the Rush next turn. really showing off the strength of this deck into something like Lee that doesn't pressure you early on. You can just kind of execute your own game plan without really needing to, avalanche, ravine, just like kill your opponent on the board. And you just wait.
And Patpat punished by Crescent Strike here. We say punished, but I mean, it's fine.
I mean, you don't kill the Zoe right now, so it's not great.
You can play your Blighted Ravine if you want, though. It's not doing a whole lot more in this matchup.
True. Blighted Ravine doesn't let you feel the rush next turn, though.
I don't know if you actually want to play the Feel the Rush, though, because you pretty much are 100% sure it's going to get denied in this matchup. Unless you've seen it deny out already for something else, you can be pretty confident it's going to get denied.
That's true. You do have the Scattered Pod as a second option.
Now, Mina comes down.
Mina.
This is where the deny is going to come down, and that opens up the Feel the Rush for the following turn.
Yeah.
This is what Patpat was working towards.
This is great, though, because Lee's not leveled, so Squallywag would need exactly gifts in order to level him and kick something back to hand.
There's the deny.
Yep.
But no gifts from Squallywag, as we can see with Caster Vision.
Squallywag is only on 2 denies. 2 Notify, 2 denies, so...
Patpat taps himself out of Feel the Rush, though.
Just decides, hey, I'm going to go for this big open attack next turn.
So now you're pulling Lee to the 0-3, and you're full swinging, right?
Yes.
I don't like putting damage on the pillar for no reason.
Isn't... And you're also fully ramped next turn, so you don't need the 0-3.
Yeah, exactly. Slight mistake from Patpat. EU player is playing from God knows what hour. Probably 3 in the morning for him. Crazy kid. Second Zoe comes down, though, from the side of Squallywag. This one, not so advanced in her level up condition, but is still going to be able to get in and generate some value if on the attack.
Squallywag has so many Sonic Waves in hand. Look at that.
It's kind of
2
sad.
Sonic Waves, 2 Lee Sin Sonic Waves.
And Catalyst actually picked up by Patpat.
Were they looking for something else?
Is there another burst spell in the deck?
3 Sisters, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does have the Will of Ionia, though. So, again, with Caster Vision, we can see there's no second deny to answer it. Patpat not really at risk of dying this next turn.
Probably just planning to weather the attack best as possible, and then set up for a field rush, except they're a little board locked. Funnily enough, it would have been a positive to get your 0-3 killed off, because it allows you to set up an easier field rush.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Patpat is looking to be able to sweep the board, field rush or no.
Now we're going to see the Will of Ionia come out on this Lee Sin to save whatever unit it pulls. That prevents a ton of damage.
It also resets the Zenith Blade.
Yes, it does. Will of Ionia and Homecoming, both cards that are fantastic into something like Zenith Blade. Anything that you have, or any Fated sort of archetype, anytime you have to invest mana into a unit to get it going, the reset of a recall effect is going to be doubly effective. Patpat just considering if maybe he wants to let this through instead.
It's still one space off of being able to cast Field Rush and actually get the full value.
And actually
Let's it
just
go through.
does hit okay. Can overwrite something with the... Okay. Still not looking to play Field of Rush, I guess.
Oh. I think you go for the Mina here.
Maybe. What are you
It still
resetting?
leaves Lee Sin,
I...
Dragonling Eye, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And this still nicely leaves you up with 4 mana.
What are we going to see here from Squallywag in response? Concussive Palm onto the Trundle. This means the lethal threat is no more.
I think Patpat could have potentially stunned the 2/2 in response.
I don't know if it's worth it, though. I don't think you're killing the moment that stun happens. Are you? Because they still gain action back, right?
Yeah, but they would have 2 blockers instead of 3, which is an extra 7 damage through. You could always pull a Dragonling to the side with you, or
it's an
you
extra
can't pull anything.
3 damage through, right? So I don't know if that's worth hurting your palm. You might need it.
Yeah, no, I misread the pillar.
It's okay. It happens. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Second Trundle picked up, and here's another Zenith Blade.
We might see the sun. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's feel the rush sitting here for moral support while Mina does all the work.
Yeah, it's kind of a dead card in this matchup. Don't really want to get it eaten by a deny most of the time. Although, we have seen the deny come out, and we've seen deny check time and time again, so...
I think the issue has just been board space. I think there were times when Patpat had enough mana to just try to play it, and if it gets denies, then that's the second deny. It gives you free reign to cast any other spells.
I wish you could play it for 6 to only get 1 unit.
It's like half a Feel the Rush.
Yeah. Feel the...
Oh, it's a long day.
This is where we get 6 hours and 20 minutes to a cast.
Yeah.
Making terrible jokes.
Jokes.
Patpat gonna go ahead and swing in here. Squallywag can defend with this Lee Sin. But, of course, we do see that there's not 1, but 2 Will of Ionias available. Of course, the palm gonna come out means that Trundle's never getting through.
Did you also yawn?
I did.
Same. I didn't think that worked over voice calls.
It was simultaneous, so it was just kind of random. Lee Sin's gonna swing here, but Patpat was able to pick up that 3 Sisters. Now has another option for dealing with it. Will of Ionia probably gonna come out here.
Yeah. 3 Sisters is more flexible, and also it leaves the Zenith Blade on it.
Yep. And the wheel goes through. Patpat knows there's no deny. Maybe he'll set up for this Field Rush finally. Looks like he's going to.
I mean, what else is going to play? Like a Faces of the Old One?
I think I would have played an Avalanche there, maybe. Or a Ravine.
Oh yeah, now that your pod is dead.
Yeah.
Squallywag fishing for the deny.
Doesn't find it.
Doesn't get it.
This is probably it for Patpat.
Yeah, this is
No other draw from the side of Squallywag.
30-some damage and overwhelm. With no stuns or recalls on the side of Squallywag. They've got one stun because of the gifts. But that won't be enough.
No, it won't. These Trottles are both going to continue to grow as well. Holy. Talking through the yawn.
Yeah, there you go. Squallywag's got a Hush and the Gravitum. But it's not enough, I don't think. I don't know, maybe it's barely enough. Math's hard.
Math is really hard. The eyes spoiled us.
Going for the Hush and the Trundle, I think. I mean, you gotta. But, Patpat can go for the recall on the Lee Sin. Now that Squallywag is... Oh, wait. Never mind. Field Rush.
Yep. Tapped out completely.
Like I said, math's hard.
Math hard. We are tired.
1 is in
It's
fact
okay.
not 4.
Nope, 1 is not 4. It's okay, I've made that mistake myself. You know when things start going real south? When you use like a single combat or like another combat trick thinking you're gonna kill a white flame, and all you do is feed the white flame to make it bigger to kill the other thing and survive both.
Oh, that was awful.
Yeah,
That sounds awful.
yeah, it's one of those.
Alright.
Here we're gonna see the Lee Sin's spell being used to pull units and threaten kills.
Squallywag going for the, like, 4th or 5th Lee Sin attack that won't go through.
Yeah, Patpat's deck just has the answers. And of course, we do see there's another recall available.
Recall, stun, freeze. It's got all the answers.
I put 1 up because I thought this game was over, but it's not over yet.
It's been about to be over for like quite a while. See,
It's okay. Scuff stream.
there we go. Nothing like a good old 20-minute Lee Sin game.
Yep. Recall comes out. There is no answer except to try and kill off the Gnar as well.
He's got a Notify for a wall up, but
How much do you even care? Enough.
that's 8 healing. So it's going to be wall up, Notify, freeze.
Open attack, win.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're going to finally be able to... Oh,
Doesn't
bust
freeze.
it through. I was going to say, because, like, Pat's been attacking with these overwhelms, and they've just not gotten through.
Okay, now we play Ravine.
Kills
But
off
I
the
actually think
Dragonlings.
this doesn't work the way we want it to. I'm pretty sure the eyes are made after.
Oh. You know, it...
You know,
It's just-
Patpat's so tilted, he says, fuck this.
It's just perfectly in flavor for how scuffed this has been. Just,
Yeah.
You know what? Misreading interactions.
Because what happens is the person with the attack token has their round start effects happen first. And
Isn't-
countdown effects happen prior to round start effects. So the
Yeah.
countdown happens, the landmark goes off, then the round start effect happens. We have tokens, so whatever we had on our side of the board would summon first. We had nothing, so then there's summons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You might want
And
to
game
fix the score. The
3.
game, fix the score. The game finally finished.
Yeah. Gotta get not game 3, game
Uh,
2. Patpat 1. Wow.
Wait, nope. Uh,
What? Did I screw up?
I just no. I'm disappointed. We couldn't have seen a Lee Sin Lee Karma game.
Oh, that would
Hey,
have been something.
with any luck, we might still see it.
Maybe. That's actually like a really favored matchup for Zoe Karma.
Hmm.
It's like unreasonably favored because they just don't have to do anything.
And like Lee Zoe has a hard time leveling Lee Sin when your opponent's doing nothing.
Yeah. You
It's
just
just so funny.
full mulligan for Karma, pass until 10, and then play Karma
Yeah.
plus
Lee plays
Star
just
shaping.
please play anything. Let me cast my spells.
No, Lee. You can't cast spells today. Not allowed. Guys, pro tip. Best way to beat a Lee player, don't play anything the entire game.
Yeah.
You don't have a unit, they can't pull it. If they can't pull it, they can't deal double damage. If they can't deal double damage, they can't OTK you. That's thinking smart.
I mean, before Wake Flame came out, that's basically it.
True. When you meme, but it's not really a meme, but it's a meme, but it's not really a meme.
Exactly. Memeception.
Yeah. And Squallywag doing a good job of setting up their board here. Patpat really under fire, but is just going to go ahead and drop this Tasty Fey Folk, look to get some HP back. Has lots of healing left in the hand as well. Has an
Patpat's
extra
got-
Karma, so plays one.
Yeah. 12 damage of healing, so no need to worry.
Yeah, I don't mind trying to put this Karma down, get some extra spells if you can. Might be a bit aggressive, a bit hasty, but your hand is looking a little
Yeah.
bit dead, so I think you need to get some value if you can. Unfortunate that it just goes down to the single combat that did come off the top.
I feel like you could maybe open attack there, try to like bait Squallywag to play something.
I agree.
Although, I mean, with single combat on 2 mana, it's unlikely they would have tapped under.
Yeah, but if you open attack there and they don't play something and they just pass back for whatever reason, aren't you
Yeah,
really happy to take that pass?
Oh yeah, every time.
And does that attack with Karma actually make a difference to your win condition whatsoever?
No.
No.
Wait, I'm sorry, attack with Karma?
Yeah, if you develop the Karma first, you're doing it because you don't want the open attack, right?
Yeah.
So the only reason to develop the Karma is because you're saying I want to attack with Karma. Otherwise, you just don't take that open attack every time, right?
I don't think you want to attack with Karma. I think you just are declining the open attack for some reason.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess so. Pantheon on the board as an 8/4. Looking kind of scary.
There's the Cataclysm there.
Already at 4 out of 5 as well.
Second Pantheon in hand, too.
Yeah, this is looking maybe a little bit doomed for Patpat.
Oh god, we're going to Lee Sin Lee, or Lee Zoe, Lee, or Karma Zoe.
Patpat, why did you do this to me today? I thought we were friends. I didn't want to have to cast Targon Mirrors all top
Don't
cut.
you love Ionia Targon Mirrors?
The best. Speaking of Zoe, there she is. And Karma generated a pretty good spell for this matchup. Look at that.
Oh. I mean, too bad Squallywag only has 1 unit, but... This is rough. I think you have to homecoming this. And then Squallywag does something and you pray for no spell shield.
Well, the Concerted Strike can just come out in response here now, right?
And it's on the stack, so you can't even interact with it.
Yeah. Oh, let's it go.
That doesn't count for the Pantheon trigger.
Yeah, didn't target a unit. The unit disappeared. This sharp sight will, though.
Let's see. Spell shield or no spell shield? That looks like
No
either
spell shield.
spell shield or the. Nope, that's
No
just sharp
spell
sight.
shield. But there is a scout.
Oh no. That's game. Or not quite. Oh! It kills Pantheon.
Oh. Too bad there's another one.
However, yeah. Jeez, why does barrier sharp sight look like the same thing as spell shield?
I don't know, and it's been a problem for a while now. They really should fix it.
Well, scout again. Patpat does have this silence. Oh. Oh no, it's fine. Oof.
And
Misses
the
on the
silence,
draw.
yeah, means another dead Pantheon. Patpat's still in this game. Has a way back with this star shape and can't find a win condition.
It's also 2 Pantheons down. Both players just kind of waiting on their hand, but Patspat's dex isn't designed to just wait. Squallywag kind of struggling. All spells.
Star shaping still available as an option for Patpat. Gonna go for it here. Great Beyond and Living Legends,
Living
both
Legends?
good pickups.
Woo! Squallywag desperately needs a unit.
That is not a unit. If you're
Not a
Patpat, you
spell.
can continue to take this slow. Written in the stars.
Stars or Comet? Yeah. And backup Comet. Just in case. Third Pantheon.
Just in case. Never a bad idea.
Finally gets a unit. White Flame can do some pretty big damage, except this Comet's going to remove it.
We'll see if the sequence of actions works out in a way that's beneficial to Squallywag here. Gravitum picked up just as backup
boy.
here.
Oh, that's a Great Beyond.
It's a big Great Beyond at this point.
That's a...
Not a big Great Beyond,
Yeah.
it's a 10-2. It's a 10.
Oh,
It's big
I was
enough.
going to say, they could Moonglow to pump it a little bit more.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
also-
2-turn lethal.
2-turn lethal is good. It's all you need. Got enough HP back. Digging for a sharp sight, maybe.
Also, I blinked and Patpat's now at 14 health.
Has healed back quite a bit between the star shaping and the 2 guiding touches that have been cast. Third one in hand as well. And it's going to get Dragon Legs on the next turn.
I mean, Squallywag probably doesn't have much of a choice except to go all in on this White Flame, but unfortunately, we see this falling Comet on the side of Patpat, so it's not going to work out.
No, it's not. Squallywag does have the option to... Okay. Is looking to maybe take out this Great Beyond in the future, but unfortunately Patpat does have that Moonglow. Probably feeling pretty good about saving it.
Yeah, probably. Third Pantheon. Squallywag still has a way
Wow,
out of this with
Squallywag
third
is gaming
Pantheon.
today.
Patpat does have Comet Palm in order to break Spell Shield. But that looks like no Spell Shield to me.
That is indeed no spell shield. Doesn't need to commit the palm, can just comet.
Wait.
What? Huh?
Wait, what's their spell?
It didn't show spell shield.
Was there a spell shield?
It didn't show. I looked at it. There was no spell shield. Pretty.
What?
Somebody would be so kind as to clip that for us.
That's a friendly reminder to always check the eye. I mean, he is one keyword short of 8.
Things maybe not looking so good for Patpat now.
Huh. I mean, Squallywag still has to figure out a way to deal with this 10-5. Although Pantheon is elusive, so...
Zenith Blade. Now Patpat can palm this turn. This dragon's gonna get a free attack off popping the spell shield and opening up the way for this concerted strike. Squallywag might actually take this to game 3. Sorry, this is game 3, is it not? I didn't update.
No, this is game 2.
Is it game 2? Oh man.
Yeah, because game 3 is going to be the Zoe Lee Zoe Karma.
Oh boy. I don't see a good way for Patpat to survive this. Is going to be able to take out the dragon here and top decking a Karma.
Wait a minute.
Just goes to show that it's not over until the fat lady sings.
We still have a game.
Deny as well.
Oh my goodness. Squallywag's at 20, so even if Patpat can't quite push lethal this turn? Let's see. No, that's just enough, but...
We're going to lose a unit though, right?
It depends. If Squallywag casts... No, I think Patpat can't quite win here.
Scully deciding what to do. Considering concerted. Does settle on it. Patpat does just have to fire off the deny here. Doesn't have another choice.
Scully's probably going to not second concerted, though.
Gravitum comes out from Patpat, trying to push for lethal this turn.
I mean, it's got to be a concerted now, like on the open attack.
And I think you have to prioritize taking out the Karma over the 11-3, which feels awful, but...
I mean, you're still alive.
Oh, it does actually kill the 11-3.
So you drop down to 4, but... I mean, this Pale Cascade...
Double Pale
that's
Cascade
so
now.
Much card draw. Double stun, double Pale.
This might just be too much for Squally.
This should be game, but like we thought it was game like 3 times already.
Just trying to build their Pantheon big enough that it matters, as well as cycle this Pale Cascade. Tarek found. That's a good answer for the next turn if we can survive the open.
Wait, so okay, Pantheon did have Spell Shield. We're just blind.
Okay. Comet. That's the answer Patpat needed.
Double comment. I'm just looking at chat go wild over the commenting of Pantheon with Spell Shield.
Chat is going nuts.
It's just
So double rally does come out from Squallywag here.
no.
Unfortunately for him, it's not going to be quite enough to actually do anything meaningful on this turn. Patpat can just
Yeah.
continue to sit back, relax.
Patpat can even kill the Taric, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Squally's going to acknowledge,
He's gonna call the game there.
send out the Shen. Patpat takes our second set of the top cut. Our third set of the top cut. I don't know. Patpat takes his set of the top cut.
Yeah.
2-0. And moves on to the finals.
Wow.
To face Codemanjack.
What a game.
What a game. What a game. That was something, Phansora. That was
Yeah.
a set.
That was a set.
That was a set.
And
If that was Targon, and it was a mirror, and it was board Targon,
it was Targon doing Targon things.
it was great. But with that, we're going to cut to a quick break. We'll be back with our grand finals. Thank you all so much for sticking around through this super scuffed broadcast. I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. Welcome back to your Sunday Mastering Runeterra $200 tournament. I'm MonteXristo and I'm once again joined by Phansora, and we're so excited to bring you guys the top cut. Phansora, how are you feeling after 6.5 hours of casting now?
I don't know. I'm ready to be done, but like this last matchup looks like it's gonna be a pretty fun one. We just saw
Yeah,
Patpat go 2-0 against Squallywag, and those were some close games.
yeah, Patpat's lineup is definitely an interesting one, and I'm glad that you brought it up because I did just want to take a quick look at the lineups while we're waiting for these players to get into game. Bear with me for just a second while I pull it up on screen for all of our lovely viewers. We do have Jace Lux. This is a deck we've already seen a couple times today from a couple different players, but Patpat is on 2 back-to-back, 2 Shock Blast, 2 Concerted, 3 Assembly Line, 1 Rally in Golden Aegis, the 1 Shield of Durant, 2 Single Combats, 2 Sharp Sight, 2 Mystics, and 1 Thermal Beam, along with double Mage Seeker Persuader and double Patricite Broadwing. Additionally, there's also the Forge of Tomorrow in there. From what I understand, he has been working with Eniamore to tech this to beat Pantheon. How consistent that is, we've yet to see. We did see it take one game today, but that one game is not a significant sample size whatsoever. His
I
second
mean,
deck is one that we just got to witness in action. It is Zoe Karma. It is quite the slow deck. It's definitely built to beat up on Pantheon as well. We did see it do that to great effect in the last matchup. It has tools such as Homecoming, Star Shaping, Sunburst, Hush,
I
Blinded
mean,
Mystic,
it
and
got through 3 Pantheons last game.
yeah, it did. It got through not one, not two, but three. Three Pantheons, all of them. They died. And a Taric. It was something. If you guys missed it, you should definitely go back and check out that VOD. But the final deck in Pat's lineup here is this Gnar Trundle Feel the Rush deck with Mina Swiftfoot. And it's definitely an exciting one.
Yeah, we got to see this one shine with the Minas, especially against Lee Sin earlier. No Field Rush played, but it was not even close. It lasted a long time, but this came out way ahead of Lee Sin.
The Feel the Rush did come out at the very
Oh,
end of
that's
that
true, at the
game.
very end.
Yeah. But nonetheless, it was an incredibly long game, so I don't blame you for forgetting about that one. It was kind of inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But on the other side of our bracket, we have Codemanjack, who is playing Zoe Lee Sin on a very standard list, 3 eyes, still opting for that 6-eye package, 1 Notify, which a lot of players have started to cut from the deck in this current metagame. But second deck is Draven Rumble with 1 survival skills, as we've already mentioned, 2 Whirling Death, the 1 ambush, 3 might split, and the rest of that deck is pretty normal, nothing out of the ordinary here. And of course, their final deck is Fizz Lulu, Yordles and Arms with Treasured Trash as a 2 of it for their top end.
It looks like they've already started game one, so let's hop in.
Great. Looks like bans are just getting underway, and while they do that, I'm going to fix up our scoreboard because we can't have that messed up for the rest of the game.
It would be in theme.
It would be, but we'll try and do the finals, right?
Yeah.
So, if you're sitting behind the wheel and you're Patpat, you have these 3 slow decks. What are you looking to ban from Codemanjack's side? It's not Lee,
Probably.
right? Because you kind of farm Lee.
No, we just saw Pat Farmley. See, I was going to say this deck that Codemanjack is playing right now, but apparently I'm wrong.
Me too. I thought it was this one as well.
I can see Draven Rumble being banned too. Worried about early aggression that they could put out with all the fearsomes, burn over the top.
Fearsomes can certainly be a problem for this lineup. You're also not on an Avalanche in your Feel the Mina deck here, so that's not really an option to remove the early aggro units.
But I mean, just yours and arms is scary for some of these slower decks. Even if you are running a few denies, they'll have enough stuff. Now, granted, this is not the rally version.
True.
So that certainly makes you a little scared about like the consistent pressure from yours and arms into rally. A bit more for those like explosive swinging turns, which your decks might be able to handle a bit better.
And Codemanjack opts to take the 2 damage there. Doesn't want to give Patpat the draw.
We do see the Blighted Ravine in Patpat's hand, which looks like it's going to be pretty impactful in the coming turns.
Yeah, it might completely blow out this board. Pokestick just coming out, gonna make this attack all that much stronger, but second Blighted Ravine now picked up means Patpat's gonna be pretty safe here.
Yeah, just letting it through, knowing it's going to all be healed back up for the Blighted Ravine.
Yordle Captain comes down now, making Lulu a 4/4 next turn, as well as 2/2 Poros. Of course, it will still die to the second Ravine, but that's a lot of damage represented. Boom Baboon instead.
I mean, it gives you a better open with the Lulu. Be able to Poro Cannon into the Flame Chompers, get an extra 4/4 at speed, essentially.
Might have to recall the Lulu on this turn. Would be very heads up of Patpat to do.
Goes for it now.
Lulu gonna be used to heal up the Yordle Captain. This means that the Avalanche does basically nothing.
Hmm.
Now we have Scattered Pod as our option. But we're not too happy about it.
Doesn't feel great. It's just a big dumb unit. Doesn't do that much for you right now, but there's not really other options. Deny is good for yours and arms, but doesn't look necessary. Yordle Captain, Poro, Patpat's tapped under third Blighted Ravine. Codemanjack doesn't have to worry about too much to remove these Poros that are going to be coming in.
Yeah, it looks like game 1 is gonna come to a close on the next turn. I don't really see a good way for Patpat to get out of this. Codemanjack doesn't have to take this block. Can just develop the 2 Poros. They're both 3/3s, each representing lethal on their own. Yes, Patpat has a recall. Yes, Patpat has a freeze, but doesn't quite have mana to cast both. Actually has no, 1 mana short of casting both. No, I lied. I'm a super
Recall and
liar.
freeze?
Has the mana.
There's plenty of mana.
Has the mana. I'm 7 hours in. Monty's losing his mind too. But it's
Perfect.
okay because we got a game on our hands here. Patpat's going to take the block. There's the recall coming out. Deciding if maybe he wants to send something else back.
I mean, I don't think it's enough, and even without considering the 3 damage of burn that Codemanjack has.
Yeah, Patpat's kind of dead.
Because you can deal with the 2 biggest things and there's still 7 coming through.
Patpat also acknowledges he's kind of dead. Takes the hit.
It's game 1 to Codemanjack.
I asked Patpat for a quick 2-0. Maybe he'll give us a quick 0-2 instead.
It's close enough. Just lost in translation.
Yep. That's what happens when you have to deal with Europeans. Things get confused.
On the other hand, Codemanjack's on the Lee Sin, which is... We just saw Patpat 2-0 Lee Sin last set. Or not last set. Some other time.
It was last set. Was it not? Or we saw him beat Lee Sin anyways.
No, because the second game was 1 against Pantheon, so... Either way, we've seen this matchup play out in the favor of Patpat before.
And again, it's one of these slower matchups that Lee Sin kind of has trouble dealing with. This deck has a lot of good answers for Lee. Recalls being very effective. Palms also quite effective if you do it the moment he comes down.
Although we do see on the side of Codemanjack White Flame into Zenith Blade, which is able to put on pressure early. Otherwise, Lee Sin's not really able to deal with Philomena. Can't do too much about they're not doing anything. But early pressure with the White Flame can definitely swing things.
We'll see if Codemanjack decides to develop it here. Has other options available as well. Of course, Eye is not too important to this matchup. You're not really under pressure from the Philomena deck, and while Dragon Links can help you push some early damage, it can often be a mistake to over-prioritize getting them out.
We see the Ravine coming down, meaning it's always going to be killed off this one. Although we do see a second copy in hand. Might just try to cash in the Zenith Blade. To save the Zoe. Patpat is on Ice Shard, but doesn't have it in hand. And as
Well,
I say that, he draws it.
you blessed it.
Yeah.
Codemanjack does. Welcome to being a caster, Phansora. Codemanjack does, of course,
Yep.
have answers to this. Can protect both his units with the Twin Disciplines and the Pale Cascade. And honestly, would be a great play if it's just open attack into Ice Shard response.
Yeah, not bad, honestly. Like, Patpat would have 5 mana left, so it could recall or stun something, but doesn't feel that great at this point in the game. These are just 1 and 3 mana units. Not too much invested on it. There is a Zenith Blade on Zoe, but that's mostly just to keep her alive. And less so for the overwhelm effect.
Trickster comes down here.
Oh.
Now only limited to saving 1 unit.
Patpat pretending to tap under, but we know he still has the Ice Shard in hand. You save Zoe here, right?
Yes.
But I think you could do that with Twin to heal her up.
I considered that as well.
Actually, because Patpat's tapped out, you can save the Twin for later.
Yeah, I think saving the Twin for lethal is probably a little bit better.
Well, I was thinking less about that, more cycle now while you have the time.
Also true. Cycling is very good when you're kind of on a weird hand like this and still need to get your lead leveled up. Trundle open attack going to come out from the side of Patpat. Doesn't have too much else to do with his mana this turn and wants to keep his options open for now.
Yeah. Speaking of Lee, actually, Patpat's fairly low. 11 is pretty low to be against a Lee Sin deck, which means Lee Sin can start threatening lethal without even having the Zenith Blade cast.
Yeah, getting a little bit scary for Patpat here. Does have double recall in hand as well as a palm though. And no denies from the side of Codemanjack.
Yeah, well, there's no denies. If Patpat's using recalls and stuns on these units, you're kind of happy about that. Although you do want the deny in time for Feel the Rush.
Patpat trying to decide if he wants to play a unit here. Just most likely going to go ahead and pass back, instead playing the pod.
I feel like it's safe to do this just because Codemanjack's under 5 mana, can't play Lee, so you don't have to worry about, Lee into open attacking with spells next turn. Because Lee's only at 4, but there is the Zoe spell in hand, so you can level him up pretty quickly.
Zoe spell is in hand. Zoe star chart also in hand. Could give you something like a Moon Silver and Equinox.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant, the Star Trek.
Oh. And Eye of the Dragon comes down from the side of Codemanjack.
Moon Silver, Moon Glow, and Crescent Strike.
It's like Moon Glow's the pick.
Yeah. I mean, Zoe's at 6, so maybe they're playing for that?
Yeah, I think it's a good call. This deck only has the one Ice Shard, and you already saw it come out. The Zoe's not really under threat. You've seen Blighted Ravine already.
2 Ice Shard, actually.
2 Ice Shard? Okay. Still, you have other protection for her.
And with Zoe being 6 out of 10, it's pretty close. Patpat down to 5. Lee Sin with like any spell will kill.
We've seen Patpat playing very comfortably at these low HP totals already, though. See if he can do it again, dancing around this 5 HP mark, making a comeback.
Yeah. Opts not to kill the Zoe. Or recall the Zoe.
I think you really need to be saving your recalls for defensive action at this point. And I'm not sure resetting a Zoe is enough.
Yes, but at some point, like there's a second Zoe in hand. If that second Zoe comes down and gives Eye of the Dragon, Dragonling, White Flame, all elusive, you're going to need a lot more stuns.
That is true, and it looks like that might just be the case because I'm pretty sure this Zoe's about to flip.
Does get the pillar to remove the otter.
7 out of 10.
The trickster. 7 out of 10 means no easy way though. Twin's one of them, but concussive and then one more thing.
Could also use Zoe spell to stun here. Puts her at 8.
Yeah. That would do it.
Lee Sin gonna put her to 8 instead. Patpat using the pod to dig for a card. What does he want?
Maybe they'll go burst again and try to get the ice shards. Second time's the term. Nope.
It was burst.
Second time didn't work.
No 3 sisters this time.
Are they sure they put it in their deck? Well, there is one in hand, but gonna need a little bit more.
Has multiple recalls though, so not quite dead yet. Also, we are on the attack token for the time being.
Not dead yet.
This concussive palm could be really bad though. Do you ever deny this? Patpat thought about it real hard.
I don't think so. I mean, actually, because you are removing a 4/4 elusive.
Mm-hmm.
With Overwhelm and... Oh wait, never mind. You're still removing it.
You're still removing it, but now you're not pushing any damage, and that also stops a 3/2, and it prevents a Zoe trigger.
You're also maybe not removing it. What's through? Saving the twin for damage, I guess? I do agree that I think the stun should have been the Zoe spell. Because you could also kill the
5/2 now.
scatter pod, yeah.
Moonglow, not gonna level Zoe. You recall Lee here, right?
Yeah.
They open replay Lee, you open Palm in response. Then you're chilling for that turn. You're into turn 10, your whales are elusive.
I mean, I don't know how much of a deal elusive is because we do see the second Zoe in hand. There's deny.
If you're Codemanjack,
What do
the
you think?
option of
Like,
replaying Lee or playing this Drake, it decides to play the Lee, and here's that Palm that we mentioned. Gonna come out immediately.
Twin on Zoe almost closes it out, if not for the catalyst. Wait, yeah. I think he's twin Zoe now to flip her. Unless twin, yeah.
Yeah, looks like he's going for it.
Patpat has catalyst, so it's not game yet.
Patpat is gonna heal here.
Oh. Oh. Right.
Decided it was okay to give up a Behold the Infinite.
I forgot that they become elusive the moment you hit 10.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it?
Well, because like I usually think about it like on the turn start, not you catalyst mid-turn and then all of a sudden your whale becomes elusive. Because Karma doesn't work like that.
I kind
Does
of
she?
like
Or
playing
no,
another whale here.
Anivia doesn't work like that. That's it.
Yeah, Anivia's a round started effect.
I mean, it's Codemanjack. You want to play your Zoe, but I mean, Patpat has to do something, and you just deny if it's Mina.
So I'm thinking if you want to develop as Patpat, just put the pot on the table.
Oh, going for the kill.
This is why I wanted to play pod.
I think also you supposed to behold the infinite last turn, so you get everything as lifesteal.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just got to be okay with this. Not a whole lot else that can
Yeah.
happen here.
You're not
And
winning a deny fight. It's not even worth it to go for it. Too many resources wasted on your end.
you also ideally want to be saving that deny for the field of rush that we can't see Patpat does have available. This is looking pretty okay for Codemanjack, though. Patpat does have one recall left. Gonna have to get into that deny fight next round, but Zoe's gonna come down and give this whole board elusive, meaning
Oh, that might be game.
we do have the deny.
Because if we have deny into Zoe, how does Patpat stop this? Everything has elusive and lifesteal.
I don't think he does. I think that might be a 2-0 for Codemanjack.
And we got the Behold the Infinite to trigger Lee Sin on the start. Not that it really matters either way.
He's gonna be able to pull that pod out of the way. Let the rest of these attackers get in. Patpat
It's
can
going to be a
do
clean
nothing.
2-0 from Codemanjack.
Very clean 2-0.
Unfortunately, this Field of Mana got all the way here, but couldn't quite win in the finals.
Yeah, just wasn't able to show up, unfortunately. Fell just flat. didn't get an opportunity to cast the Field of Rush, and it just didn't happen for Patpat and this Field of Mina deck here.
It's a huge reversal from our last game we saw. Let's see. Yeah, and then we have 2 extra damage from Sonic Wave.
Yes, sir. This is very dead for Patpat. More than 2 extra damage. The whole thing has faded.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Well played by Codemanjack.
Yeah. Nicely executed. Played around all of Patpat's threats and took their time to get in when it matters.
Congratulations to Codemanjack on taking down a whopper of a tournament. There were so many fantastic players that came out to play today. So many strong lineups. You got to feel really good about winning this one over players like GrandpaRoji and WhatAmI. There were some big names here today, and taking down the
Oh, yeah.
W should mean a lot.
Definitely.
So, well, with that said, Phansora, how did you feel about your first cast?
Long, really long.
Mhm.
Might wanna have to rethought casting on Sunday for a 5-round Swiss versus the other days, but it was a good time.
Yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. I had a good time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see if we can get Codemanjack into the call for a winner's interview. Let me just shoot him. See if he wants to join. All right. We'll get Codemanjack in here.
Yeah.
Codemanjack, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Welcome. Congratulations on a win. We were just talking about how there was so many strong players out here today. So you must feel pretty good about taking this one down.
Oh, I feel great. This is by far the farthest I've gotten even close. I think maybe, I don't know if I've even gotten top 8 before, so making it this far was a surprise to me, but I'm extremely excited. I think my lineup performed really well and I plan to target the Fade decks, which worked out really well in my favor.
Okay.
It pulled up through even not playing the Fade decks.
Well, you're beating me to my interview
Nice.
questions, so congratulations. No, man, you're the winner. You can do what you want here.
Yeah.
This is your show at this point. So your plan was to target the Fade decks, and to do that, you brought Draven Rumble. You brought what? Man,
Zoe Lee Sin
Yep.
and Fizz Lulu.
that's correct. And which deck did you feel was the strongest in your lineup today?
I think Rules and Arms was the strongest, with Lee being the close second. Rules and Arms, just you probably saw in that last game, just how much explosive power
Mhm.
put out that no deck could deal with, no matter what the matchup was. And so even in its bad matchups, it could just push through regardless. And I was really impressed by the performance of it. I'm very familiar with the deck. I've used it plenty of times in the previous seasons, and it's just gotten stronger over time. So that performed the best, and Lee was definitely right behind. It had a couple mishaps throughout the tournament, but overall was very consistent in terms of securing the win.
So if seasonal were not in 3 weeks, but were instead next weekend, would this be the lineup that you'd bring?
I might look for a replacement for Draven Rumble. That was definitely my weakest deck, and I felt like it failed me at times. But I would definitely, at the moment, bring my lineup again. It performed extremely well. It did what it needed to do, and it performed better than expected against the bad matchups.
Awesome. And Fensora, do you have any
Nice.
questions for our winner?
Yeah. So which decks were getting banned out the most for you?
Oh wait, he can't hear you because you're
Oh,
muted in here.
oh shit.
I forgot about that. Just this is scuffed. We're gonna have an echo for a second, but so be it.
Okay.
I thought we unmuted the other one so that way my voice comes through on screen, right?
I think. Yeah.
Which deck
Was getting banned out the most for you?
it. I'm trying to remember actually. I think it was Urals and Arms, which I agree with most of the time was to be the ban, because whenever it wasn't banned, it might have dropped one match, one game over the tournament when it wasn't banned. But I think that was typically the best ban. A lot of the decks that it targeted had too much trouble into it to not ban it. And I think Lee would beat the ban sometimes when Urals and Arms didn't, which was probably correct, but Urals and Arms was so strong that it just didn't matter.
Do you ever think about running like a multiple Euros and Arms in your lineup, or would that be like too easy to counter?
Yeah, you could definitely run another Urals and Arms in this lineup. I wasn't too comfortable with the Fey deck, and I was aiming to beat it as well, which is why I didn't bring that. Blanking on the other Urals and Arms decks that are out there, but you could definitely replace Dragon Rumble with another Urals and Arms deck.
People have been throwing Yordles and Arms into Tree now, and I think that's pretty strong in the current metagame. I'm a big fan of that mashup. I've been saying ever since the beginning that we should be playing those two together, but it took until now for it to happen, and it's been pretty strong, so that might be a good third deck for you.
Definitely could. When I was reviewing the matchup stats prior to the tournament decklist submission, Vandal Tree was not did not have the favorable matchups that I was looking for in my lineup, which is why I passed on it. But I could definitely see it fitting in this lineup for maybe like a seasonals lineup or for anywhere else, especially with the Urals and Arms that are probably not reflected in the stats that I looked at.
Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say exactly that. That the Yordles and Arms version's probably, or rather, that the stats are probably a little bit muddied because it's usually these stat sites they compile both of these two archetypes into one because it's just one general Vandal tree list, right? But with the Yordles and Arms in there, you start drawing some very different matchup tables.
I agree.
I think that's. I have no more questions,
Yeah.
Phansora. Do you have any other questions for Codemanjack?
No, just well played. Good job for winning. You played these games very well.
Yeah. Massive
Thank you.
congratulations to you, Codemanjack. And before we let you go, do you have any shoutouts you want to give?
Just shout out to my Runeterra Academy team. They've been extremely supportive lately. Chiron the Mage, Lech, and WhatAmI. We've done a lot of testing together. We played a ton in the. Oh, my quiet.
It's not no, it's not your fault. It's my fault. It's because the stream is scuffed because I'm working with new scenes and I have a feeling that you're coming through my mic backfeed rather than actually as an audio source of your own. So we might have to get that fixed for next time. But for now, it's you can be heard.
Hey, on the
It's
good side, I'm probably not echoing because I'm probably just not being heard in the Discord.
that's true.
I can hear you. That's all right.
Yeah, I'm saying on the stream.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, I was just giving a shout out to my Runeterra Academy team. We'll be teaming up again for the next season, and so hopefully we'll see Open Pass strike a little harder than it did last time.
Yeah, can't wait to see
Oh,
that.
good
Hope you
luck.
guys find a lot of success there too. With that, I'm about ready to wrap it up today. I know you're pretty tired yourself, Phansora, Codemanjack. I'm sure you're pretty exhausted and ready to maybe kick back and enjoy your Sunday evening. So, thank you to everybody who came out today and joined us. It was a wonderful stream. It was a wonderful tournament. I had a great time casting, Phansora. I hope you did the same. With
Yeah, it was
that,
a good time.
um, Phansora, why don't you tell the people where they can find you?
Uh, that I mean, I don't really use Twitter,
Okay,
but
that's okay.
yeah, I mean,
Codemanjack, do you have any
I'll
plugs
just
you want to give?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitch streaming actually right now, although I'll be cutting off after this interview at twitch.tv/codemanjack or on Twitter at codemanjack15.
hype. And of course, you all can find me at twitch.tv/Monty_Cristo or on Twitter as MonteXristo_LOR. Thank you so much to Master Runeterra for letting me put this show on for all of you. Thank you so much to Phansora for joining me. First day casting, did a wonderful job. It was an exhausting, grueling day, and he really pulled through. And thank you very much to Captain Jack for coming on and giving us a great winners interview. And congratulations. I hope you all, yeah, no problem, man. I hope you'll all come back